Section 1 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 3, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. Isabella of Valois, Part 1. The union of Isabella of Valois with Richard II presented an anomaly to the people of England unprecedented in their annals. They saw with astonishment an infant, not 9 summers old, sharing the throne as the chosen queen consort of a monarch who had reached his 30th year. Richard, whose principal error was attention to his own private feelings in preference to the public good, considered that by the time this little princess grew up, the lapse of years would have mellowed his grief for the loved and lost Anne of Bohemia. He could not divorce his heart from the memory of his late queen sufficiently to give her a successor nearer his own age. Isabella of Valois was the daughter of Charles VI of France and Isabeau of Bavaria, the Queen of France afterwards so notorious for her wickedness, but at the time of the marriage of Richard II with her little daughter, Queen Isabeau was only distinguished for great beauty and luxurious taste in dress and festivals. Charles VI had already experienced 2 or 3 agonizing attacks of inflammation on the brain, which had yielded, however, to medical skill, and he was at this time a magnificent, prosperous, and popular sovereign. Isabella, the eldest child of this royal pair, first saw the light of the Louvre Palace at Paris, 1387, November 9th. She was the fairest of a numerous and lovely family, the females of which were remarkable for the beauty lavished on them by the hand of nature. The Queen of France was the daughter of a German prince and an Italian princess. She was renowned for the splendor of her large dark eyes and the clearness and brightness of her complexion, charms which were transmitted to her daughters in no common degree. Isabella had 3 brothers, who were successively dauphins, and 4 sisters: Joanna, Duchess of Brittany; Marie, a nun; Michelle, the first Duchess of Philip the Good of Burgundy; and Catherine the Fair, the Queen of Henry V of England. These royal ladies inherited their father's goodness without his malady, and their mother's beauty without her vices. The Princess Isabella was precocious in intellect and stature, and was every way worthy of fulfilling a queenly destiny. Unlike her sisters, Michelle and Catherine, who were cruelly neglected in their infant years, she was the darling of her parents and of the court of France. Isabella was no mute on the biographical page. The words she uttered had been chronicled. And though so young, both as the wife and widow of an English king, research will show that her actions were of some historical importance. The life of Richard's last consort is a curious portion of the biography of our queens of England, as an instance of a girl of tender age placed in unusual circumstances. The king, says Sir John de Greley, a courtly informant of Froissart, is advised to marry again, and has had researches made everywhere, but in vain, for a suitable lady. He has been told that the King of Navarre has sisters and daughters, but he will not hear of them. The Duke of Gloucester has, likewise, a grown-up daughter, who is marriageable, and well pleased would he be if his royal nephew would choose her, but the king says, she is too nearly related, being his cousin german. King Richard's thoughts are so bent on the eldest daughter of the King of France, he will not hear of any other. It causes great wonder in this country that he should be so eager to marry the daughter of his adversary, and he is not the better beloved for it. King Richard has been told that the lady was by far too young, and that even in 5 or 6 years she would not be the proper age for a wife. He replied pleasantly, that every day would remedy the deficiency of age, and her youth was one of his reasons for preferring her, because he should educate her and bring her up to his own mind and to the manners and customs of the English, and that, as for himself, He was young enough to wait for her. Froissart was staying at Eltham Palace when the Parliament met to debate the marriage in the beautiful Gothic hall. While they were walking on the terrace, Sir Richard Sturry, one of the king's household, gave him this information. The king made the Archbishop of Canterbury speak of the business of his marriage. In the debate it was agreed that the Archbishop of Dublin, the Earl of Rutland, and the Earl Marshal, with 20 knights and 40 squires of honour, should wait on the King of France and propose a treaty of marriage between him and the Princess Isabella. When the English embassy arrived at Paris, they were lodged near the Croix de Tiroir, and their attendants and horses to the number of 500 in the adjoining streets. The King of France resided at the Louvre, and the Queen and her children at the Hôtel de St. Paul, on the banks of the Seine, and to please the English lords, their request was granted to visit the Queen and her family, and especially the little princess, whom they were soliciting to be bestowed as the wife of their king, as they were impatient to behold her. This had been at first refused, for the French council excused themselves by observing that she was as yet not 8 years. How could any one know how so young a child would conduct herself at such an interview? She had, however, been carefully educated, as she proved when the English nobles waited upon her, for when the Earl Marshal dropped upon his knees, saying, "Madam, if it please God, you shall be our lady and queen," she replied instantly, and without any one prompting her, "Sir, if it please God, and my lord and father, that I be Queen of England, I shall be well pleased thereat, for I have been told I shall then be a great lady." She made the Earl Marshal rise, and, taking him by the hand, led him to Queen Isabeau her mother, who was much pleased at her answer, as were all who heard it. The appearance and manners of this young princess were very agreeable to the English ambassadors, and they thought among themselves she would be a lady of high honour and worth. Just before the young Isabella arrived in England, the Duke of Lancaster thought fit to give his princely hand to Catherine Roe, who had been governess to his daughters, and was already mother to those sons of the Duke so celebrated in English history as the Beauforts. Serious were the feuds this misalliance raised in the royal family. When the marriage of the Duke of Lancaster was announced to the ladies of royal descent in England, such as the Duchess of Gloucester and the Countess of Arundel, who was a Mortimer of the line of Clarence, they were greatly shocked, and said, "The Duke had sadly disgraced himself by marrying a woman of light character, since she would take rank as second lady in the kingdom, and the young queen would be dishonourably accompanied by her. But, for their parts, they would leave her to do the honours of the court alone, for they would never enter any place where she was. They themselves would be disgraced if they permitted such a base-born duchess, who had been mistress to the Duke, both before and after his marriage with the Princess Constance, to take precedence of them, and their hearts would burst with grief were it to happen." Those who were the most outrageous on the subject were the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester. Thus was the court of King Richard in a state of ferment, with the discontents of the princesses of the house of Plantagenet, just at the time when he required them to assemble for the purpose of receiving his infant bride. While these ladies were settling their points of precedency, the Princess Isabella was espoused in Paris by the Earl Marshal, as proxy for his royal master. She was from that time, says Froissart, styled the Queen of England, and I was, at the time, told it was pretty to see her, young as she was, practising how to act the Queen. About this time the King of France sent to England the Count St. Paul, who had married Richard's half-sister, Maud Holland, surnamed the Fair. King Richard promised his brother-in-law that he would come to Calais, and have an interview with the King of France, when his bride was to be delivered to him, and if a peace could not be agreed upon, a truce for 30 or 40 years was to be established. The Duke and Duchess of Gloucester, with their children, were asked by the king to be of the party, as were the Duke and Duchesses of York and Lancaster. This last lady, despite all the displeasure of the ladies of the blood royal against her, was staying with the king and her lord at Eltham, and had already been invited to the king's marriage. With this royal company King Richard crossed the sea to Calais, while the King of France, his queen, and the young princess advanced as far as St. Omer, where they remained till the treaty of peace assumed some hopeful form. It was, however, in vain that the French strove to soften the opposition of the Duke of Gloucester by flattering attentions and the handsome presents they offered him. He accepted their presents, but the same rancour remained in his breast, and, in spite of everything, when the peace was mentioned, his answers were as crabbed and severe as ever. It was observed that he pointed out the rich plate of gold and silver to his friends, observing that France was still a very rich country, and that peace ought not yet to be made, a remark more worthy of a bandit than a royal guest. The King of England, at last, contrived to discover the means of allaying this bellicose disposition in his uncle. The bribe was enormous, considering the duke's constant exhortations in regard to reformation and economy in the government. The king was forced to promise his patriotic uncle 50,000 nobles on his return home, and to make his only son Humphrey Earl of Rochester, with a pension of 2,000 nobles per annum. After the application of this unconscionable bribe, no impediments remained to the peace and marriage, which were concluded without the restoration of Calais being insisted on by France. On the vigil of the feast of St. Simon and St. Jude, which fell on a Friday, the 27th of October, 1396, the two kings left their lodgings on the point of 10 o'clock, and, accompanied by a grand attendance, went to the tents that were prepared for them. Thence they proceeded on foot to a certain space, which had been fixed on for their meeting, and which was surrounded by 400 French and as many English knights, brilliantly armed, who stood with drawn swords. These knights were so marshalled that the two kings passed between their ranks, conducted in the following order. The Dukes of Lancaster and Gloucester supported the King of France, while the Dukes of Berry and Burgundy, uncles of the French king, conducted King Richard, and thus they advanced slowly through the ranks of the knights, and when the two kings were on the point of meeting, the 800 knights fell on their knees and wept for joy. A unanimity of feeling very remarkable in 800 knights. King Richard and King Charles met bareheaded, and, having saluted, took each other by the hand. When the King of France led the King of England to his tent, which was handsome and richly adorned, the four dukes took each other by the hand and followed them. The English and French knights remained in their ranks, looking at each other with good humour, and never stirred till the whole ceremony was over. When the two kings entered the tent, holding each other by the hand, the Dukes of Orleans and Bourbon, who had been left in the tent to welcome the monarchs, cast themselves on their knees before them. The kings stopped and made them rise. The 6 dukes then assembled in the front of the tent and conversed together, while the kings went into the tent and conferred solus, while the wine and spices were preparing. The Duke of Berry served the King of France with the comfit box, and the Duke of Burgundy with a cup of wine. In like manner was the King of England served by the Dukes of Lancaster and Gloucester. After the kings had been served, the knights of France and England took the wine and comfits, and served the prelates, dukes, princes, and counts, and after them, the squires and other officers of the household did the same to all within the tents, until everyone had partaken of the wine and spices, during which time the two monarchs conversed freely. At 11 o'clock of the Saturday morning, the feast of St. Simon and St. Jude, the King of England, attended by his uncles and nobles, waited on the King of France in his tent. Dinner tables were laid out. That for the kings was very handsome, and the sideboard was covered with magnificent plate. The two kings were seated by themselves, the King of France at the top of the table, and the King of England below him, at a good distance from each other. They were served by the Dukes of Berry, Burgundy, and Bourbon. The last entertained the two monarchs with many gay remarks, to make them laugh, and those about the royal table, for he had much drollery, and addressing the King of England, said, My lord, King of England, you ought to make good cheer, for you have had all your wishes gratified. You have a wife, or shall have one, for she will speedily be delivered to you." "Bourbonnois," replied the King of France, "we wish our daughter were as old as our cousin of St. Paul, though we were to double her dower, for then she would love our son of England much more." The King of England, who understood French very well, noticed these words, and immediately bowing to the King of France, replied, "Good father-in-law, the age of our wife pleases us right well. We pay not great attention respecting age, as we value your love, for we shall not be so strongly united, that no king in Christendom can in any way hurt us." When dinner was over, which lasted not long, the cloth was removed, the tables carried away, and wine and spices brought. After this the young bride entered the tent, attended by a great number of ladies and damsels. King Charles led her by the hand, and gave her to the King of England, who immediately rose and took his leave. The little queen was placed in a very rich litter, which had been prepared for her, but of all the French ladies who were there, only the Lady de Courcy went with her, for there were many of the principal ladies of England in presence, such as the Duchesses of Lancaster, of York, of Gloucester, of Ireland, the Lady of Namur, the Lady Poynings, and many others, who all received Queen Isabella with great joy. When the ladies were ready, the King of England and his lords departed with the young princess, and, riding at a good pace, arrived at Calais. On the Tuesday, which was All Saints' Day, the King of England was married by the Archbishop of Canterbury in the church of St. Nicholas of Calais to the Lady Isabella of France. Great was the feasting on the occasion, and the heralds and minstrels were so liberally paid that they were satisfied. Richard renounced at this marriage, to the indignation of the Duke of Gloucester, all claims to the crown of France in right of Isabella or her descendants. The Dukes of Orleans and Bourbon came to Calais to visit the King and Queen of England 2 days after the marriage, and on the morrow they went back to St. Omer, where the King and Queen of France waited for them. That same Friday morning King Richard and Queen Isabella, having heard an early mass and drunk some wine, embarked on board the vessels that had been prepared for them. With a favourable wind, in less than 3 hours they arrived at Dover. The Queen dined at the castle, and slept the next night at Rochester. Passing through Dartford, she arrived at the palace of Eltham, where the nobles and their ladies took leave of the King and Queen, and went to their homes. The young Queen's entry into London is thus noted by our chroniclers. The young Queen Isabella, commonly called the Little, for she was not 8 years old, was conveyed from Kennington, near Lambeth Palace, through Southwark to the Tower of London, November 13th, when such a multitude of persons went out to see her, that on London Bridge 9 persons were crushed to death, of whom the Prior of Tiptree was one, and a matron of Cornhill another. The Queen slept 1 night at the Tower, and the next day was conducted in high pomp to Westminster, where King Richard was waiting in his palace to receive her. This day the Londoners made very rich presents to the Queen, which were most graciously accepted. The portion of Isabella was considerable, consisting of 800,000 francs in gold, to be paid in yearly instalments. She brought with her a wardrobe of great richness. Among her garments was a robe and mantle, unequalled in England, made of red velvet embossed with birds of goldsmiths' work, perched upon branches of pearls and emeralds. The robe was trimmed down the sides with miniver, and had a cape and hood of the same fur. The mantle was lined with ermine. Another robe was of Murray Mezereon velvet, embroidered with pearl roses. She had coronets, rings, necklaces, and clasps, amounting to 500,000 crowns. Her chamber hangings were red and white satin, embroidered with figures of vintages and shepherdesses. These jewels were afterwards a matter of political controversy between England and France. Several authors declare that young Isabella was crowned at Westminster with great magnificence, and there actually exists in the Foedera a summons for her coronation on Epiphany Sunday, 1397. Windsor was the chief residence of the royal child, who was called Queen Consort of England. Here her education proceeded, under the superintendence of the second daughter of Ingelram de Courcy, and here the king, whose feminine beauty of features and complexion somewhat qualified the disparity of years between a man of 30 and a girl of 10, behaved to his young wife with such winning attention, that she retained a tender remembrance of him long after he was hurried to prison and the grave. His visits occasioned her cessation from the routine of education, while his gay temper, his musical accomplishments, his splendor of dress, and softness of manners to females, made her royal husband exceedingly beloved by the young heart of Isabella. The king had expended prodigious sums on the royal progress to France and on the marriage and pompous entry of the little queen. These debts had now to be liquidated, and a struggle soon commenced between the king and the popular party concerning the supplies, which ended in the destruction of the Duke of Gloucester and his more honest colleague, the Earl of Arundel. A short but fierce despotism was established by Richard, which ultimately led to his deposition. From the earliest period of her sojourn in England, there was more probability that Isabella would share a prison than a throne. Froissart thus details one of the Duke of Gloucester's plots, the object of which was the lifelong incarceration of the harmless little queen. He invited the Earl of March to come and visit him at Pleshy. There he unbosomed to him all the secrets of his heart, telling him that certain influential persons had elected him as King of England, resolving that King Richard and his queen were to be deposed and forthwith confined to prison, where they were to be maintained with ample provision during their lives. And he besought his nephew to give due consideration to this project, which was supported by the Earl of Arundel, the Earl of Warwick, and many of the prelates and barons of England. The Earl of March was thunderstruck at hearing this proposal from his uncle, but, young as he was, he concealed his emotion. The Duke of Gloucester, observing the manner of his nephew, entreated that he would keep his discourse very secret. This Mortimer promised to do, and faithfully kept his word, but honourably resolving to flee from such strong temptation to his integrity and loyalty, he craved leave of King Richard to visit his Irish dominions. The Count de St. Pol had been sent into England by the King of France, in order to see his daughter, and learn how she was going on. The king consulted him and his uncles Lancaster and York on the danger that threatened him and his young consort. "My good uncles," he said, "for the love of God, advise me how to act. I am daily informed that your brother, the Duke of Gloucester, is determined to seize and confine me for life in one of my castles, and that the Londoners mean to join him in this iniquity. Their plan is, withal, to separate my queen from me, who is but a child, and shut her up in some other place of confinement. Now, my dear uncles, such cruel acts as these must be prevented." The Dukes of Lancaster and York saw that their nephew was in great anguish of heart, and they knew that what he said was strictly true, but they replied to this effect: "Have a little patience, my lord king. We know well that our brother Gloucester has the most passionate and wrong-headed temper of any man in England. He talks frequently of things he cannot execute, and neither he nor his abettors can break the peace that has been signed, nor succeed in imprisoning you in any castle. Depend on it, we will never suffer it, nor that you should be separated from the queen." By these words the two dukes calmed King Richard's mind, but to avoid being called on by either party, they left the king's household with their families and retired to their own castles, the Duke of Lancaster taking with him his duchess, who had for some time been the companion of the young Queen of England. This desertion was followed by Sir Thomas Percy's retirement from court and surrender of his office of steward of the king's household, avowedly out of apprehension lest he should incur the fate of Sir Simon Burley. The king's remaining servants very frequently represented to him the danger of remaining in their offices, in such words as these: Be assured, dear sir, that as long as the Duke of Gloucester lives, there will never be any quiet for your court, nor for England. Besides, he publicly threatens to confine you and your queen. As for the queen, she need not care. She is young, and the beloved child of the King of France. The Duke of Gloucester dare not hurt her, but many evils will he bring on you and on England." These representations sank deeply in the mind of King Richard, and soon after led to his uncle's violent death. Whatever were the ill intentions of the Duke of Gloucester against the king and his offending little queen, the treacherous manner in which King Richard lured his uncle to destruction must revolt all minds. For every tie of hospitality and social intercourse was violated by him. In his first act of wickedness was combined a tissue of crimes. This first step in guilt was followed by the illegal execution of the Earl of Arundel. Richard's conscience was not accustomed to cruelty, and after the death of Arundel his sleep was broken and his peace was gone. He used to awake in horror, exclaiming that his bed was covered with the blood of the Earl. The hollow peace of the court was soon broken by the quarrel between Henry of Bolingbroke, heir to John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, and the Earl Marshal, who had been created Duke of Norfolk. They mutually accused each other of treasonable conversation against the king. In the true spirit of the age, they appealed to wager of battle, and actually presented themselves in the lists at Coventry, when the king parted them by throwing down his warder, and finished the scene by sentencing Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk, to banishment for life, and Henry to exile for 7 years. While Richard's affairs remained in this feverish and unsettled state, the English court was thrown into consternation by the death of the heir presumptive of the kingdom, Roger Mortimer, who was at that time Lord Deputy of Ireland. There was a strong attachment between Richard and his chivalric heir. The king passionately bewailed him, and resolved to make an expedition to Ireland, to quell the rebellion that ensued on the death of his viceroy. Just before the departure of King Richard for his Irish campaign, he proclaimed through his realm that a grand tournament would be held at Windsor by 40 knights and 40 squires, all clad in green, bearing the young queen's device of a white falcon. They maintained the beauty of the Virgin Queen of England against all comers. Isabella herself, attended by the noblest ladies and damsels of the land, was present and dispensed the prizes. King Richard tarried some hours at Windsor Castle on his road to the western coast, in order to bid his young queen farewell before he departed for Ireland. Although only 11 years of age, Isabella had grown tall and very lovely. She was rapidly assuming a womanly appearance. The king seemed greatly struck with the improvement in her person, and the progress she had made in her education. He treated her with the utmost deference, and, if the chroniclers of her country are to be believed, he entirely won her young heart at this interview. Yet he had sent to dwell with Isabella witnesses whose deep grief and mournful habiliments for the loss of a husband and father could have told the young queen, even if their lips dared not speak, that the king had stained his hands with kindred blood. According to Froissart, Richard II had sent the widowed Duchess of Gloucester and her daughters to reside with Isabella at Windsor, apparently under some species of restraint. Before King Richard left Windsor Castle, he discovered that considerable reforms were required in his consort's establishment. The Lady de Courcy, his cousin german, was her governess and principal lady of honour. But on his arrival at Windsor, it was represented to him that this lady took as much state upon her as if she had been in the situation of her mother, the Princess Royal of England, or even the Queen herself. The extravagance of the Queen's governess knew no bounds. "For," said the king's informer, "she has 18 horses at her command. But this does not suffice. She has a large train belonging to her husband, and his livery, whenever she comes and goes. She keeps 2 or 3 goldsmiths, 2 or 3 cutlers, and 2 or 3 furriers, constantly employed, as much as you and your queen. She is also building a chapel that will cost 1400 nobles." Exasperated at this extravagance, the king dismissed the Lady de Courcy from her office in the queen's establishment. He paid all the debts she had incurred, and commanded her to leave the country forthwith, an order she certainly disobeyed, as will afterwards be seen. In the place of this lady, Richard appointed the widow Lady Mortimer, who was his own niece Eleanor. To her he gave the precious charge of his fair young consort. The scene of Richard's parting from Isabella was Windsor Church. He had previously assisted at a solemn mass, and indulged his musical tastes by chanting a collect. He likewise made a rich offering. On leaving the church, he partook of wine and comfits at the door, with his little consort, then lifting her up in his arms, he kissed her repeatedly, saying, "Adieu, madame, adieu, till we meet again." The king immediately commenced his march to Bristol, and embarked on his ill-timed expedition to Ireland. The landing of Henry of Bolingbroke at Ravenspur, during Richard's absence, had an immediate effect on the destination of the little queen Isabella. The regent York hurried her, from the castle of Windsor, to the still stronger fortress of Wallingford, where she remained while England was lost by her royal lord, and won by his rival, Henry of Bolingbroke. After landing at Milford Haven, on his return from Ireland, King Richard took shelter among the Welsh castles still loyal to him. Here he might have found refuge till a reaction in his favour in England gave hopes of better times, but the king's luxurious habits made the rough living at these castles intolerable to him. Indeed, de Marquet declares that they were totally unfurnished, and that Richard had to sleep on straw during his sojourn in Wales. He endured this inconvenience for 5 or 6 nights, but in truth a farthing's worth of victuals was not to be found at any of them. Certes, I cannot tell the misery of the king's train, even at Caernarvon. He then returned to Conway, where he thus bewailed his absence from his wife, of whom he was very fond. The following seems a little poem that the king composed in his tribulation. My mistress and my consort, accursed be the man who thus separateth us. I am dying of grief because of it. My fair sister, my lady, and my sole desire, since I am robbed of the pleasure of beholding thee, such pain and affliction oppresseth my whole heart, that I am ofttimes near despair. Alas, Isabella, rightful daughter of France, you were wont to be my joy, my hope, my consolation, and now I see plainly that through the violence of fortune, which hath slain many a man, I must be deprived of you, whereat I often endure so sincere a pang, that day and night I am in danger of bitter death. And it is no marvel, when I from such a height have fallen so low, and lose my joy, my solace, and my consort. Henry of Bolingbroke, it is said, gained possession of a coup de main of £700, the treasury of the unfortunate Richard. With amazing celerity Henry traversed England, attended by 60,000 Londoners and other malcontents, who had been disgusted with Richard's despotic government. With this disorderly militia Henry presented himself before the gates of Flint Castle, where Richard and a few faithful knights remained on the defensive. Here he boldly demanded an audience with the king, who agreed to admit him and 11 others to pass the wicket of the castle. Henry spoke aloud, without paying any honour or reverence to the king, asking, "Have you broken your fast?" The king answered, "No, it is yet early morn. Why do you ask?" "It is time you should breakfast," replied Henry, "for you have a great way to ride." "What road?" asked the king. "You must wend to London," said Henry, "and I advise that you eat and drink heartily, that you may perform the journey more gaily." "Well," said the king, "if that is the case, let the tables be covered." When this was done, the king washed his hands, seated himself at table, and was served. During the time the king was eating, which was not long, for his heart was much oppressed, the whole country, seen from the windows of the castle, was covered with men at arms and archers. The king, on rising from the table, perceived them, and asked his cousin who they were. "For most part, Londoners," was the answer. "What do they want?" asked the king. "They want to take you," said Henry, "and carry you prisoner to the Tower, and there is no pacifying them, unless you yield yourself my prisoner." The king was alarmed at this intimation, for he knew the Londoners hated him, and would kill him if he were ever in their power. He therefore yielded himself prisoner to his cousin, promising to do whatever he should advise. His knights and officers surrendered likewise to Henry, who, in the presence of the 11 that accompanied him, received the king and his attendants as prisoners. He then ordered the horses to be saddled instantly and brought into the court, and the gates of the castle to be flung open, whereupon many archers and men-at-arms crowded into the court-yard. "I heard," says Froissart, "of a singular circumstance that happened just then, which I must mention. King Richard had a greyhound, named Math, beautiful beyond description, who would not notice nor follow any one but the king. Whenever Richard rode abroad, the greyhound was loosed by the person who had the care of him, and that instant he ran to caress the king, by placing his 2 forefeet on his shoulders. It fell out that as the king and his cousin, Henry of Bolingbroke, were conversing in the courtyard of Flint Castle, their horses being prepared for them to mount, the greyhound Math was untied, when, instead of running as usual to King Richard, he passed him and leaped to Henry's shoulders, paying him every court, the same as he used to his master the king. Henry, not acquainted with this greyhound, asked the king the meaning of his fondness. "Cousin," replied the king, "it means a great deal for you, and very little for me." "How?" said Henry, "pray explain it." "I understand by it," said the unfortunate king, "that this my favourite greyhound Math fondles and pays his court to you this day, as king of England, which you will be, and I shall be deposed, for that the natural instinct of the creature perceives. Keep him, therefore, by your side, for lo, he leaveth me, and will ever follow you." Henry treasured up what King Richard had said, and paid attention to the greyhound Math, who would no more follow Richard of Bordeaux, but kept by the side of Henry, as was witnessed by 30,000 men. The attendants of King Richard, who had chronicled the humiliations and sufferings of their royal master on this pilgrimage of sorrow and degradation, with a more indignant pen than that of Froissart, declare that it grieve and break the spirit of the royal captive. His fine-spirited horses were taken from him, and he was compelled to perform every stage on sorry, miserable jades, not worth 10 shillings. This was a deep mortification, since among the king's luxuries an expensive taste for noble and costly steeds had been one of the greatest. Perhaps this was after the king's attempted escape at Lichfield, where he dropped from a window of the tower in which he slept, but was perceived, and brought by force into Lichfield Castle again. As far as Coventry, parties of the king's faithful Welshmen pursued Henry of Bolingbroke's army and harassed its rear. They were instigated and led by Richard's beloved squire and minstrel, Owen Glendower, who, from the hour when his royal patron became the prisoner of the aspiring Bolingbroke, vowed and maintained a lifelong enmity against the supplanter of his king. The young queen found herself in the power of the usurper almost simultaneously with her unfortunate husband. Directly the news arrived that Richard had surrendered himself, the garrisons of the royal castles of Windsor and Wallingford yielded to Henry of Bolingbroke. Tradition declares that the young Isabella met her luckless husband on the road during his sad pilgrimage towards the metropolis as a captive to Henry, and that their meeting and parting was tender and heartbreaking, but the whole of Richard's progress has been minutely described by eyewitnesses, who, it may be thought, would not have been silent on a circumstance so picturesque and touching. This interview must, therefore, be considered as a mere romance of history, though Shakespeare has made use of it with beautiful effect. In the midst of these changes, the young queen was hurried from place to place with little rest. From Wallingford she was carried by the popular party to Leeds Castle, in Kent, where she was placed under the care of the widowed Duchess of Ireland, who, having been wronged by King Richard and his late queen, was not supposed to be extremely favourable to the cause of the imprisoned monarch. As Lady de Courcy was sister to the Duchess, she certainly obtained access to the Queen again, notwithstanding her dismissal by King Richard, for she was at Leeds Castle when the insurgent Londoners took umbrage at her vicinity to the Queen of Richard, and one of their leaders thus addressed her: "Lady, make instant preparations for departure, for we will not suffer you to remain longer here. Take care, on saying farewell to Queen Isabel, that you show not any tokens of anger at our dismissing you, but tell her that her husband and daughter have sent to entreat your return. This we advise you to do, if you regard your life. You must ask no questions, and make no remarks to the Queen on anything that is going on. You will be escorted to Dover, and embarked in the passage boat for Boulogne." The Lady de Courcy, alarmed at these menaces, and knowing those who made them to be cruel and full of hatred, replied, "that in God's name she would do as they directed." Palfreys and hackneys were furnished for herself and attendants, and all the French of both sexes were sent off. The French household of the Queen being thus broken up, none were left with her that were at all attached to King Richard. A new retinue was formed for her, of ladies, damsels, and varlets, who were strictly enjoined never to mention the name of King Richard to her, or to acquaint her with what was become of him. It is asserted by all authors of that day that the heart of the young Isabella was devoted to Richard. The chroniclers of her own country especially declare that he had behaved so amiably to her that she loved him entirely. While, by a cruel policy, her youthful mind was torn with the pangs of suspense, and the pain of parting from her native attendants, Richard was conveyed from Sheen by night, and lodged secretly in the castle, with such of his friends and ministers as were peculiarly obnoxious to the Londoners. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 3, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Isabella of Valois, Part 2. After enduring many mortifications at the Tower, King Richard offered to resign the crown to Henry of Bolingbroke, who immediately replied, "It is necessary that the 3 estates of the realm should hear this proposition, and in 3 days the parliaments will be collected, and can debate on the subject." So far his rejoinder was made with moderation and propriety, but he added, "The people want to crown me, for the common report in the country is, that I have a better right to the crown than you. This was told our grandfather, King Edward, of happy memory, when he educated you, and had you acknowledged heir to the crown, but his love was so strong for his son, the Prince of Wales, nothing could make him alter his purpose. If you had followed the example of the prince, you might still have been king, but you have always acted so contrary, as to occasion the rumour to be generally believed throughout England, that you were not the son of the Prince of Wales, but of a priest or canon. I have heard several knights who were in the household of my uncle, the Prince of Wales, declare that he was jealous of the conduct of the princess. She was cousin german to King Edward, who began to dislike her for not having children by his son, for he knew that she had sons by her former marriage with Sir Thomas Holland, since he had himself stood godfather to 2. The Princess of Wales knew well how to keep my uncle in her chains, having through subtlety enticed him to marry her, but fearful of being divorced by the king, his father, for want of heirs, and that the prince would marry again, it is said she had you and another son, who died in his infancy, by some other person, and from your modes of thinking and acting, being so different to the gallantry and prowess of the prince, it is thought you were the son of a priest or a canon, for, at the time of your birth, there were many young and handsome ones in the household of my uncle at Bordeaux. Such is the report of this country, which your conduct has confirmed, for you have ever shown a great affection to the French, and a desire to live at peace with them, to the loss of the honour of England. Because my uncle of Gloucester and the good Earl of Arundel gave you good advice, and wished you to follow in the footsteps of your ancestors, you have treacherously put them to death. As for me, I will give you my protection, and will guard and preserve your life through compassion, as long as I shall be able." For 2 hours did Henry thus converse, continuing to reproach the king with all the wrong he had ever been guilty of in the whole course of his life. He then took leave, re-entered his barge, and returned to his house, and on the morrow renewed his orders for the assembling of Parliament. As an interlude to the narrative of Froissart, which details the deep dejection of Richard, the accounts given by his faithful attendant, and the manuscript of the Embuscades show Richard, at intervals, with the lion-like despair of the Plantagenets awakened in his breast. Sometimes the thoughts of his young wife, a prisoner like himself, and perhaps in equal danger, gave rise to tempests of rage, before whose sway the insolence of the usurper seems to have quailed, when in his presence. The time of the interview here described must have been one day of the 3 which intervened between the conference concerning the abdication just detailed and the meeting of Parliament. The Dukes of York and Aumerle and Henry, now called Duke of Lancaster, went to the Tower, and sent the young Earl of Arundel to bid the king come to them out of his privy chamber. When this message was delivered to Richard, he replied, "Tell Henry of Lancaster from me, I shall do no such thing. If he wants to see me, let him come to me." On entering the king's apartment, none showed any respect to him but Henry, who took off his cap, and, saluting him respectfully, said, "Here is our cousin the Duke of Aumerle, and our uncle the Duke of York, who wish to speak to you." Richard said, "Cousin, they are not fit to speak to me." "But have the goodness to hear them," said Henry. Upon which Richard uttered an oath, and said, turning to York, "Thou villain, what wouldst thou say to me? And thou traitor of Rutland, thou art neither good nor worthy to speak to me, nor to bear the name of duke, earl, or knight. Thou, and the villain thy father, foully have ye betrayed me. In a cursed hour were ye born. By your false counsels was my uncle Gloucester put to death." Aumerle replied to the king that he lied, and threw down his bonnet at his feet. Upon which the king said, "I am king and thy lord, and will continue king, and be greater lord than I ever was, in spite of all my enemies." Upon this Henry imposed silence on Aumerle. Richard, then turning with a fierce countenance to Henry, asked, "Why was he in confinement, and under a guard of armed men?" "Am I your servant, or am I your king? What do you mean to do with me?" Henry replied, "You are my king and my lord, but the council of the realm have determined that you are to be kept in confinement till the decision of Parliament." The king then swore a deep oath, and said, "Let me have my wife." "Excuse me," replied Henry, "it is forbidden by the council that you should see Queen Isabel." Then the king in wrath walked about the room, breaking into passionate exclamations and appeals to heaven, called them false traitors, offered to fight any 4 of them, threw down his bonnet as a gage, spoke of his father's and his grandfather's fame and his reign of 21 years. Henry of Lancaster then fell on his knees and besought him to be quiet till the meeting of Parliament. Before the meeting of Parliament, this burst of spirit had subsided in deep despondency. Historians are not agreed whether the abdication of Richard took place in the hall of the Tower or in Westminster Hall. Stowe declares it was in Westminster Hall, and that by a singular coincidence this ceremony was the first solemnized in that building since its new erection by Richard. The Parliament, in fact, waited, sitting in Westminster Hall, the termination of the following scene. Henry rode to the Tower with a select number of prelates, dukes, earls, and knights, and dismounted in the courtyard. while King Richard, royally dressed, with the sceptre in his hand and the crown on his head, entered the hall in the Tower, but without supporters on either side, which was his usual state. He then addressed the company as follows: I have reigned King of England, Duke of Aquitaine, and Lord of Ireland, about 22 years, which royalty, lordship, sceptre, and crown I now freely and willingly resign to my cousin, Henry of Lancaster, and entreat of him, in the presence of you all, to accept this sceptre. He then tendered the sceptre to Henry of Lancaster, who took it and gave it to the Archbishop of Canterbury. King Richard then raised up his crown with both his hands from his head, and, placing it before him, said, Henry, fair cousin, I present and give to you this crown, with which I was crowned King of England, and with it all the rights dependent on it. Henry of Lancaster received the royal diadem and delivered it over to the Archbishop. Thus was the resignation accepted, Henry of Lancaster calling in a public notary, that an authentic act might be drawn up of this proceeding, which was witnessed by all present. Soon after the king was led back to the apartments in the Tower, from whence he had been conducted. The two jewels, the crown and sceptre, were safely packed up and given to proper guards, who placed them in the treasury of Westminster Abbey until they should be needed. The news of the restraint in which the young Queen of England was held had been carried by some merchants of Burgess to the coast of France, together with the account of the deposition of her husband. But when the Lady de Courcy arrived, who had been attached to the household of Isabella, the whole truth was known. Directly she alighted at the hotel of her lord at Paris, the King of France sent there to hear news of his daughter. The King of France was so much shocked at the ill tidings she told of Isabella and her husband, that though his health had been good for some time, his agitation, on hearing of his daughter's reverse of fortune, brought back his fits of frenzy. The Duke of Burgundy said, The marriage of King Richard with Isabella was unadvised, and so I declared when it was proposed. Since the English have imprisoned King Richard, they will assuredly put him to death, for they always hated him because he preferred peace to war. They will as certainly crown Henry of Lancaster. This prediction of the Queen's uncle proved true. During the last days of September, Henry of Lancaster was recognized by the majority of the assembled Parliament as king, and was magnificently crowned in October, without the slightest recognition of the prior claims of the orphan heirs of the Earl of March. While this revolution was effected, the young queen was removed to Sunning Hill. There she was kept a state prisoner, and sedulously misinformed regarding the events that had befallen her husband. The last hopes of King Richard had ended in despair, when his cousin Almerle had yielded the loyal city of Bristol, and his brother-in-law Huntingdon gave up Calais and swore fealty to Henry IV. This fealty, however, only lasted 6 weeks. A plot was set on foot, headed by Almerle, Huntingdon, and Salisbury, for killing Henry IV at a tournament they were about to give at Windsor. Henry, whose health soon broke under the anxieties which beset the crown of thorns he had assumed, was sick at Windsor Castle. There was a spiked instrument concealed in his bed, for the purpose of destroying him when he lay down to rest. Its introduction, says the monk of Evesham, was attributed to one of the young queen's servants. Richard's doom was now sealed. He was hurried from the Tower to Pontefract Castle. Meantime, the Confederate lords flew to arms, and, dressing up King Richard's chaplain, Madeleine, in royal robes, proclaimed that the deposed king had escaped from his jailers. The young Queen Isabella took an extraordinary part in this movement for the restoration of her husband. When the Earls of Kent and Salisbury came with their forces to Sunning Hill, where she was abiding, they told her, they had driven the usurper, Bolingbroke, from Windsor to the stronghold of the Tower, and that her husband had escaped, and was then in full march to meet her at the head of 100,000 men. Overjoyed at this news, the young queen put herself at their disposal. She likewise took great pleasure in ordering the badges of Henry IV to be torn from her household and replaced by those of her royal husband, in which harmless spite, says Hayward, the Queen Isabel took the utmost satisfaction. A proclamation was likewise issued in her name, declaring that she did not recognize Henry of Lancaster as king. The queen then set out with her brother-in-law, the Earl of Kent, and his allies, on their march to Wallingford and Abingdon. Full of joyful hope, the enthusiastic girl expected every hour to meet her king triumphant at the head of a loyal army. She was with the barons when they entered the fatal town of Cirencester, but, amidst the mysterious darkness which shrouds the termination of this insurrection, we lose sight of the actual manner in which the young queen was recaptured by Henry IV. Let fortune have declared for whatever party it might, disappointment alone was in store for the heart of Isabella, since the Richard whom she hoped to meet was but a counterfeit in royal robes to deceive the common people. The chiefs of the insurrection were betrayed by the mayor of Cirencester, and their summary execution followed in a few hours. Isabella was too young to be punished for her share in this rebellion, excepting by close restraint. She was sent, after a quiet was restored, strictly guarded, to the palace of Havering at Bower, and this appears to have been her place of residence during the tragic events that succeeded the insurrection, in which she took a part so decided, considering her tender age. These transactions took place at the end of January, and at the beginning of February, 1400, when the insurrection was subdued. It became a favourite topic of conversation between the knights and lords of Henry's bedchamber, who always concluded by observing on the impossibility that Henry IV should reign peaceably while Richard II was suffered to exist. The wily king gave no intimation that he heard these colloquies. After an abortive invasion by the Count de St. Paul, Richard's brother-in-law, the king's flatterers and tempters beset him more than ever. Yet, says Froissart emphatically, the King of England made no reply, but leaving them in conversation, went to his falconers, and placing a falcon on his wrist, forgot all in feeding him. Froissart is far too courtly to acknowledge that so accomplished a knight as Henry of Lancaster ordered so foul a murder, but other historians do not allow that Henry forgot all while feeding his falcon. There are so many circumstantial details in the narrative of old Fabian concerning the death of Richard II that there is little doubt of its being the true history of the murder of the unhappy king. Froissart has given the opening or prologue of the tragedy, but the following relation, gathered from Fabian and others, tells the manner in which it was played out. King Henry, sitting one day at table in a sighing manner, said, "Have I no faithful friend who will deliver me of one whose life will be my death and whose death my life?" This speech was much noted of the hearers, especially by one Sir Piers of Axton. This knight left the court, and, with 8 persons more, went suddenly to Pontefract Castle, whither being come, he called before him the squire, who was accustomed to wait on Richard at table, giving him a charge, that the king should eat as much as he would, for that now he should not long eat. King Richard being set at dinner was served negligently, and without the usual ceremony of tasting the dishes, before he commenced his meal. Richard, marvelling at this sudden change, asked the reason, and was told that new orders had been given by King Henry to that effect. "The devil take Henry of Lancaster and thee together!" exclaimed the king in a passion, striking the man with a carving knife. On that word in rushed Sir Piers Axton with 8 tall men, every man having a weapon in his hand. Richard, perceiving them, put the table back from him, and stepping up to the man next to him, wrung the weapon out of his hands, a brown bill, and therewith right valiantly defended himself, so that in conclusion 4 of them he slew outright. Sir Piers, amazed thereat, leaped upon the chair where King Richard usually sat. Some authorities say it was a curiously carved stone chair. While with the 4 surviving ruffians the king was fiercely striving for conquest, and chasing them round the chamber, he passed near to the chair, whereon Sir Piers had gotten, who with a pole axe smote him on the back of the head, and withal ridded him of his life in an instant. Thus, battling like a champion of proof, in the full exercise of mighty energies awakened at the call of despair, fell the son of the Black Prince, at the early age of 32. He died instantly, in the triumphant flush of victory against fearful odds. The gallantry of his death seems, in the minds of his combative nobles, to have asperged the stain of illegitimacy, with which his rival foully tainted him. We hear no more, in chronicle, of his being the son of a priest. Richard of Bordeaux, when dead, was placed on a litter covered with black cloth, and a canopy of the same. 4 black horses were harnessed to it, and 4 varlets, in mourning, conducted the litter, followed by 4 knights, dressed also in mourning, Sir Piers being doubtless one of the knights, and the varlets the worthy survivors of Richard's 8 assailants. They thus paraded the streets at a foot's pace till they came to the Cheap, which is the greatest thoroughfare in the city, and there they halted for upwards of 2 hours. More than 20,000 persons came to see King Richard, who lay in the litter, his head on a black cushion and his face uncovered. Thus was Queen Isabella left a widow in her 13th year. The death of her royal lord was concealed from her a considerable time, but she learned the murderous manner of it soon enough, to reject with horror all offers of union with the heir of Lancaster. Young as she was, Isabella gave proofs of a resolute and decisive character. Traits of firm and faithful affection were shown by this youthful queen, which captivated the minds of the English, and caused her to be made the heroine of many a historical ballad, a species of literature that the people of the land much delighted in at that time. The young widow remained in a state of captivity at Havering Bower, while her royal father in France was labouring under a long and dolorous fit of insanity, brought on by anxiety for his daughter's fate. The French Council of Regency demanded the immediate restoration of the young queen, but Henry IV. Would not hear of it, answering, that she should reside in England like other queen dowagers, in great honour, on her dower, and that if she had unluckily lost her husband, she should be provided with another forthwith, who would be young, handsome, and every way deserving of her love. Richard of Bordeaux was too old for her, but the person now offered was suitable in every respect, being no other than the Prince of Wales. It seems strange that Isabella, who had expressed such infant pride in being Queen of England, should give up voluntarily all prospect of enjoying that station with a youthful hero, whose age was so suitable to her own, yet so it was. But she was inflexible in her rejection of the gallant Henry of Monmouth, and mourned her murdered husband in a manner exceedingly touching, as all who approached her, French or English, bore witness. Her refusal would have been of little avail if her family and country had not seen the matter in the same light. In reply to Henry IV.'s proposition, the French Regency declared that during the grievous illness of their lord King Charles they could not give away his eldest daughter without his consent. Therefore months passed away. The maiden queen dowager still continued a mourning widow in the bowers of Havering. It is recorded that King Henry and his gallant heir did, in that interval, all in their power to win her constant heart from the memory of Richard, but in vain. She was just of the age to captivate the fancy of an ardent young prince like Henry of Monmouth. Nor can there exist a doubt, by the extreme pertinacity with which he wooed the widow of his cousin, that she was beloved by him. However this may be, the modern paradox of Richard's escape from the bloody towers of Pontefract is utterly annihilated by the continual efforts of Henry IV. To gain the hand of Isabella for his son. Would Henry, asks a historical antiquary in the Archaeologica, have been so desirous for the marriage of his heir with the widow of Richard, had he not been certain, beyond all doubt, that her husband was dead? He would not surely have promoted a marriage which would have illegitimated the heirs of Lancaster. This is one of the historical proofs of a disputed point which appeals directly to common sense. When Charles VI recovered his senses, he sent the Count d'Albret to inquire into the situation of Isabella. King Henry and his council were at Eltham when the French ambassador was splendidly entertained by him. He told Henry he had been sent by the King and Queen of France to see the young queen their daughter. The king replied, "We no way wish to prevent you from seeing her, but you must promise on oath that neither yourself nor any of your company speak to her anything concerning Richard of Bordeaux. Should you do otherwise, you will greatly offend us and the whole country, and remain in peril of your lives while here." Not long after this, the Earl of Northumberland carried Count d'Albret to Havering at Bower, where Isabella then resided. She was attended by the Duchess of Ireland, the Duchess of Gloucester, her two daughters, and other ladies and damsels as companions. The earl introduced the French embassy to the young queen, who conversed some time with them, asking eagerly many questions after her royal parents. They kept the promise they had made, by never mentioning King Richard, and returned to London after a short interview. At Eltham, on their way home, they dined with King Henry, who presented them with some rich jewels. When they took leave, he said amicably, "Tell those who sent you that the queen shall never suffer the smallest harm, or any disturbance, but shall keep up a state and dignity becoming her birth and rank, and enjoy all her rights. For, young as she is, she ought not to be acquainted with all the changes that happen in this world." The council of Henry IV meantime anxiously deliberated on the destination of the young queen. It came at last to the decision that Isabella, being of tender age, had no right to claim revenue as queen dowager of England, but that, as no accommodation could be effected by the marriage with the Prince of Wales, she ought to be restored to her friends directly, with all the jewels and paraphernalia that she brought with her. But on this point a grand difficulty arose, for Henry IV had seized the little queen's jewels, and divided them among his 6 children, the Prince of Wales having the greatest share. The king wrote to his council declaring that he had commanded his son and other children to give up the jewels of their dear cousin Queen Isabella, and that they were to be sent to London. But intention and performance are very different matters, for that the dear cousin's jewels were never returned we have the evidence of the queen's uncle, Orleans, and the French treaties between Henry V and Charles VI. Nor are they named with her property specified in her journey to Lewinghen. Yet in the schedule her silver drinking cup, a few silver saucers and dishes, with a little old tapestry, are pompously enumerated. It is worthy of remark, to show the extreme parsimony of Henry, that an item demanding new clothes for the young queen and her maids of honour, with cloth for their charrettes or chariots, is sharply met with the answer, that the king's wardrobe had given out all that he intended. Queen Isabella set out for London May 27th, accompanied by 2 ladies of the royal family, who had both received great injuries from Richard II. The Duchess of Ireland was one, and the Countess of Hereford, mother to the Duchess of Gloucester, the widow of the slaughtered Thomas of Woodstock, the other. To these ladies were consigned the care, or rather the custody, of Isabella's person. The sweetness of this angelic girl's disposition had certainly converted these natural enemies into loving friends, as will presently be shown. Next in rank to these great ladies in the train of Isabella was Eleanor Holland, the young widow of Roger, Earl of March, slain in Ireland, whose son was heir of England de jure. She had been appointed governess to the queen by Richard II, and still adhered to her, though merely classed now among her ladies of honour. The other ladies were Lady Poynings, Lady Mowbray, and Madame de Vaucher. Isabella had likewise 7 maids of honour and 2 French chambermaids, Simonette and Marianne. The French chamberlain was Monsieur de Vaucher. She had a confessor and a secretary. She was escorted by the bishops of Durham and Hereford, and by the Earl of Somerset, Henry IV's half-brother, with 4 knights bannerets and 6 chevaliers. With this train and escort the young queen set out from Havering. At Tottenham Castle she was met by the late Lord Chamberlain, the Earl of Worcester, with a gallant company, who joined her train. The Lord Mayor and his Viscounts, as the aldermen were then called, with other good people of the city, met her at Sandford Hill, and, falling in with her procession, guarded her to London. At Hackney, Prince Thomas, second son to Henry IV., met the young queen, and honourably accompanied her to London, assisted by the Constable of England, the Marshal, and other great officers. It is supposed Isabella tarried at the Tower from the day of her London entry, but she did not sail for France till July 1st following, when 3 Bollingers and 2 armed barges were appointed to receive her and her suite at Dover. July was far advanced before the maiden widow of Richard II. Was restored to her parents, during which time Henry IV. and his son tried every means in their power to shake her childish constancy to the memory of Richard. But her steady aversion, as Monstrelet calls her refusal, remained the same. The situation of this child was extraordinary, and her virtuous firmness more probable in a royal heroine of 28 than in one who had seen little more than half as many summers. At last the usurper resolved to restore the young widow to France, but refused to return her dowry, saying, that as a great favour he would agree to deduct its amount from the total sum that France still owed England for the ransom of King John. The jewels of the young queen he likewise retained, although it was expressly stipulated by the will of King Richard that, in the case of his death, the rich jewels his little wife had brought from France should be restored to her. Henry could not plead ignorance of his cousin's testament, since the poor king's will, while he was yet alive, had been broken open to furnish articles of accusation against him. The royal virgin was approaching her 15th year when thus plundered, and, wearing the deep weeds of widowhood, she embarked at Dover for Calais, escorted by the same Thomas Percy, who had attended her as chamberlain during her espousals. Notwithstanding the fact that his family had been the ladder wherewithal the mounting Bolingbroke ascended the throne of Richard, there is little doubt that Sir Thomas Percy's heart ever beat loyally towards his rightful master, for he was bathed in tears during the time he thus conducted the young widow of Richard to her native shores. My queen to France, from whence set forth in pomp, she came adored, hither like sweet May, sent back like Hallowmas or shortest day. Shakespeare. Lulingen, a town between Boulogne and Calais, a sort of frontier ground of the English territory, was the spot appointed for the restoration of Isabella to her uncle of Burgundy. It was on the 26th of July, 1402, when Sir Thomas Percy, with streaming tears, took the young queen by the arm and delivered her with good grace into the hands of Waleran, Count St. Paul, surnamed the Righteous, and received certain letters of acquittance for her from the French. In these the English commissioners declared that the young queen was just as she had been received, and Percy offered to fight à l'outrance anyone who should assert the contrary. To do the French justice, they could not have welcomed back their young princess royal with more enthusiasm and loyalty if she had been dowered with all the wealth of England, instead of returning destitute and plundered of all but her beauty and honour. The virtues and sweet temper of the young queen had won the affections of her English ladies, for our manuscript pursues, "No, before the parties separated, they all wept most piteously, and when they came to quit the chapel of Our Lady at Lewinghen, Queen Isabel, whose young heart is full of tenderness and kindliness, brought all her English ladies, who were making sore lamentations, onto the French tents, where she made them dine with her. And after dinner, Queen Isabel took all the jewels she had remaining, and divided them among the lords and ladies of England who had accompanied her, who all, nevertheless, wept mightily with sorrow at parting with their young queen. Yet still she sweetly bade them be of good cheer, though weeping herself. Nevertheless, at the moment of parting, all renewed their lamentations." The damsel of Montpensier, sister of the Count de la Marche, the damsel of Luxembourg, sister to the Count de St. Paul, and many other noble ladies, were sent by the Queen of France to wait upon her daughter. Then the Count St. Paul led her to the Dukes of Burgundy and Bourbon, who, with a large company of armed men, were waiting, intending, if any demur had taken place regarding the restoration of their niece, to have charged the English party over hill and over valley, and taken her back by force to her fair sire the King of France. She was received by her countrymen with every honour, and thence escorted to Boulogne and to Abbeville, where the Duke of Burgundy, to celebrate her return, made a grand banquet. She then proceeded through France to Paris, where her coming caused many a tear and many a smile. Most kindly was she received by the King and Queen of France, but though it was pretended by King Henry that she was restored with every honour, yet there was not any revenue or dower assigned her from England as Queen Dowager. Louis, Duke of Orleans, who was anxious to obtain the maiden queen as a bride for his promising heir, undertook to championize her wrongs. He sent a challenge, soon after her arrival in France, to Henry IV., defying him as the plunderer of the young queen and the murderer of her husband, and offering to fight him in the lists on this quarrel. Henry coldly replied, he knew of no precedent which offered the example of a crowned king entering the lists to fight a duel with a subject, however high the rank of that subject might be. How could you suffer, replies Isabella's uncle, in his letter of defiance, my much redoubted lady, Madame Queen of England, to return to her country desolate by the loss of her lord, despoiled of her dower, and of all the property she carried hence on her marriage? He who seeks to gain honour must support her cause. Are not noble knights bound to defend the rights of widows and virgins of virtuous life, such as my niece was known to lead? He concludes his epistle with bitter thanks for the superior care Henry took of the safety of the French knights, by refusing the combat, to what he did of the health and life of his own royal lord, King Richard. This taunt roused Henry into the indignant denial of the murder of his dear lord and cousin King Richard, whom God absolve. He continues, God knows how and by whom that death was done. But if you mean to say his death was caused by our order or consent, we answer that you lie, and will lie foully oft, as you say so. The pertinacity of Henry IV. To gain the sweet young queen as a bride for his gallant son was not overcome even by this furious correspondence with her uncle. In the year 1406, according to Monstrelet, he made a most extraordinary proposal, declaring that if the hand of Isabella, now in her 18th year, were bestowed on the Prince of Wales, he would abdicate the English crown in favour of the young prince. The royal council of France sat in debate on this offer for a long time, but the king's brother, Louis, Duke of Orleans, contended that he had the promise of the hand of Isabella for his son Charles of Angoulême. He represented the frauds of the King of England, and called to their memory the steady aversion of his niece to ally herself with the assassination of the husband she still loved. An unfavourable answer was therefore given to the English ambassadors, who departed malcontent. The betrothment of Isabella to her youthful cousin took place at Compiègne, where her mother, Queen Isabeau, met the Duke of Orleans and his son. Magnificent fetes took place at the ceremony, consisting of banquets, dancing, jousts, and other jollities. But the bride wept bitterly while her hand was pledged to a bridegroom so much younger than herself. The court charitably declared that her tears flowed on account of her losing the title of Queen of England, but the heart of the fair young widow had been too severely schooled in adversity to mourn over a mere empty name. Her thoughts were on King Richard. The husband of Isabella became Duke of Orleans in 1407, when his father was atrociously murdered in the Rue Barbet by his kinsman, the Duke of Burgundy. Isabella took a decided part in demanding justice to be executed on the powerful assassin of her uncle and father-in-law. The young Queen Dowager of England came with her mother-in-law, Violante of Milan, Duchess of Orleans, both dressed in the deepest weeds of black. They arrived without the walls of Paris in a chariot, or wagon, covered with black cloth, drawn by 6 snow-white steeds, whose funeral trappings strongly contrasted with their color. Isabella and her mother-in-law sat weeping in the front wagon. A long file of mourning wagons, filled with the domestics of the princesses, followed. They were met at the gates by most of the princes of blood. This lugubrious train passed, at a foot's pace, through the streets of that capital stained by the slaughter of Orleans. The gloomy appearance of the procession, the downcast looks of the attendants, the flowing tears of the princesses, for a short time, excited the indignation of the Parisians against the popular murderer, John of Burgundy. Isabella alighted at the gates of the Hotel de St. Paul, where, throwing herself at the feet of her half-crazed father, she demanded, in concert with the Duchess Violante, justice on the assassin of her uncle. The unfortunate King of France was thrown into fresh agonies of delirium by the violent excitement produced by the sight of his suppliant daughter and sister-in-law. A year afterwards the same mournful procession traversed Paris again. Isabella again joined Violante in crying for justice, not to the unconscious king, who was raving in delirium, but to the Dauphin Louis, whose feeble hands held the reins of empire his father had dropped. Soon afterward, Isabella attended the deathbed of the Duchess Violante, who died positively of a broken heart for the loss of Orleans. The following year Isabella was married to her cousin. The previous ceremony had been only betrothment. The elegant and precocious mind of this prince soon made the difference of the few years between his age and that of his bride forgotten. Isabella loved her husband entirely. He was the pride of his country, both in mind and person. He was that celebrated poet Duke of Orleans, whose beautiful lyrics are still reckoned among the classics of France. Just as Isabella seemed to have attained the height of human felicity, adored by the most accomplished prince in Europe, beloved by his family, and with no present alloy in her cup of happiness, death claimed her as his prey in the bloom of her life. She expired at the castle of Blois in her 22nd year, a few hours after the birth of her infant child, September 13th, 1410. Her husband's grief amounted to frenzy, but after her infant was brought to him by her attendants, he shed tears, and became calmer while caressing it. The first verses of Orleans that attained any celebrity were poured forth by his grief for his sad bereavement. He says: Alas, death, who made thee so bold to take from me my lovely princess? Who was my comfort, my life, my good, my pleasure, my riches? Alas, I am lonely, bereft of my mate. Adieu, my lady, my lily, our loves are forever severed. But a more finished lyric in the memory of Isabella thus commences in French: J'ai fait l'obsèque de madame. Translation. To my lady's obsequies my love a minister wrought. In the chantry service there was sung by doleful thought. The tapers were of burning sighs that light and odor gave, and grief illumined by tears irradiated her grave. And round about in quaintest guise was carved, within this tomb there lies the fairest thing to mortal eyes. Above her lieth spread a tomb of gold and sapphires blue. The gold doth show her blessedness, the sapphires mark her true. For blessedness and truth in her were livelily portrayed, when gracious God with both his hands her wondrous beauty made. She was, to speak without disguise, the fairest thing to mortal eyes. No more, no more, my heart doth faint, when I the life recall of her who lived so free from taint, so virtuous deemed by all, who in herself was so complete. I think she was ta'en by God to deck his paradise, and with his saints to reign, for well she doth become the skies, whom while on earth each one did prize the fairest thing to mortal eyes. The exquisite beauty and naive earnestness of the last verse will inspire all readers with respect for the genius of the second husband of our Isabella. Isabella, thus passionately mourned in death by her husband, was happy in closing her eyes before the troublous era commenced, when sorrow and disgrace overwhelmed her family and her country. the infamy of her mother had not reached its climax during the life of Isabella. Charles of Orleans, by the peculiar malice of fortune, was doomed to a long imprisonment by the very man who had so often been refused by his wife, a circumstance which perhaps was not altogether forgotten by Henry V. The gallant husband of Isabella, after fighting desperately at Agincourt, was left for dead on the lost field, but, being dragged from beneath a heap of slain, was restored to unwelcome life by the care of a valiant English squire, Richard Waller. Orleans refused to eat or drink after recovering from his swoon, but was persuaded out of his resolution of starving himself to death by the philosophic and friendly remonstrances of Henry V. His wounds soon healed, and he was seen riding side by side with his conqueror and kinsman, conversing in the most friendly terms, a few days after the victory of Agincourt. But after thus reconciling his unfortunate captive to life, Henry refused all ransom for him, because he was the next heir to the throne of France after Charles the Dauphin. Orleans was sent to England, and at first confined at Groom Bridge, in Kent, the seat of Waller, but was afterwards consigned to a severe imprisonment in the Tower of London, where he composed some of his most beautiful poems. It was well that his fine mind possessed resources in itself, for his captivity lasted 23 years. Isabella was first interred at Blois, in the Abbey of Saint Lambert, where her body was found entire, in 1624, curiously wrapped in bands of linen, plated over with quicksilver. It was soon after transferred to the Church of the Celestines, in Paris, the family burying place of the line of Orleans. End of section 2. Section 3 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 3, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Joanna of Navarre, Chapter 1, Part 1. Joanna, or Jane of Navarre, the consort of Henry IV., is one of those queens of England whose records, as connected with the history of this country, are of a very obscure and mysterious character. Yet the events of her life, when traced through foreign chronicles and unpublished sources of information, are replete with interest, forming an unprecedented chapter in the history of female royalty. Joanna was the second daughter of a prince of evil repute, Charles d'Albret, king of Navarre, surnamed the Bad, whose mother was the only child of Louis X. of France by Clemence of Hungary, and, being barred by the Saliquois law from the throne of France, espoused the Count of Evreux and transmitted to her son the petty kingdom of Navarre. By this illustrious maternal descent, the father of Joanna was representative of the elder line of St. Louis. Her mother was Jane, the daughter of the gallant and unfortunate John, King of France. Joanna was born about the year 1370. She was contracted, in 1380, to John, heir of Castile, at which time her eldest brother Charles, heir of Navarre, was married to the sister of that prince. Political reasons caused her appointed bridegroom, on the death of his father, to break his engagement with Joanna, and to espouse a princess of Aragon. The intrigues and crimes of Charles the Bad, who was perpetually engaging in some unprincipled project or another, with a view to establishing himself on the disputed throne of his grandfather, rendered the early youth of Joanna and her brethren a season of painful vicissitude. On one of these occasions, when this unquiet prince had embroiled himself with the regents of France, Joanna and her two elder brothers, Charles and Pierre of Navarre, having been sent for better security to the castle of Bretilles, in Normandy, were, in the year 1381, made prisoners and carried to Paris, where they were detained as hostages for their father's future conduct. Charles le Mauvais, finding his entreaties for their liberation fruitless, out of revenge, suborned a person to poison both the regents. The emissary was detected and put to death, but Charles, the greater criminal of the two, was out of the reach of justice. Joanna and her brother might have been imperiled by the lawless conduct of their father, had they not been in the hands of generous foes, the brothers of their deceased mother. But, though detained for a considerable time as state prisoners in Paris, they were affectionately and honourably treated by the court of France. Their liberation was finally obtained through the mediation of the King of Castile, whose sister, the bride of young Charles of Navarre, with unceasing tears and supplications, wrought upon him to intercede for their release. Thus did Joanna of Navarre owe her deliverance to the prince by whom she had been betrothed and forsaken. In the year 1386, a marriage was negotiated between Joanna and John de Montfort, Duke of Bretagne, surnamed the Valiant. This prince, who was in the decline of life, had already been married twice. On the death of his last duchess without surviving issue, the Dukes of Berry and Burgundy, fearing the duke would contract another English alliance, proposed their niece, Joanna of Navarre, to him for a wife. The Lady Jane of Navarre, Joanna's aunt, had married, 7 years previously, the Viscount de Rohan, a vassal and kinsman of the Duke of Bretagne, and it was through the agency of this lady that the marriage between her new sovereign and her youthful niece was brought about. That this political union was, notwithstanding the disparity of years and the violent temper of the duke, agreeable to the bride, there is full evidence in the grateful remembrance which Joanna retained of the good offices of her aunt on this occasion, long after the nuptial tie between her and her mature lord had been dissolved by death, and she had entered into matrimonial engagements with Henry IV. of England. The Duke of Bretagne having been induced, by the representations of the Lady of Rohan and the nobles attached to the cause of France, to lend a favourable ear to the overtures of this alliance, demanded Joanna's hand of her father, and gave commission to Pierre de Lesnerac to man and appoint a vessel of war to convey the young princess to the shores of Bretagne. Pierre embarked on the 12th of June 1386. There is, in Prévues Historiques, a memorial of the expenses of Pierre de Lesnerac for this voyage, specifying that he stocked the vessels with the provisions required for the royal bride and her train. The contract of marriage between the Duke of Bretagne and Joanna was signed at Pampeluna, August 25, 1386. The King of Navarre engaged to give his daughter 120,000 livres of gold of the coins of the kings of France, and 6,000 livres of the rents due to him on the lands of the Viscount de Avranches. The duke, on his side, assigned to the princess, for her dower, the cities of Nantes and Guérande, the barony of Ray, of Châtellerault de Tuffan, and Guerichet. Joanna then departed with Pierre de Lesnerac and her escort for Bretagne, and on the 11th of September 1386 was married to the Duke of Bretagne at Salé, near Guérande, in the presence of many of the nobles, knights, and squires of Bretagne. The succession of feasts and pageants of the most splendid description were given by the Duke of Bretagne at Nantes, in honour of his nuptials with his young bride. In the beginning of the new year, February 1387, in token of their mutual affection and delight in their union, the Duke and Duchess exchanged gifts of gold, sapphires, pearls, and other costly gems, with horses, falcons, and various sorts of wines. Joanna appears to have possessed the greatest influence over her husband's heart, and to have been treated by him with the fondest consideration on all occasions, although her father was unable to fulfil his promise with regard to the portion the duke was to have received with her. The death of Joanna's father, which took place the same year, was attended with circumstances of peculiar horror. He had long been suffering from a complication of maladies. In hopes of recovering his paralytic limbs from their mortal chillness, he caused his whole person to be sewed up in cloths dripped in spirits of wine and sulphur. One night, after these bandages had been fixed, neither knife nor scissors being at hand, The careless attendants applied the flame of the candle to sever the needle with which the linen had been sewn. The spirits of wine instantly ignited, and the wretched Charles was burned so dreadfully that, after lingering several days, he expired, January 1st, 1387, leaving his throne to his gallant patriotic son, Charles the Good, and his name to the general reprobation of all French chroniclers. The Bretons, who had, according to Don Maurice, boded no good either to themselves or to their duke, from his connection with this prince, far from sympathizing with the grief of their young duchess for the tragic death of her last surviving parent, rejoiced in the deliverance of the earth from a monster whose crimes had rendered him a disgrace to royalty. The last bad act of the life of Charles le Mauvais had been to insinuate to his irascible son-in-law that Oliver de Clisson entertained a criminal passion for the young Duchess of Bretagne, and this idea excited in his mind a thirst for vengeance, which nearly involved him and all connected with him in ruin. In early life, John the Valiant and Clisson had been united in the tenderest ties of friendship. The courage and military skill of Clisson had greatly contributed to the establishment of this prince's claims to the dukedom of Bretagne. Latterly, however, Clisson had opposed the duke's political predilections in favour of England, as productive of much evil to Bretagne, and he had further caused great offence to the duke by ransoming, at his own expense, John, Count de Penthièvre, the rival claimant of the duchy, for his long captivity in England, and marrying him to his eldest daughter and co-heiress, Margaret de Clisson, just at the time when there appeared a prospect of the Duchess Joanna bringing an heir to Bretagne. Clisson was the commander of the armament preparing by France for the invasion of England, which was to sail from Treguer in Bretagne, the king and regents of France imagining they had wholly secured the friendship of the duke by his marriage with his young kinswoman Joanna of Navarre. Their plans were completely frustrated by the unexpected arrest of Clisson by the duke, of which Froissart gives the following lively account, attributing, however, to political motives a proceeding which appears to have been dictated by furious jealousy. Dissembling the deadly malice of his intentions under the deceitful blandishments with which the fell designs of hatred are so frequently masked, he wrote the most affectionate letters to the constable, requesting his presence, as a vassal peer of Bretagne, at a parliament which he had summoned to meet at Vannes, where his duchess was then holding her court at the castle of De la Motte. Suspecting no ill, the constable came with other nobles and knights to attend this parliament. The duke gave a grand dinner to the barons of Bretagne at his castle de la Motte, and entertained them with an appearance of the most affectionate hospitality till a late hour. The constable of France then invited the duke and the same company to dine with him on the following day. The duke accepted the invitation very frankly, and behaved in the most friendly manner, seating himself among the guests, with whom he ate, drank, and conversed, with every appearance of good will. When the repast was concluded, he invited the constable Clisson, the lord de Beaumanoir, and some others, to come with him and see the improvements made by him at his fine castle of Ermine, which he had nearly rebuilt and greatly beautified on the occasion of his late marriage with the princess of Navarre. The duke's behaviour had been so gracious and winning that his invitation was frankly accepted, and the unsuspecting nobles accompanied him on horseback to the castle. When they arrived, the duke, the constable, the lords Laval and Beaumanoir dismounted, and began to view the apartments. The duke led the constable by the hand from chamber to chamber, and even into the cellars, where wine was offered. When they reached the entrance of the keep, the duke paused, and invited Clisson to enter and examine the construction of the building while he remained in conversation with Lord de Laval. The constable entered the tower alone and ascended the staircase. When he had passed the first floor, some armed men who had been ambushed there shut the door below, seized him, dragged him into an apartment, and loaded him with 3 pair of fetters. As they were putting them on, they said, My lord, forgive what we are doing, for we are compelled to do this by the authority of the Duke of Bretagne." When the Lord de Laval, who was at the entrance of the tower, heard the door shut with violence, he was afraid of some plot against his brother-in-law, the constable, and, turning to the duke, who looked as pale as death, was confirmed that something wrong was intended, and cried out, "Ah, my lord, for God's sake, what are they doing? Do not use any violence against the constable." "Lord de Laval," said the duke, "mount your horse and go home while you may. I know very well what I am about." "My lord," said Laval, "I will never depart without my brother-in-law, the constable." Then came the Lord de Beaumanoir, whom the duke greatly hated, and asked where the constable was. The duke, drawing his dagger, advanced to him and said, "Beaumanoir, dost thou wish to be like thy master?" "My lord," replied Beaumanoir, "I cannot believe my master to be otherwise than in good plight." "I ask thee again if thou wouldst wish to be like him," reiterated the duke. "Yes, my lord," replied Beaumanoir. "Well then, Beaumanoir," said the duke, holding the dagger towards him by the point, "since thou wouldst be like him, thou must thrust out one of thine eyes." This malignant taunt on the personal defect of the constable, emanating, as it doubtless did, from the jealous ire that was boiling in his breast, came with a worse grace from the ungrateful duke, since Clisson had lost his eye while fighting bravely in the cause at the battle of Auray. The Lord de Beaumanoir, seeing from the expression of the duke's countenance that things were taking a bad turn, cast himself on his knee and began to expostulate with him on the treachery of his conduct toward the constable and himself. "Go, go," interrupted the duke, "thou shalt have neither better nor worse than he." He then ordered Beaumanoir to be arrested, dragged into another room, and loaded with fetters, his animosity against him almost equaling his hatred to Clisson. The duke then called to him the Sieur Bazvalen, in whom he had the greatest confidence, and ordered him to put the constable to death at midnight, as privately as possible. Bazvalen represented in vain the perilous consequences that would ensue, but the duke said, he had resolved upon it and would be obeyed. During the night, however, his passion subsiding, he repented of having given such orders, and at daybreak sent for Bazvalen and asked if his directions had been obeyed. On being answered in the affirmative, he cried out, "How is Clisson dead?" "Yes, my lord, he was drowned last night, and his body is buried in the garden," said Bazvalen. "Alas!" replied the duke, "this is a most pitiful good morning. Begone, Messire Jehan, and never let me see you more." As soon as Bazvalen had retired, the duke abandoned himself to agonies of remorse. He groaned and cried aloud in his despair, till his squires, valets, and officers of the household flew to his succor, supposing he was suffering intense bodily pain, but no one dared to speak to him, and he refused to receive food. Bazvalen, being informed of his state, returned to him and said, "My lord, as I know the cause of your misery, I believe I can provide a remedy, since there is a cure for all things." "Not for death," replied the duke. Bazvalen then told him that, foreseeing the consequences and the remorse he would feel if the blind dictates of his passion had been obeyed, he had not executed his commands, and that the constable was still alive. "What, Messire Jehan, is he not dead?" exclaimed the duke, and falling on Bazvalen's neck, embraced him in an ecstasy of joy. The Lord de Laval, then entering, renewed his supplications for the life of his brother-in-law Clisson, reminding the duke, in a very touching manner, of the early friendship that had subsisted between them when they were educated together in the same hotel with the Duke of Lancaster, and what good service Clisson had since done him at the battle of Auray, and ended with imploring the duke to name any ransom he pleased for his intended victim. This was touching the right string, for the fury of the duke abated, like that of ancient Pistol, at the allusion to the crowns, and he named 100,000 florins, the strong town of Jugon, and several of the constable's castles, as the price of his relenting. The Lord de Laval then obtained an order from the duke for admittance to Clisson, for the gate of the keep was locked, and the keys were in the duke's chamber. Clisson, who was fettered down to the floor, in momentary expectation of death, felt his spirits revive at the sight of his faithful brother-in-law, and extravagant as the terms were which the Duke of Bretagne had named, he offered no objection to them, verifying the satanic aphorism, that everything a man hath he will give for his life. Clisson and Beaumanoir were then released from their fetters. Wine and plenty of provisions were set before them, for it seemed they had kept fast, as well as vigil, in their dungeons at Ermine Castle, till the murderous ire of John the Valiant was overcome, partly by the remorseful feelings which had disturbed his mind as soon as he supposed the crime had been perpetrated, and partly by the prospect of so much unexpected plunder as the florins, the castles, and the town, which had been guaranteed as the price of his relenting. In 4 days' time the conditions were performed on the part of the constables by the lords de Laval and Beaumanoir. The Duke of Bretagne was put into possession of the town of Jugon, the chateaux Broc, Jozelin, and Les Blancs, and the 100,000 florins were paid into his exchequer, but like most of the gains of iniquity, these acquisitions were of little ultimate advantage to the duke. The arrest of the constable, though it only lasted for 4 days, had the effect of averting the threatened invasion from the shores of England. As he was the commander-in-chief of the expedition, the officers of the armament, some of whom had joined it reluctantly from the first, allowed their men to disband themselves, and, before their general was released from his perilous but brief captivity within the walls of Ermine, the whole force had melted away and dispersed. Clisson carried his complaints to the court of France, and, while a general feeling of indignation was excited at the baseness of the Duke of Bretagne's conduct on this occasion, there were not wanting those whose invidious feelings towards the innocent duchess led them to glance at her as the prompter of the deed, by recalling to the attention of the enemies of the house of Albret how France had been once before agitated by the assassination of Sir Charles d'Espagne, the then constable of France, by her father, the late king of Navarre. Several indignant remonstrances were addressed to the Duke of Bretagne by the offended sovereign and regents of France, but, so far from making the slightest concession or reparation for the outrages of which he had been guilty, John the Valiant told the Bishop of Langres and the other envoys from the court of France that the only thing which he repented was, that he had not slain the constable when he had him in his power. The duke's insolent reply to the ambassadors was followed by a declaration of war from France. He expected nothing less, says Froissart, but his hatred against Clisson was so great that it deprived him of the use of his reason. In fact, the frantic lengths to which this feeling carried him can only be accounted for on the grounds of the jealousy which the incendiary insinuations of the late king of Navarre had excited in his mind. The conduct of the duchess was, however, so prudent and irreproachable, that no part of these angry and suspicious feelings were directed against her. She appears, from first to last, to have enjoyed the undivided affection and esteem of her lord. During this stormy period she continued to reside with him at the strong castle of De la Motte, but they seldom ventured beyond the walls of Vannes for fear of ambuscades. The duke garrisoned and victualled the principal towns and castles in his dominions, and entered into a strict alliance with the young king of Navarre, Joanna's brother, whom he promised to assist in recovering his Norman dominions, if he would unite with him and the English against the French. In the midst of these troubles, Joanna was delivered of her firstborn child at the castle of Nantes, a daughter who was baptized by the Bishop of Vannes, and received the name of Joanna. The infant only survived a few months. The grief of the young duchess for this bereavement was at length mitigated by a second prospect of her bringing an heir to her childless lord's dominions. But the anticipations of this joyful event were clouded by the gloomy aspect of the affairs of Bretagne, the duke having involved himself in a fearful predicament with France. The council of the duke strongly urged the necessity of peace with France. Among other arguments, they represented the situation of the duchess, saying, "Your lady is now far advanced in her pregnancy, and you should pay attention that she is not alarmed, and as to her brother, he can give you but little support, for he has enough to do himself." The council concluded by imploring him to make peace with the lord of Clisson. The duke was much struck on hearing this reasoning, and remained some time leaning over a window that opened into a court. His council were standing behind him. After some musing, he turned round and said, "How can I ever love Oliver de Clisson, when the thing I most repent of in this world is not putting him to death when I had him in my castle of Ermine?" Stubborn and headstrong as the duke was, the fear of agitating his young consort decided him, at last, to yield an ungracious submission to his suzerain. Accordingly he went to Paris, and performed his long withheld homage to Charles VI, and the feudal service of pouring water into a golden basin, and holding the napkin for the king to wash. All this was done with evident ill will, but the French monarch and princes overlooked the manner of the duke, out of consideration for their kinswoman, the Duchess Joanna, who, without taking any very decided part in politics, appears always to have used her influence for the purpose of conciliation. Few princesses could have been placed in a situation of greater difficulty than Joanna, while presiding over a court so torn with contending factions as that of Bretagne, as the consort of a prince old enough to have been her grandfather, and of so violent and irascible a temper that, from the time of their marriage, he was always involving himself and his dominions in some trouble or other. Yet the combative disposition of John the Valiant need scarcely excite our wonder, when we reflect on the history of his early life, and the stormy scenes in which his infancy and childhood were passed. He might have said with truth, "I was rocked in a buckler, and fed from a blade." More than once was he brought forth in a nurse's arms amidst the tumult of battle, to encourage the partisans of his father's title to the dukedom of Bretagne, or placed in his cradle on the ramparts of Hennebon, during the memorable defence of that place by his mother, Margaret of Flanders. The violent temper of the duke appears to have been chiefly exercised on men, for though he had 3 wives, he was tenderly beloved by them all. In person this prince was a model of manly beauty. His portrait, by the friar Jean Chaperon, in the church of Cordeliers in Reims, painted immediately after the decisive battle of Auray, which established his long disputed claim to the throne of Bretagne, reminds us of the head of a youthful Apollo, so graceful and exquisitely proportioned are the features. He wears the crown and ermine mantle of Bretagne, with a small ruff, supported by a collar ornamented with gems, and clasped before with a jewel forming the centre of a rose. His favourite dog, perhaps the faithless hound of oracular celebrity, which forsook the luckless Charles de Blois on the eve of the battle of Auray to fawn on him, is represented in the act of licking his shoulder. In the year 1388, Joanna brought an heir to Bretagne, who was baptized Pierre, but the duke afterwards changed his name to John. This much desired event was soon followed by the birth of the Princess Marie. The duchess, whose children were born in very quick succession, was on the eve of her 3rd confinement, when her lord's secret treaties with his old friend and brother-in-law, Richard II of England, drew from the regents of France very stern remonstrances. An embassy extraordinary, headed by no less a person than the Duc de Berry, was sent by the council to complain of his intelligence with the enemies of France, and to require him to renew his oath of allegiance as a vassal peer of that realm. So far, however, was the Duke of Bretagne from being impressed with the high rank and importance of these envoys, that, suspecting they intended to appeal to his nobles against his present line of conduct, he determined, in violation of these considerations in all ages have rendered the persons of ambassadors sacred, to arrest them all, and keep them as hostages till he had made his own terms with France. Le Moyne de Saint Denis, a contemporary historian, declares, He hears this from the very lips of the ambassadors, who related to him the peril from which they escaped through the prudence of Joanna. Fortunately for all parties, it happened that her younger brother, Pierre of Navarre, was at the court of Nantes, and, being apprised of the duke's design, hastened to Joanna, whom he found at her toilet, and confided to her the alarming project then in agitation. Joanna, who was then in hourly expectation of the birth of her fourth child, immediately perceived the dreadful consequences that would result from such an unheard of outrage. She took her infants in her arms, and flew to the duke's apartment, half dressed as she was, with her hair loose and dishevelled, and throwing herself at his feet, bathed in tears, conjured him, for the sake of those tender pledges of their mutual love, to abandon the rash design that passion had inspired, which, if persisted in, must involve himself and all belonging to him in utter ruin. The duke, who had kept his design a secret from his wife, was surprised at the manner of her address. After an agitated pause, he said, "Lady, how you came by your information I know not, but rather than be the cause of such distress to you, I will revoke my order." Joanna then prevailed on him to meet the ambassadors in the cathedral the next day, and afterwards to accompany them to Tours, where the king of France gave him a gracious reception, and induced him to renew his homage, by promising to unite his second daughter, Joanna of France, with the heir of Bretagne. End of section 3. Section 4 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 3, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Joanna of Navarre, Chapter 1, Part 2. High feasts and rejoicings celebrated the reconciliation of the Duke of Bretagne with the King of France, and the treaty for the marriage between their children. On this occasion, the choleric Duke condescended, at the table of the King of France, to dine in company with his rival, John of Bretagne. But not even there would he meet Sir Oliver Clisson, so true it is that the aggressor is more difficult to conciliate than the injured party. This vindictive spirit on the part of the Duke next betrayed him into the dishonourable proceeding of extending his protection to Sir Peter Crayon, after a base attempt to assassinate the constable in the Place de Sainte Catherine. The King of France was much exasperated when he heard that Crayon was sheltered by the Duke of Bretagne, and wrote a peremptory demand for him to be given up to justice. The royal messengers found the Duke at his castle of Ermine with his Duchess, and were civilly entertained. The Duke positively denied any knowledge of Crayon. But the king, being persuaded to the contrary, once more prepared to invade the duchy, with the avowed intention of deposing John the Valiant, and making himself the guardian of the young heir of Bretagne, Joanna's eldest son. The duke was preserved from the ruin that threatened him by the alarming access of frenzy with which the king was seized in the scorching plains of Mons. Meantime, Sir Oliver Clisson raised a civil war in Bretagne, which greatly harassed the court. The duke lost all of his ill-acquired gains, was forced to shut himself up in Vannes with the duchess and their children, without venturing beyond the walls, as the warfare was of the most murderous nature, and quarter was given by neither party. Clisson had greatly the advantage in the contest, and, besides being important successes not necessary to record here, he twice captured all the gold and silver plate belonging to the duke and duchess, and many of their jewels and other precious effects, which enabled him to carry on the war against them. And, though the duke was the sovereign of the country, there was not a Breton knight or squire who would bear arms against Clisson. At length, Joanna, who was, in her quiet way, a much sounder politician than her lord, contrived to establish a sort of amicable understanding with some of the Breton nobles in the interest of Clisson. The Viscount Rohan, her agent in this negotiation, was, at the same time, the son of her aunt, Jane of Navarre, and Clisson's son-in-law. The Duke of Bretagne had at length become aware of the difficulties that surrounded him. He felt that he was growing old, and that his children were very young, and, excepting the Duke and Duchess of Burgundy, there was not a friend in the world who would take care of his wife and her infants. As to the branch of Navarre from which the Duchess sprang, the wicked acts of her father had made that family remarkably unpopular in France. Therefore, he feared that if the hatred of Sir Oliver de Clisson and the Count of Penthievres continued to be united against his house, his children and their mother would, in case of his decease, be left with many enemies. Having pondered these things in his mind, the Duke, without asking advice from his council, called a secretary, to whom, on entering his chamber, he gave a large sheet of paper, and said, "Write down what I shall dictate." The secretary having made himself ready, the Duke repeated every word that he was to write, and the letter was indited in the most friendly terms to Clisson, desiring him to devise some means for them to meet, when everything should be settled most amicably. The letter was folded up in the presence alone of the Duke and his secretary, and the Duke, having sealed it with his own signet, called his most trusty varlet into the apartment, saying, "Hasten to the castle of Josselin, and saying boldly that I have sent thee to speak to my cousin Sir Oliver, the Lord of Clisson. Thou wilt be introduced to him. Salute him from me. If he return the salute, give him this letter, and bring me back his answer, but on thy life tell no man." On the arrival of the varlet at Castle Josselin, the Lord de Clisson examined the private signet of the Duke, which he knew well, opened the letter, and read it 2 or 3 times over, and was much astonished at the friendly and affectionate terms in which it was compounded. After musing some time, he told the varlet he would consider his answer, and ordered him to be conducted to an apartment by himself. The attendants of the Lord of Clisson were amazed at what they saw and heard, for never before had anyone come from the Duke of Bretagne without being mured in the deepest dungeon. Clisson wrote, in return, that if the Duke wished to see him, he must send his son as a pledge, who would be taken the greatest care of till his return. This letter was sealed and given to the varlet, who hastened back to the Duke at Vannes. On receiving the letter from the Lord of Clisson, he paused after reading it, then exclaimed, "I will do it; for, since I mean to treat amicably with him, every cause of distrust must be removed." He then said to the Viscount Rohan, "Viscount, you and the Lord de Monboucher shall carry my little son to the Chateau Josselin, and bring back with you the Lord de Clisson, for I am determined to make up our quarrel." Some days, however, elapsed before the Duchess could resolve to part with her boy. At length her earnest desire of composing the strife overcame her maternal fears, and she permitted her kinsman Rohan to conduct the princely child to Castle Josselin. When Clisson saw the boy, and perceived the confidence the Duke had placed in him, he was much affected. The result was that he and the Duke's envoy set out together from Castle Josselin, carrying the boy with them, for Sir Oliver said he would give him back to his parents, as henceforth he should never distrust the Duke after the trial he had made of him. Such generosity was shown on both sides that it was no wonder a firm peace was the consequence. Sir Oliver dismounted at the convent of Dominicans, the place where the interview was appointed to take place. When the Duke of Bretagne found that Sir Oliver had brought back his son, he was highly delighted with his generosity and courtesy, and, hastening to the convent, shut himself up in a chamber with Sir Oliver. Here they conversed some time. Then they went privately down the garden, and entered a small boat that conveyed them to an empty ship anchored in the river, and, when at a distance from their people, they conferred for a long time. Their friends thought all the time they were conversing in the convent chamber. When they had arranged all matters thus secretly, they called their boatman, who rowed them to the church of the Dominicans, where they entered by a private door through the garden and cloisters, the Duke holding Sir Oliver by the hand all the time. All who saw them thus were well pleased. Indeed, the whole of Bretagne was made very happy when this peace was made public. But, owing to the extreme precautions of the duke, no one knew what passed during the conference on the river. Such is the very interesting account given by Froissart of the reconciliation of these two deadly enemies. The Breton chroniclers attribute the pacification wholly to the influence of Joanna, an application having been made to her by Viscount Rohan, the husband of her aunt, praying her good offices in mediating a peace between her lord and the rebel peers of Bretagne. In compliance with this request, she prevailed on the duke to raise the siege of Josselin, and make those concessions to Clisson which produced the happy result of putting an end to the civil war. Clisson agreed to pay 10,000 francs of gold to the duke, and, with the rest of the Breton barons, associated the Duchess of Bretagne in the solemn oaths of homage which they renewed to their sovereign on the 28th of December, 1393, at Nantes. In the same year proposals of marriage were made by Joanna's future husband, Henry of Lancaster, Earl of Derby, to her niece, the young Princess of Navarre, but the negotiation came to nothing. The following year, Marie of Bretagne, Joanna's eldest daughter, was contracted to the eldest son of this prince, afterwards Henry V. The Duke of Bretagne engaged to give Marie 150,000 francs in gold for her portion. The castle of Brest, though at that time in the possession of the English, was, at the especial desire of the Duchess Joanna, appointed for the solemnization of the nuptials, and the residence of the youthful pair. But after the cessation of this important town had been guaranteed by Richard II, the King of France contrived to break the marriage by inducing the heir of Alençon to offer to marry the princess, with a smaller dower than the heir of Lancaster was to have received with her. Marie was espoused to John of Alençon, June 26, 1396, and a peculiar animosity always subsisted between her husband and the defrauded Henry of Monmouth. The heir of Bretagne was married to Joanna of France the same year. Previously to this ceremony, the young bridegroom received the sacrament of confirmation from Henry, Bishop of Vannes, and, according to the wish of her father, exchanged the name of Peter for that of John. The espousals were solemnized at the Hôtel de Saint Paul by the Archbishop of Rouen, in the presence of the King and Queen of France, the Queen of Sicily, the Duke and Duchess of Bretagne, and the Dukes of Berry and Burgundy, Joanna's uncles. The Duke of Bretagne undertook a voyage to England in 1398 to induce King Richard to restore him to the earldom of Richmond, which had been granted by Richard II to his first queen, Anne of Bohemia, and, after her death, to Jane of Bretagne, the sister of the duke, who was married to Raoul Basset, an English knight. Richard II restored the earldom to the duke, and gave him an acquittance of all his debts to him, and the duke did the same by him at Windsor, 23rd of April, 1398. It was time, says Dom Maurice, with some naivete, that these princes should settle their accounts together, for the one was on the point of deposition, the other of death. It was in the following year that Joanna first became acquainted with her second husband, Henry of Bolingbroke, during the period of his banishment from his native land. Henry was not only one of the most accomplished warriors and statesmen of the age in which he lived, but remarkable for his fine person and graceful manners. The vindictive jealousy of his cousin, Richard II of England, had pursued him to the court of France, and exerted itself successfully to break the matrimonial engagements, into which he was about to enter, with the Lady Marie of Berry, the daughter of Charles VI's uncle. This princess was cousin german to Joanna, and in all probability was the object of Henry's affection, if we may form conclusions, from the bitterness with which he ever appears to have recurred to Richard's arbitrary interference, for the prevention of this marriage. Charles VI of France, though he entertained a personal friendship for Henry, whom he regarded as an ill-treated man, had reluctantly requested him to withdraw from his court, as his residence there was displeasing to Richard II. Henry then turned his steps towards Bretagne, but, aware of the intimate connection which subsisted between the duke and Richard, He paused at the castle of Blois, and sent one of the knights of his train forward to announce his approach to the court of Vannes, and to ascertain the nature of the reception the duke might be disposed to give him. John the Valiant, according to Froissart, was piqued at the mistrust implied by this proceeding on the part of Henry, for, says that historian, he was much attached to him, having always loved the Duke of Lancaster, his father, better than the other sons of Edward III. "Why," said he to the knight, "has our nephew stopped on the road? It is foolish, for there is no knight whom I would so gladly see in Bretagne as my fair nephew, the Earl of Derby. Let him come and find a hearty welcome." When the Earl of Derby received this message, he immediately set forward for the dominions of the Duke of Bretagne. The Duke of Bretagne met the Earl at Nantes, and received him and his company with great joy. It was on this occasion that Henry first saw, and, if the chronicles of Bretagne may be relied on, conceived that esteem for the Duchess Joanna, which afterwards induced him to become a suitor for her hand. We find he was accustomed to call the Duke of Bretagne his good uncle, in memory of his first marriage with Mary of England, and it is very probable that, in accordance with the manners of those times, he addressed the Duchess Joanna, in courtesy, by the title of aunt. The Archbishop of Canterbury accompanied Henry to the court of Bretagne incognito, having just arrived from England with an invitation to him from the Londoners and some of the nobles attached to his party, urging him to invade England for the ostensible purpose of claiming its inheritance, the Duchy of Lancaster. Henry repeated this in confidence to the Duke of Bretagne, and requested his advice. "Fair nephew," replied the Duke, "the straightest road is the surest and the best. You are in a perplexing situation, and ask advice. I would have you trust the Londoners. They are powerful, and will compel King Richard, who, I understand, has treated you unjustly, to do as they please. I will assist you with vessels, men at arms, and crossbows. You shall be conveyed to the shores of England in my ships, and my people shall defend you from any perils you may encounter on the voyage." Whether Henry was indebted to the good offices of the Duchess Joanna for this favourable reply from the Duke, history has not recorded. But, as John the Valiant had hitherto been the fast friend, and, as far as his disaffected nobles would permit, the faithful ally of his royal brother-in-law, Richard II, and now that his suzerain, Charles VI of France, was united in the closest bonds of amity with that prince, and the young heir of Bretagne was espoused to the sister of his queen, it must have been some very powerful influence, scarcely less indeed than the eloquence of a bosom counsellor, that could have induced him to furnish Richard's mortal foe with the means of invading England. The purveyances of aspiring Lancaster were, however, prepared at Vannes, and the Duke of Bretagne came thither with his guest when all things were ready for his departure. Henry was conveyed by 3 of the Duke's vessels of war, freighted with men at arms and crossbows. This royal adventurer, the banished Lancaster, appears to have been the person who gave to the Myosotis Arvensis, or Forget-me-not, its emblematic and poetic meaning, by uniting it, at the period of his exile, on his collar of SS, with the initial letter of his mot or watchword, Souvenez-vous de moi, thus rendering it the symbol of remembrance, and, like the subsequent fatal roses of York, Lancaster, and Stuart, the lily of Bourbon and the violet of Napoleon, an historical flower. Poets and lovers have adopted this sentiment, which makes the blue Myosotis plead the cause of the absent, by the eloquence of its popular name, Forget-me-not. Few indeed of those who, at parting, exchange this simple touching appeal to memory are aware of the fact that it was first used as such by a royal Plantagenet prince, who was, perhaps, indebted to the agency of this mystic blossom for the crown of England. We know not if Henry of Lancaster presented a Myosotis to the Duchess of Bretagne at his departure from the court of Vannes, but he afforded a convincing proof that his fair hostess was not forgotten by him, when a proper season arrived for claiming her remembrance. The assistance rendered by the Duke of Bretagne to the future husband of his consort was not the last important action of his life. He was at that time in declining health, and had once more involved himself in disputes with Clisson and his party. Clisson's daughter, Margaret, Countess of Ponthievres, being a woman of an ambitious and daring spirit, was perpetually urging her husband and father to set up the rival title of the House of Blois to the Duchy of Bretagne, and is accused by Alan Bouchard and other of the Breton chroniclers of having hastened the death of John the Valiant by poison or sorcery. The duke was carefully attended by Joanna in his dying illness. By a codicil to his last will and testament, which he had made during his late visit to England, he confirms her dower and all his former gifts to his beloved companion, the Duchess Joanna, whom, with his eldest son John, Count de Montfort, the Bishop of Nantes, and his cousin, the Lord Montauban, he nominates his executors. The document concludes with these words: "In the absence of others, and in the presence of our said companion the Duchess, this codicil is signed 26th day of October 1399, dictated by our said Lord the Duke from his sickbed, and given under his seal in the castle tower near Nantes, about the hour of vespers, in the presence of the Duchess, Guile, a knight, Master Robert Brocherol, and Joanna Chesnel, wife of Guidon de Roupefort. Written by J. de Ripa, notary, at the castle at Nantes." On the 1st of November 1399 the duke breathed his last, and Joanna, having been appointed by him as regent for their eldest son, the young duke, with the entire care of his person, assumed the reins of government in his name. Her first public act, after the funeral of her deceased lord had been solemnized in the cathedral church of Nantes, was a public reconciliation with Sir Oliver Clisson, with his son-in-law, Count de Penthievres, and the rest of the disaffected nobles who had been at open variance with her deceased lord. She employed the prelates and some of the most prudent of the nobles of Bretagne to mediate this pacification, and, after many journeys and much negotiation, concessions were made on both sides, and Clisson, with the rest of the malcontents, swore to obey the widowed duchess, during the minority of their young duke, her son. This treaty was signed and sealed at the castle of Blaine, January 1, 1400. Clisson's power in the duchy was so great, owing to his vast possessions there, his great popularity, and his influence as constable of France, that he might have been a most formidable enemy to the young duke, if the Duchess Regent had not taken such laudable pains to conciliate him. When Joanna had exercised the sovereign authority as regent for her son a year and a half, the young duke, accompanied by her, made his solemn entrance into Rennes, March 22nd, 1401, and took the oaths in the presence of his prelates and nobles, having entered his 12th year. He then proceeded to the cathedral, and, according to the custom of the dukes, his predecessors, passed the night in prayer before the great altar of St. Peter. On the morrow, having heard mass, he was knighted by Clisson, and then conferred knighthood on his younger brothers, Arthur and Jules, after which he was invested with the ducal habit, circlet, and sword, by his prelates and nobles, and carried in procession through the city. When the ecclesiastical ceremony was ended, the young duke mounted his horse, and, attended by his nobles, returned to the castle of Rennes, where a royal banquet had been prepared under the auspices of the Duchess Regent. Joanna put her son in possession of the duchy at so tender an age, as a preliminary to her union with Henry IV., who had been in a great measure indebted to the good offices of her late lord for his elevation to the throne of England. Henry had been for some years a widower. His first wife was Mary de Bohun, the co-heiress of the Earl of Hereford, Lord Constable of England. Joanna, to whom the proposal of a union with this prince appears to have been peculiarly agreeable, being aware that a serious obstacle existed on the important subject of religion, kept the affair a profound secret, till she could obtain from the Pope of Avignon a general dispensation to marry any one whom she pleased, within the 4th degree of consanguinity, without naming the person. Henry, who had been educated in Wicklifite principles, being at that time attached to the party of Boniface, the Pope of Rome, or the antipope, as he was styled by those who denied his authority. Joanna's agents negotiated this difficult arrangement so adroitly that the bull was executed, according to her desire, March 20th, 1402, without the slightest suspicion being entertained, by the orthodox court of Avignon, that the schismatic king of England was the mysterious person, within the forbidden degrees of consanguinity, whom Benedict had so obligingly granted the Duchess Dowager of Bretagne liberty to espouse. When Joanna had thus outwitted her pope, she dispatched a trusty squire of her household, named Antoine Rixey, to conclude her treaty of marriage with King Henry. After the articles of this matrimonial alliance were signed, Joanna and her royal bridegroom were espoused, by procuration, at the palace of Eltham, on the 3rd day of April, 1402. Antoine Rixey acting as the proxy of the bride. What motive could have induced the lovely widow of John the Valiant of Bretagne to choose a male representative on this interesting occasion, it is difficult to say, but it is certain that Henry promised to take his august fiancée to wife, in the person of the said Antoine Rixey, to whom he plighted his nuptial troth, and on his finger he placed the bridal ring. This act was performed with great solemnity in the presence of the Archbishop of Canterbury, the king's half-brothers, the Beaufort princes, the Earl of Worcester, Lord Chamberlain of England, and other officers of state. Rixey had previously produced a letter from the Duchess Joanna, empowering him to contract matrimony with the King of England in her name, on which the trusty squire, having received King Henry's plight, pronounced that of Joanna in these words: I, Antoine Rixey, in the person of my worshipful lady, Dame Joanna, the daughter of Charles, lately King of Navarre, Duchess of Bretagne, and Countess of Richmond, take you, Henry of Lancaster, King of England and Lord of Ireland, to my husband, and thereto I, Antoine, in the spirit of my said lady, plight you my troth. No sooner was this ceremony concluded than the rigid canoness represented to Joanna that she would commit a deadly sin by completing her marriage with a prince attached to the communion of Pope Boniface. The case, however, not being without precedent, the court of Avignon thought it better to quiet the conscience of the duchess, thinking it possible that great advantages might be derived from her forming an alliance with the King of England, whose religious principles had hitherto been anything but stable. She obtained, July 23rd, permission of her pope to live with the schismatic Catholics, and even outwardly to conform to them by receiving the sacraments from their hands, provided that she remained firmly attached to the party of Benoit XIII. Meantime the court of France beheld with alarm the proceedings of the duchess, apprehending, and with reason, that it was her intention to carry her children with her to England, and to attach them to the interests of their royal stepfather. The Duke of Burgundy, who, at that time, had the principal direction of the government of France, found that to counteract King Henry's policy, it would be necessary for him to go in person to Bretagne. He proceeded to Nantes on the 1st of October. The duchess, having heard of his arrival, invited him to dinner and regaled him sumptuously. The duke, on his part, having prepared a treat of a more important kind for the duchess, presented her, at the conclusion of the repast, with a rich crown and a sceptre of crystal, and another of gold, ornamented with pearls and precious stones. He gave the young duke a buckle of gold, adorned with rubies and pearls, a beautiful diamond, and a number of silver vessels. To each of his little brothers, Arthur, Earl of Richmond, and Count Jules of Bretagne, he presented a collar of gold, enriched with rubies and pearls. He gave the Countess of Rohan, Joanna's aunt, a splendid diamond, and a buckle to each of her ladies and damsels who were present. The lords-in-waiting and officers of the duchess's household were not forgotten in this magnificent distribution of largesses, in which the duke expended an immense sum. These discreet gifts entirely gained the heart of the duchess, of the princes, her children, of her lords and officers, but above all, of that most influential courtier, the ladies of her court and bedchamber. They were sure he would be the best person in the world to defend the rights and protect the person of their young duke, and to diffuse happiness and prosperity among his subjects, and they besought him to undertake the guardianship of the royal minors and their patrimony. The duke accepted this charge as the nearest relation of the children of his friend and kinsman, the late duke, and the uncle of the duchess, and swore upon the holy evangelist to preserve faithfully the laws, liberties, and privileges of the Bretons. The duchess, having been thoroughly persuaded how much better it would be for the interests of her children to leave them under the care of this powerful protector, than to alienate the affections of the people of Bretagne, by taking them to England, subscribed to the treaty. After the duchess had confided the guardianship of her children to the Duke of Burgundy, he departed from Nantes for Paris, on the 3rd of November, 1402, after a stay of 2 months, taking with him the young duke and his 2 brothers, Arthur and Jules. The duke was only in his 13th year, and the younger princes so small that they could scarcely guide the horse on which they were mounted, one behind the other. They were conducted by the Duke of Burgundy to Paris, where the young Duke of Bretagne performed his homage to Charles VI of France. Joanna had another son, named Richard, an infant, who was not mentioned in the Breton chronicles, as forming one of this party. One of Joanna's last actions as Duchess of Bretagne was to secure to her aunt, Jane of Navarre, the wife of the Viscount Rohan, a pension of £1,000 per year, out of the rents of her dower city and county of Nantes. This deed, which is printed in the Foedera, affords an interesting testimony of Joanna's affection for her deceased lord, as she expressly states that this annuity is granted, not only in consideration of the nearness of kindred and friendship that is between her and her aunt, but also for, and in remuneration of, the good pains and diligence she used to procure our marriage with our very dear and beloved lord, whom God assoil. Of which marriage it so pleased our Lord and Saviour that we should continue a noble line, to the great profit of the country of Bretagne, in our very dear and beloved son, the Duke of Bretagne, and our other children, sons and daughters. And for this, it was the will and pleasure of our said very dear and beloved Lord, if he had had a longer life, to have bestowed many gifts and benefits on our said aunt, to aid her in her sustenance and provision. This deed is executed at Vannes. End of section 4. Section 5 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 3, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Joanna of Navarre, Chapter 2, Part 1. Joanna assumed the title of Queen of England some months before her departure from Bretagne, and she is mentioned as such in all contemporary documents. She appears to have exerted a sort of matrimonial influence with her royal bridegroom, soon after the ceremonial of their espousals had been performed by proxy, for we find that she wrote to Henry, in behalf of one of her countrymen, the master of a Navarrese wine ship, who had been plundered of his cargo, in the reign of Richard II, by William Prince, a captain in the Earl of Arundel's fleet. Her intercession proved effectual, for King Henry, as he expressly states, at the request of our dearest consort, enjoins his admiral, Thomas Ramstone, to see that proper satisfaction is made to the master of the wine ship by the said William Prince. Previous to her departure from Bretagne, Joanna sold the government of her castle of Nantes to Clisson for 12,000 crowns, and having only tarried to complete this arrangement, she, on the 20th of December, 1402, proceeded to Camaret with her 2 infant daughters, Blanche and Marguerite, their nurses, and a numerous train of Breton and Navarrese attendants. The English fleet, with the 2 half-brothers of her affianced bridegroom, the Earl of Somerset and Henry Beaufort, Bishop of Lincoln, with Thomas Percy, Earl of Worcester, the Lord Chamberlain of England, had been waiting at that port a considerable time. Joanna, with her daughters and her retinue, embarked at Camaret, January 13th, in a vessel of war commanded by the young Earl of Arundel. The expedition sailed the same day with a favourable wind, but encountered a dreadful tempest at sea, by which the vessels were much damaged. After tossing 5 days and 5 nights on the wintry waves, Joanna and her children were driven on the coast of Cornwall, and instead of landing at Southampton, their original destination, they disembarked at Falmouth. From thence the illustrious travellers proceeded to Winchester, where King Henry was in waiting with his lords, to receive his long-expected bride. The nuptials between Joanna and Henry were publicly solemnized, February 7th, 1403, in that ancient royal city, in the church of St. Swithin, with great pomp. The bridal feast was very costly, having 2 courses of fish, and, at the end of the second, panthers crowned were introduced for what was, in the quaint language of the times, called a sotilty, or banquet ornamented with confectionery. Eagles crowned formed the sotilty at the end of the 3rd course. Great preparations were made by the citizens of London to meet and welcome the newly married consort of the sovereign of their choice on her approach to the metropolis. Among other expenses for the civic procession ordained in her honour, the grocers' company allowed Robert Steins, their beadle, 6s. 8d. for riding into Suffolk to hire minstrels. He engaged 6, namely, a panel minstrale et 6 rampagnons, probably meaning companions. This Suffolk musical band was paid £4 for riding to Blackheath to meet the queen. The mayor, the aldermen, and sheriffs went out in procession on this occasion, with the crafts in brown and blue, and every man a red hood on his head. Queen Joanna rested the first day at the Tower. That she went to Westminster in grand procession on the following is ascertained by the entry for paying the said Suffolk minstrels 13s. 4d. on the morrow, when the queen passed through Cheapside to Westminster. There is an exquisite drawing in a contemporary manuscript illustrative of Joanna's coronation, which took place February 26, 1403, not quite 3 weeks after her bridal. She is there represented as a very majestic and graceful woman, in the meridian glory of her days, with a form of the most symmetrical proportions, and a countenance of equal beauty. Her attitude is that of easy dignity. She is depicted in her coronation robes, which are of a peculiarly elegant form. Her dalmatica differs little in fashion from that worn by our sovereign lady Queen Victoria at her inauguration. It partially displays her throat and bust, and is closed at the breast with a rich cordon and tassels. The mantle has apertures through which her arms are seen. They are bare and very finely moulded. She is enthroned, not by the side of her royal husband, but with the same ceremonial honours that are paid to a queen regnant, in a chair of state placed singly under a rich canopy, emblazoned and elevated on a very high platform, of a hexagonal shape, approached on every side by 6 steps. 2 archbishops have just crowned her, and are still supporting the royal diadem on her head. Her hair falls in rich curls on her bosom. In her right hand she holds a sceptre, and in her left an orb surmounted by a cross, a very unusual attribute for a queen consort, as it is a symbol of sovereignty, and could only have been allowed to Queen Joanna as a very especial mark of her royal bridegroom's favour. In this picture, a peeress in her coronet and robes of state, probably occupying the office of mistress of the robes, stands next the person of the queen on her right hand, and just behind her are seen a group of noble maidens wearing wreaths of roses, like the train bearers of her majesty Queen Victoria, affording a curious but probably forgotten historical testimony that such was the costume prescribed anciently by the sumptuary regulations for the courtly demoiselles, who were appointed to the honour of bearing a queen of England's train at her coronation. At this ceremonial, John, Lord de Latimer, received 40 marks for release of the almoner's dish placed before Queen Joanna on the day of her coronation, he having the hereditary right of almoner on such occasions. Among other courtly pageants at Queen Joanna's coronation, a tournament was held, in which Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick, maintained the lists in honour of the royal bride. In the pictorial chronicles of the life and acts of this chivalric peer, who was surnamed the Courteous, it is said that he kept jousts on the queen's part against all other comers, and so notably and knightly behaved himself as redounded to his noble fame and perpetual worship. This quaint sentence is in explanation of another historical drawing, in which Queen Jane, as she is there styled, is represented sitting in state with the king, attended by her ladies in an open gallery, beholding with evident satisfaction the prowess of her champion. Instead of her royal robes, the queen is here represented in a gown fitting close to her shape, and has exchanged her crown for one of the lofty Syrian caps, then the prevailing headdress for ladies of rank in England, with its large, stiff, transparent veil, supported on a framework at least 2 feet in height. The queen's ladies in waiting wear hoods and veils very gracefully draped, and by no means emulating the towering headgear of their royal mistress. King Henry is by Queen Joanna's side, wearing a furred gown and velvet cap of maintenance, looped up with a fleur-de-lis. His appearance is that of a gallant gentleman in middle life. The balcony, in which the royal bride and bridegroom are seated, is not unlike the royal stand at Ascot, only more exposed to public view, and the king and queen are both accommodated with the luxury of large square cushions for their elbows, with tassels at the corners. King Henry sits quite at ease, resting his arms on his cushion, but the queen leans forward and extends her hands with a gesture of great animation as she looks down on the contest. Warwick has just struck his opponent. He wears the bare and ragged staff on his helmet. This historical sketch, besides its great beauty, is very valuable for its delineation of costume. Joanna of Navarre was the first widow since the Norman conquest who wore the crown matrimonial of England. She was, as we have seen, the mother of a large family. Her age, at the period of her second nuptials, must have been about 33, and if past the morning freshness of her charms, her personal attractions were still very considerable. Her monumental effigy represents her as a model of feminine loveliness. Her exemplary conduct, as the wife of the most irascible prince in Christendom, and the excellence of her government as regent for her eldest son, had afforded unquestionable evidence of the prudence and wisdom of this princess, and she was in possession of a very fine dower. Yet the marriage was never popular in England. It has been asserted by many historians that Henry IV married the Duchess Dowager of Bretagne chiefly with the view of directing the counsels of the young duke her son. If such were his motives, they were completely frustrated by the maternal feelings of Joanna, who, nobly consulting the welfare of her son and the wishes of his subjects, rather than the interests of her second husband, placed her children, as we have seen, under the protection of the Duke of Burgundy previously to her departure from Bretagne, and even after her coronation as Queen of England, we find, by her letters dated Westminster, March 9th, 1403, that she confirms her last act as Duchess Regent of Bretagne by solemnly appointing her well-beloved uncle, the Duke of Burgundy, the guardian of her sons, John, Duke of Bretagne, Arthur, and Jules, and enjoins those young princes to be obedient to him, and to attend diligently to his advice. The bridal festivities of Henry IV and his new queen were soon interrupted by the news of a descent of the French on the Isle of Wight, but the inhabitants compelled the invaders to retire to their ships with dishonour. Next the Breton fleet, being wholly under the direction of the court of France, put to sea and committed great depredations on the coast of Cornwall, and on the merchant shipping, causing much uneasiness to the king, and rendering the new queen distasteful to the nation. The memorable Percy rebellion occurred in the same year, and it has been said that this was fomented by the Earl of Worcester, in consequence of a disagreement between him and Queen Joanna during her voyage from Bretagne. This might possibly have originated in some dispute with Joanna's natural brother, Charles of Navarre, who accompanied her to England in the capacity of chamberlain to herself. Be this as it may, it is almost certain that the battle of Shrewsbury might have been prevented if Worcester, who was employed by the insurgent lords to negotiate a pacification with Henry, had fairly and honestly stated the concessions the king was willing to make. But he did not, and his own ruin, with that of his whole house, was the result. Part of the confiscated property of the Percys, especially the Earl of Northumberland's mansion at Aldgate, was granted to Queen Joanna by the king. In the year 1404, Henry IV granted to Queen Joanna the new tower, at the entrance of the great portals of his large hall, against the Palace of Westminster, adjacent to the king's treasury, for her to hold her councils, and for the negotiation of her affairs. Also for her to hold her audiences, for charters and writings therein. The queen to hold the same for the term of her natural life, having free ingress and egress for herself and officers to the said tower. In the month of February 1404, Joanna enjoyed the happiness of welcoming her second son, Arthur of Bretagne, to England, King Henry having been prevailed upon by her solicitations to bestow upon him the earldom of Richmond. This was the appanage of his elder brother, but as the performance of personal homage to the King of England was an indispensable condition to the investiture of a Duke of Bretagne with this earldom, and Joanna's eldest son was entirely under the tutelage of the King of France, Henry's mortal foe, it would have been fruitless to demand liegeman's service of him. Therefore the summons was, at Joanna's request, addressed to her second son, Count Arthur. Joanna's happiness in this reunion was interrupted by the arrival of an envoy from her eldest son, the reigning duke, to demand the princesses Blanche and Marguerite, who resided with her in England. No offspring from her second marriage having been born, to divide with those beloved little ones the powerful affection with which the heart of the royal mother clung to her little ones, she could not for a time be prevailed upon to resign them, even when reminded that they were the property of Bretagne. Her son, the Duke of Bretagne, was so completely under the control of the father of his duchess, Charles VI., that he was compelled to espouse his quarrel against King Henry, and the French party in his dominions would have confiscated Joanna's rich dower had she not vested the payment of it in the hands of several powerful nobles, her fast friends, and she had her own officers, through whom she received her revenues. That she was satisfied with the conduct of her eldest son may be gathered from the fact that she presented him, on the 18th of November, 1404, with the sum of 70,000 livres that were due to her from her brother, the King of Navarre, and 6,000 livres from her rents in Normandy. Her gifts must have been very acceptable to the young duke, for though residing in the ducal palace and nominally exercising the sovereign authority, his finances were so closely controlled by the court of France that he had not the power of giving away more than 100 souls, without the approbation of his chancellor and other officers appointed by the Duke of Burgundy. At the commencement of the year 1405, King Henry, as he expressly states, at the mediation and earnest solicitation of his beloved consort, Queen Joanna, forgave and liberated, without ransom, all the prisoners taken in arms against him at Dartmouth by John Cornwall. This natural exercise of conjugal influence in behalf of her former subjects, the piratical Bretons, increased the unpopularity in which the queen had involved both herself and her royal husband, by filling their palaces with a household made up of foreigners. A more fatal error can scarcely be committed by female royalty in a country so constitutionally jealous and full of national pride as England. The parliamentary records of the same year testify that great discontents were engendered in the minds of all classes of men, on account of the influx of foreigners, which the king's late marriage had introduced into the realm, the disorderly state of the royal household, and the evil influence exercised over public affairs by certain individuals supposed to be about the persons of the king and queen. These grievances, as they were considered, attracting the attention of Parliament, the Commons, with the consent of the Lords, proceeded to reform the royal household, and, as a preliminary step to their regulations, they required that 4 persons should be removed out of the king's house, namely, the king's confessor, the abbot of Dore, with Durham and Crosby, gentlemen of his chamber. Henry, remembering full well that his title to the crown was derived from the voice of the people, far from testifying resentment at the interference of that hitherto disregarded branch of the legislature of England, the Commons, summoned the inimical members of his household to attend him in Parliament, February 9th, 1404, which they did, with the exception of the abbot of Dore. The king then, in his speech from the throne, said, that he neither knew nor could imagine any particular cause or reason why the accused ought to be removed out of his household. Nevertheless, as the Lords and Commons thought proper to have it so, considering it to be for the good of the realm, and most profitable to himself, to conform himself to their wishes, he would discharge them from his household forthwith. Our sovereign lord, continues the record, said further, that he would do as much by any who were about his royal person, if they should incur the hatred and indignation of his people. The Commons next appointed a committee of Lords, February 22nd, to make further regulations and alterations in the appointments of the royal household, especially in those connected with the queen, when it was resolved that all French persons, Bretons, Lombards, Italians, and Navarrese, whatsoever, be removed out of the palace from the king and queen, except the queen's 2 daughters, Maria St. Parency, Nicholas Alderwyke, and John Purian, and their wives. This was complied with by Henry, and put into execution that very day, and we do not find that the queen Joanna offered any resistance to the wishes of the subjects and counsellors of her royal husband, but the lords agreed to indulge her with a Breton cook, 2 knights, a damsel, 2 chambermaids, 1 mistress, 2 esquires, 1 nurse, and 1 chambermaid for the queen's daughters, and a messenger to wait on them at certain times. In addition to these persons, Joanna retained 11 Breton lavenderers, or washerwomen, and a varlet lavenderer, or washerwoman's assistant. Much wiser would it have been of Joanna if she had taken example by the politic condescension of the king to the wishes of their subjects, and yielded an unconditional assent to the dismission of her foreign attendants, since the retention of her Breton cook, chambermaids, washerwoman, etc., offered a pretence for a second interference from Parliament. In this year, the Commons presented a petition to the king, praying, among other things, that the queen would be pleased to pay for her journeys to the king's houses, as Queen Philippa had been used to do. Joanna had no settled revenue as Queen of England at the time when this implied remonstrance was made by the Commons to King Henry, who was himself in the most urgent want of money, harassed by perpetual rebellions, especially in Wales, and without means to pay his mutinous and discontented troops their wages. Every source of revenue, says Sir Harris Nicolas, in his luminous preface to the Acts of the Privy Council, had been anticipated, and it is scarcely possible to imagine a government in greater distress for money than that of Henry IV. At that moment. If Joanna had not been in receipt of a splendid dower as Duchess Dowager of Bretagne, she would have found herself involved in the most embarrassing straits, as the consort of so impoverished a king as Henry. But pecuniary cares and popular discontents were not the only troubles that disturbed the wedded life of Joanna of Navarre, who, though no longer young, was still sufficiently charming to become the theme of the following amatory stanzas from no meaner pen than that of the royal Plantagenet poet, Edward, Duke of York, cousin german to King Henry. Excellent sovereign, seeming to see, proved prudence peerless of price, brightly blossom of benignity, of figure fairest and freshest of days. I recommend me to your royalness as lowly as I can or may, beseeching inwardly your gentleness, let never faint heart love betray. Your womanly beauty delicious, hath me all bent unto its chain. But grant to me your love gracious, my heart will melt as snow in rain. If ye but wist my life, and knew of all the pains that I feel, I wis ye would upon me rue, although my heart were made of steel. And though ye be of high renown, let mercy rule your heart so free. From you, lady, this is my boon, to grant me grace in some degree. To mercy if ye will take me, if such your will be for to do, then I would truly for my sake change my cheer and slake my woe. The arrest of the Duke of York, who, after a series of loyal and valiant services to King Henry, was, on a very frivolous pretence, committed to a rigorous imprisonment at Pevensey Castle, is possibly no less attributable to the personal jealousy of the king than the outrageous conduct of Joanna's first husband, the Duke of Bretagne, towards his old friend Clisson, was to the same baleful passion. The virtuous and matronly deportment of Joanna, however, both as Duchess of Bretagne and Queen of England, were such as to prevent the slightest shade of suspicion from resting on her conduct. Whatever might have been the offence of the Duke of York, Henry's displeasure was but temporary, for, in the course of 3 months, he was released and restored to his old employments. The year 1406 commenced with fresh remonstrances from Parliament on the subject of Joanna's foreign attendance. The Commons having now assumed a decided voice in the legislation of England, John Tiptoft, the Speaker, in his celebrated address for liberty of speaking, took occasion to comment on the disorderly state of the royal household, remarking at the same time that the order of that house for removing aliens from the Queen's court had been very ill observed. It was on this, resolved by unanimous consent, that certain strangers there enumerated, who did seem to be officers about the Queen, should by a certain day depart the realm. Whereupon a writ to proclaim the same was directed to the sheriffs of London, the aliens being charged withal to bring in all patents of land and annuities granted them by the king or queen. The Parliament also took the liberty of recommending the sovereign to observe the strictest economy in his household. Henry received this advice very graciously, and promised to retrench all superfluous expenses, and restricted the expenditure of his establishment to £10,000 a year. He likewise declared his wish for the reformation of all abuses, and requested the Parliament to take order for the payment of the debts of his household, and to grant a suitable income to his queen, for the maintenance of her state. The request for the dower of Queen Joanna was presented by John Tiptoft, the Speaker, and others of the Commons, and by vote of this Parliament she was endowed with all the revenues enjoyed by Anne of Bohemia, the first queen of Richard II., to the value of 10,000 marks per annum, so that with wards, marriages, and other contingencies, her income was equal to that of any previous queen of England. King Henry granted a safe conduct, January 4th, 1406, to John de Boyas, the secretary of his dear and royal consort, Joanne, to enable her to negotiate certain matters in Bretagne with regard to her dower there; also for him to bring horses and other things for her use, provided nothing be attempted to the prejudice of the people and crown of England. Henry, at the same time, granted letters of protection to the masters of the 2 ships from Bretagne, bringing lamps and other articles for the use of the queen. This year, Henry's youngest daughter, the Princess Philippa, was married to Eric, King of Sweden and Denmark. About the same period, Joanna was compelled to resign her 2 youngest daughters, Blanche and Marguerite of Bretagne, to the repeated importunities of the Duke, their eldest brother, that prince having concluded marriages for both, which he considered would greatly strengthen his interests. After the departure of her daughters, Queen Joanna retired with the king to her jointure palace, Leeds Castle, in Kent, to avoid the infection of the plague, which raged so dreadfully in London that 30,000 people fell victims to its fury. After spending the greater part of the summer at Leeds, the king and queen, designing to visit Norfolk, or, as some say, Pleshy in Essex, embarked at Queensborough in the island of Sheppey, with the intention of going by sea. The royal vessel was followed by 4 others, with the attendants and baggage, when they were suddenly attacked by pirates, lying in wait for them at the Nore. They took 4 of the king's ships, and carried away Sir Thomas Rampstone, the vice-chamberlain, with all the king's furniture, plate, and wearing apparel. The king himself had a very narrow escape of falling into the hands of these bold adventurers. Notwithstanding her unpopularity with the English, Joanna took infinite pains to promote a good understanding between her husband and the duke her son. Henry, in his letters to the Duke of Bretagne, May 1407, addresses him as his dearest son, and expresses his earnest wish, on account of the close tie existing between them through his dearest consort, that peace and amity may be established to prevent the effusion of Christian blood. The duke in reply says, as our dearest mother, the Queen of England, has several times signified her wish that all good friendship should subsist between our very redoubted lord and father, Henry, King of England, and Lord of Ireland, her lord and spouse on one part, and ourselves on the other, we desire to enter into an amicable treaty. Accordingly, a truce between England and Bretagne was, through the mediation of Joanna, proclaimed on the 13th of September, 1407. The town of Hereford was added to the queen's dower by King Henry the same year. She was, with his sons, the Prince of Wales, Thomas, John, and Humphrey, recommended by him to the Parliament for further pecuniary grants. An interesting proof of Joanna's respect for the memory of her first lord, the husband of her youth, and the father of her children, is to be found in one of the royal briefs in the Foedera, dated February 24th, 1408, in which King Henry says, "At the request of our dearest consort, an alabaster tomb has been made for the defunct Duke of Bretagne, formerly her husband, to be conveyed in the barge of St. Nicholas of Nantes to Bretagne, with 3 of our English lieges, the same who made the tomb, namely, Thomas Colin, Thomas Holwell, and Thomas Popham, to place the said tomb in the church of Nantes, John Guihard, the master of the said barge, and 10 mariners of Bretagne, and the said barge is to be considered by the English merchants under our especial protection." There is a fine engraving of this early specimen of English sculpture in the 2nd volume of Dom Maurice's Chronicles of Bretagne. It bears the recumbent figure of the warlike John de Montfort, Duke of Bretagne, armed cap a pie, according to the fashion of the times. Henry IV. granted to Joanna 6 lead mines in England, with workmen and deputies to load her ship, and this he notified to her son the Duke of Bretagne in 1409, as these mines had been accustomed to export ore to Bretagne, and he wished the duke to remit the impost for the time to come. The king and queen kept their Christmas court this year at Eltham, which seems to have been a favourite abode with the royal pair. In the summer of 1412, Joanna received a visit from her 3rd son, Count Jules of Bretagne. Henry granted a safe conduct for him and his retinue, consisting of 20 persons, with horses and arms, but there was a provision that no banished person be brought into England in the prince's train, to the injury and peril of the realm. The young prince only came to England to die. He was the lord of Chandos. At the close of the Parliament of the same year, the Speaker of the Commons once more recommended to the king the persons of the queen and the princes his sons, praying the advancement of their estates. The petition was quite unreasonable as regarded Queen Joanna, who enjoyed so large an income as Queen of England, besides her rich dower from the states of Bretagne, but she never omitted any opportunity of adding to her wealth, which must have been very considerable. Avarice was certainly the besetting sin of Joanna of Navarre, and this sordid propensity probably originated from the pressure of pecuniary cares with which she had had to contend as Princess of Navarre, as Duchess of Bretagne, and during the first years of her marriage with King Henry. Her conduct as a stepmother appears to have been conciliating. Even when the wild and profligate conduct of the heir of England had estranged him from his father's counsels and affections, such confidential feelings subsisted between young Henry and Joanna, that he employed her influence for the purpose of obtaining the king's consent to the marriage of the young Earl of March, at that time ward to the prince. To the disgrace of the queen, however, it is recorded, by the indubitable evidence of the issue rolls, that she received, as the price of her good offices on this occasion, a promissory bribe from the prince, as the following entries testify: To Joanna, Queen of England, in money paid to her by the hands of Parnell Brocket and Nicholas Alderwick, in part payment of a greater sum due to the said queen, upon a private agreement between the said queen and her present lord the king, especially concerning the marriage of the Earl of March, purchased and obtained of the said lady the queen by our said now lord the king, whilst he was Prince of Wales. By writ privy seal, £100. To Joan, Queen of England, in money paid to the said queen by the hands of Robert Oakburn, in part payment of a certain greater sum agreed upon between our said lord the king, whilst he was prince, and the said queen, for the marriage of the Earl of March. By writ, £100. When we consider that in point of legitimate descent the Earl of March was the rightful sovereign of England, it is surprising how such a measure was ever advocated by the Lancastrian Prince of Wales, or permitted by so profound a politician as his father, who must have been aware of the perilous consequences to his descendants, and it is a proof that the queen must have possessed an unbounded ascendancy over the mind of Henry IV. To be able to carry that point. Henry IV. at that time, sinking under a complication of infirmities, was probably indebted to the cherishing care of his consort for all the comfort he was capable of enjoying in life, and Joanna, who had learned so well how to adapt herself, while in early youth, to the wayward humours of her first husband, the most quarrelsome prince in Europe, was doubtless an adept in the art of pleasing, and of governing without appearing to do so. Henry, though only in his 47th year, was worn out with bodily and mental sufferings. His features, once so regularly beautiful, and of which he, in some of his penitentiary observations, acknowledges himself to have been so proud, become, in the autumn of this year, so marred and disfigured by that loathsome disease, the leprosy, to prevent him from appearing in public. On account of this mortal sickness, he kept his last Christmas at Eltham with his queen, in great seclusion. His complaint was accompanied by epileptic fits, or death-like trances, in which he sometimes lay for hours, without testifying any signs of life. He, however, rallied a little towards the close of the holy days, and was enabled after Candlemas to keep his birthday, and to return to his palace at Westminster. He was at his devotions before the shrine of St. Edward in the Abbey, when his last fatal stroke of apoplexy seized him, and it was supposed by every one that he was dead. But being removed to the abbot's state apartments in the Abbey, which were nearer than his own, and laid on a pallet before the fire, he revived, and asked where he was. He was told, in the Jerusalem chamber. Henry received this answer as his knell, for it had been predicted of him that he should die in Jerusalem, which he supposed to be the holy city, and had solemnly received the cross, in token that it was his intention to undertake a crusade for the expiation of his sins. The blood he had shed in supporting his title to the throne pressed very heavily on his conscience during the latter years of his reign, and in the hour of his departure he particularly requested that the Miserere should be read to him, which contained a penitential acknowledgment of sin, and a supplication to be delivered from blood guiltiness. He then called for his eldest son, Henry, Prince of Wales, to whom he addressed some admirable exhortations as to his future life and government. Shakespeare has repeated almost verbatim the deathbed eloquence of the expiring king, in that touching speech, commencing, "Come hither, Henry, sit thou on my bed," etc. King Henry was, doubtless, arrayed in his regal robes and diadem, while publicly performing his devotions at the shrine of the royal saint, his popular predecessor, which accounts for the crown having been placed on his pillow, whence it was removed by his son Henry, Prince of Wales, during the long death-like swoon which deceived all present into the belief that the vital spark was extinct. Of the many historians who have recorded the interesting death scene of Henry IV., not one has mentioned his consort, Queen Joanna, as being present on that occasion. King Henry's will, which was made 3 years before his death, bears testimony to the deep remorse and self-condemnation which accompanied him to the grave. This curious document, a copy of which was discovered by Sir Simon D'Ewes, after diligent search, is as follows: I, Henry, sinful wretch, by the grace of God, King of England and of France, and Lord of Ireland, being in mine whole mind, make my testament in manner and form that ensueth. First, I bequeath to Almighty God my sinful soul, that which had never been worthy to be made man, but through his mercy and his grace, which life I have mispended, whereof I put me wholly at his grace and mercy with all mine heart. At that time it liketh him of his mercy to take me, my body to be buried in the church of Canterbury, after the discretion of my cousin the archbishop. And I also thank my lords and true people for the true service they have done to me, and I ask their forgiveness if I have mistreated them in any wise. And as far as they have offended me in any wise, I pray God to forgive them it, and I do. And I will that my queen be endowed of the duchy of Lancaster. He leaves Henry V. his sole executor. The words, says Harding, which the king said at his death were of high complaint, but not of repentance or restoration of the right heirs of the crown. Henry expired on St. Cuthbert's Day, March 19, 1413. He was buried by the side of Edward the Black Prince, with great pomp and state, Henry V. and all his nobility being present, upon Trinity Sunday next, following the day of his death. End of section 5. Section 6 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 3, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Joanna of Navarre, Chapter 2, Part 2. In the first years of her widowhood, Queen Joanna received every mark of attention and respect from the new king, Henry V., who was anxious to avail himself of her good offices with her son, the Duke of Bretagne, in order to secure the alliance of that prince in his projected wars with France. Henry V., in his letters and treaties, always styles the Duke of Bretagne his dearest brother, and the Duke reciprocates the title when addressing him. Joanna certainly exerted her influence with her son in order to induce him to enter into amicable arrangements with England. According to some historians, Joanna was entrusted by her royal stepson with a share in the government, when he undertook his expedition against France. Speed, Stowe, Hall, and Goodwin, and even that most industrious antiquary, White Kennet, affirmed that she was made queen regent at the same time that John, Duke of Bedford, was appointed protector and Lord Lieutenant of England. And this assertion is strengthened in Troussell's text, who uses these words: Henry appointed his mother-in-law, Joan de Navarre, a woman of great prudence and judgment in national affairs, to be regent in his absence, with the advice of the Privy Council. But, notwithstanding these important authorities, there is no documentary evidence proving that such was the fact. She was, however, treated with higher consideration than was ever shown to a queen dowager of this country, who was not also queen mother, and appears to have enjoyed the favor and confidence of the king in no slight degree. The same day that Henry quitted his metropolis, June 18th, after having been in solemn procession to St. Paul's with the Lord Mayor and Corporation of the City of London, to offer his prayers and oblations for the success of his expeditions, he returned to Westminster for the purpose of taking a personal leave of Queen Joanna. This circumstance is commemorated in a curious poem of the time. To Paulus then he held his way, with all his lords, sooth to say. The mayor was ready, and met him there, with the crafts of London in good array. Hail, comely king, the mayor gainsay. The grace of God now be with thee, and speed thee well in thy journey, and grant thee ever more degree. Amen, quoth all the commonalty. To St. Paul's then he held his way, and offered there full worthily from thence to the queen the self-same day, and took his leave full reverently." This farewell visit to Joanna was the last thing Henry V did previously to leaving his capital. Their perfect amity at that time may be inferred from Henry's gracious license to the royal widow, whom he styles his dearest mother, Joanna, Queen of England, to reside with her retinue in any of his royal castles of Windsor, Wallingford, Berkhamsted, and Hertford, as of old during his absence in foreign parts. This order is dated Winchester, June 30th, 1414. There are also various gifts and concessions granted by Henry V to Queen Joanna on the rolls of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th years of his reign. Her eldest son, the Duke of Bretagne, either from caution or because he was unable to take a decided part in the great political contest between England and France, maintained a strict neutrality, but Arthur, her second son, boldly espousing the cause of France, was the first who attacked the outguards of Henry's camp, near Agincourt, at the head of 2,000 French cavalry. This fiery assault, his first essay in arms, was made at midnight, on the eve of St. Crispin's Day, in the midst of a tempest of wind and rain. Arthur was repulsed by the troops of his royal stepbrother, and was desperately wounded, and made prisoner in the battle the following day. The chronicler, from whom White Kennet has collated the reigns of the 3 Lancastrian sovereigns, records the capture of Arthur in these words: "The son of the late Duke of Bretagne, by the Queen Regent of England, was taken prisoner." The same author again mentions Joanna of Navarre by this title, when he says, "King Henry dispatched a messenger over to England to the Queen Regent, with the news of his victory, which filled the nation with universal joy. Te Deum was sung in all the churches, and a mighty procession, consisting of the queen, prelates, and nobility, with the mayor and corporation of the city of London, walked from St. Paul's to Westminster on the following day, to return public thanks to Almighty God." The Chronicle of London also states that Queen Joanne, with her lords, attended by the mayor, aldermen, and several of the livery companies of London, walked in solemn procession from St. Paul's to Westminster Abbey to offer thanksgiving for the victory, and, having made a rich offering at the shrine of St. Edward, they all returned in triumph to the city, amidst the acclamations of the people. Whosoever might exult in the national triumph of Agincourt, Joanna had little cause for joy. The husband of her eldest daughter, the gallant Duke of Alençon, who clove King Henry's jewelled coronal from his battle axe in the mêlée, was there slain. Her brother, Charles of Navarre, the Constable of France, died of his wounds the following day, and Arthur, her young gallant son, was a captive. No trifling tax must the widow queen have paid for greatness, when, instead of putting on her mourning weeds, and indulging in the natural grief of a fond mother's heart for these family calamities, she was called upon to assume the glittering trappings of state, and to take the leading part in a public pageant of rejoicing. Till this latter duty was performed, as befitted the Queen of England, she forbore to weep, and to make lamentations for the dead, or to bewail the captivity of him who was led a prisoner in the train of the royal victor. The trials of Joanna only commenced with the battle of Agincourt, for she had to endure much maternal anxiety as to the future position of her eldest son, the reigning Duke of Bretagne, with whose temporizing conduct Henry V was greatly exasperated, and she had to perform the hard task of welcoming, with deceitful smiles and congratulations, the haughty victor, who had wrought her house with such woe, and who was the arbiter of her son Arthur's fate. Arthur of Bretagne, as Earl of Richmond, was Henry's subject, and, by bearing arms against him at Agincourt, had violated his liegeman's oath, and stood in a very different position from his royal step-brother, from the other prisoners. Well was it for him, considering the vindictive temper of Henry V, that the queen had in former times laid that prince under obligations by assisting him, in time of need, with pecuniary aid. The first interview between Joanna and her captive son is, perhaps, one of the most touching passages in history. They had not seen each other since 1404, when Arthur, as a boy, visited the court of England to receive the investiture of the earldom of Richmond from his royal stepfather, Henry IV., 12 years before. Joanna, anxious to ascertain whether he retained any remembrance of her person, which perhaps she felt was faded by years of anxious tendance on a husband sick alike in body and mind, yet fondly hoping that maternal instinct would lead him to his mother's arms, placed one of her ladies in her chair of state, and retired among her attendants, two of whom stood before her, while she watched what would follow. Arthur, as might be expected, took the queen's representative for his mother. She supported the character for some time, and desired him to pay his compliments to her ladies. When, in turn, he came to Joanna, her heart betrayed her, and she exclaimed, "Unhappy son, do you not know me?" The call of nature was felt. Both mother and son burst into tears. They then embraced with great tenderness, and she gave him 1,000 nobles, which the princely youth distributed among his fellow prisoners, and his guards, together with some apparel. But after this interview, Henry V prevented all communication between the mother and her son. Arthur was doomed to waste the flower of his youth in a rigorous confinement, first in the Tower of London, and afterwards in Fotheringay Castle, Henry V being too much exasperated against him to listen to Joanna's intercessions, either for his release or ransom. Henry, however, continued to treat his royal stepmother with great respect. At the feast of St. George, 1416, Queen Joanna, who was a lady of the Garter, with the king's aunts, the queens of Spain and Portugal, his sisters, the Queen of Denmark and Duchess of Holland, received each 8 ells of blue-coloured cloth, with 2 furs made of 300 bellies of miniver, and 170 garter stripes, to correspond, to make them robes, furred and embroidered with the military order of the Garter, all alike, as the gift of the king. Henry, on this occasion, presented cloth and fur to a chosen number of the great ladies of the court, as well as to the princes of the blood royal, and to the knights of the Garter, that they might all appear in the robes of their order, to grace the high festival of that year. Henry was induced to conclude a truce with the Duke of Bretagne, as he himself specifies, at the prayer of Joanna, whom he styles, "that excellent and most dear lady, the queen, our mother." This was in the year 1417. King Henry directed his collectors of the port of London to allow 3 sealed cases of money, 60 pipes of wine, 7 baskets of lamps, 2 bales of cloth of Jocelyn, and a barrel of anchovies, coming to his dearest mother, Joanna, Queen of England, at her need, in the ship called the St. Nicholas of Nantes, to pass in July 1418, without collecting any impost or due. The same day he directs the authorities of the ports of Plymouth and Dartmouth to admit, free of all duty, Johann de Moyne from the ports of Bretagne, with 8 great barrels of wine of Tyre and Malmsey, for his dearest mother, Joanna, Queen of England, from her son, the Duke of Bretagne. The year following, Joanna was arrested at her dower palace of Havering Bower, by the order of the Duke of Bedford, the Regent of England. These are Walsingham, a contemporary historian's words. The king's stepmother, Queen Joanne, being accused by certain persons of an act of witchcraft, which would have tended to the king's harm, was committed, all her attendants being removed, to the custody of Sir John Pelham, who, having furnished her with 9 servants, placed her in Pevensey Castle, there to be kept under his control. Joanna's principal accuser was her confessor, John Randolph, a Minorite friar, though it seems Henry had had previous information that the queen dowager, with the aid of 2 domestic sorcerers, Roger Colas of Salisbury and Petronel Brocart, was dealing with the powers of darkness for his destruction. John Randolph was arrested at the Isle of Guernsey, and sent over to the king in Normandy, where his confessions seem to have determined Henry to proceedings of the utmost rigour against his royal mother-in-law, who was, as we have said, forthwith arrested, with the suspected members of her household, and committed as a close prisoner first to the castle of Leeds, one of her own palaces, and afterwards to that of Pevensey. She was, by Henry's order, deprived not only of her rich dower lands and tenements, but of all her money, furniture, and personal property, even to her wearing apparel. Her servants were dismissed, and others placed about her by the authority of her gaoler, Sir John Pelham. These circumstances are all set forth in the following extract from the parliamentary rolls for 7th Henry V. Be it remembered that, upon information given to the king, our sovereign lord, as well as by the relation and confession of one Friar John Randolph of the order of Friars Minors, as by other credible evidences, that Joanne, Queen of England, had compassed and imagined the death and destruction of our said lord the king in the most high and horrible manner that could be devised. The which compassing, imagination, and destruction having been openly published throughout all England. So it is by the council of the lord the king advised, assented, and ordained, that, amongst other things, all the goods and chattels of the said queen, and also all the goods and chattels of Roger Coles of Salisbury, and of Petronel Brocart, lately residing with the said queen, who are notoriously suspected of the said treason, in whose hands soever they may be, which the said queen had, or the said other persons before named, on the 27th day of September last past and since, and also all the issues, rents, etc., of all the castles, manors, etc., which the said queen held in dower and otherwise, should be received and kept by the treasurer of England, or his deputy for the time being, who should have the custody of the said goods and chattels, etc., and that letters patent should be passed under the great seal in that behalf, and that the said treasurer or his deputy should provide for the support of the said queen and the servants assigned to her, honestly, according to the advice of the council, openly read in this parliament. And because it was doubted whether persons bound to pay rents, etc., to the queen could be surely discharged, it is ordained in this present parliament, at the request of the commons assembled, all such persons, upon payment to the treasurer, should be protected against the said queen in all time to come. In the issue roll for the same year is the following entry: 27th November. To Sir John Pelham, Knight, appointed by the King and Council for the governance and safe custody of Joan, Queen of England, in money paid to him by the hands of Richard le Verrer, her esquire, in advance, for the support and safe custody of the Queen aforesaid, £1,666, 13 shillings 4d. Master Peter de Offball was appointed the said Queen's physician. White Kennet asserts that Joanna was brought to trial, that she was convicted and forfeited her goods by sentence of Parliament, but of this there is not the slightest proof. On the contrary, it is quite certain that she was never allowed an opportunity of justifying herself from the dark allegations that were brought against her. She was condemned unheard, despoiled of her property, and consigned to years of solitary confinement, without the slightest regard to law or justice. Her perfidious confessor, Randolph, while disputing with the parson of St. Peter's ad Vincula, was forever silenced by the combative priest strangling him in the midst of his debate. The fury with which the argument was pursued and its murderous termination would suggest the idea that the guilt or innocence of their royal mistress must have been the subject of discussion. Be this as it may, the death of Randolph, under these circumstances, leaves undetailed the high and horrible means whereby the royal widow was accused of practising against the life of the king. He was the only witness against her, and by his death the whole affair remains among the most inscrutable historical mysteries. There is, however, among the unpublished papers of Rymer, a document which seems to throw some light on the affair, by evidencing the previous attempts of Henry V to extort from Joanna the principal part of her dower in loans. For we find some time before her arrest and disgrace, that in the beginning of the year he enjoins his dear chevalier, William Kinwelmersh, to send all the sums of money he can possibly borrow of the dower of Joanne, the queen, late wife of our sovereign lord and sire, the late king, whom God assoil. Let these sums be sent from time to time without fail, leaving her only money enough for her reasonable expenses, and to pay any annuities she may have granted." In all probability, Joanna's resistance of this oppression was answered by her arrest, on the frivolous accusation which afforded the king a pretence for replenishing his exhausted coffers at her expense. Joanna did not enjoy the solace of her young and gallant son Arthur's company in her captivity. Their doleful years of durance were wasted in separate prison houses. The return of the royal victor of Avincourt, with his beautiful and illustrious bride, brought no amelioration to the condition of the unfortunate queen dowager and her son. Catherine of Valois was nearly related in blood to Joanna of Navarre, being the daughter of her cousin german, Charles VI. Catherine was also sister to the young duchess of Bretagne, Joanna's daughter-in-law, yet she received neither sympathy nor attention from her, but had the mortification of knowing that her dower, or, at least, the larger part of it, was appropriated to maintain Catherine's state as queen of England. Henry V likewise presented the abbess of Sion with 1,000 marks from the revenues of the imprisoned queen. We find, in the acts of the privy council, that Henry returned a favourable answer to the petition of William Pomeroy, one of Joanna's esquires, who humbly supplicates for a continuance of a pension of 20 marks a year, which had formerly been granted by the queen Joanne, in reward of his long and faithful services to her. Henry, with his own hand, has written, "We woll that he have the 20 marks." In the 4th year of her captivity, an important prisoner of state was consigned to the same fortress in which the queen dowager was incarcerated. This was Sir John Mortimer, the uncle of the Earl of March. His frequent attempts to escape from the Tower caused him to be removed to the gloomy fortress of Pevensey. The widow of Henry IV, being confined within the same dark walls with this fettered lion of the rival house of Mortimer, is a curious and romantic circumstance. Yet when Mortimer arrived at Pevensey, the period of Joanna's incarceration there was drawing to a close. Her royal persecutor, the puissant conqueror of France, feeling the awful moment was at hand when he must lay his sceptre in the dust, and render up an account of the manner in which he had exercised his regal power, was seized with late remorse for the wrong and robbery of which he had been guilty towards his father's widow, and, knowing that repentance without restitution is of little avail in a case of conscience, he addressed the following injunction to the bishops and lords of his council, dated July 13, 1422. "Right worshipful fathers in God, our right trusty and well beloved, howbeit we have taken into our hand, till a certain time, and for such causes as ye know, the dowers of our mother, Queen Joanne, except a certain pension thereof yearly, which we assign for the expense reasonable of her, and of a certain many that should be about her, we, doubting lest it should be a charge unto our conscience, for to occupy forth longer the said dower in this wise, the which charge we be advised no longer to bear on our conscience, will and charge you, as ye will appear before God for us in this case, and stand discharged in your conscience also, that ye make deliverance unto our said mother the queen, wholly of her said dower, and suffer her to receive it as she did heretofore, and that she make her officers whom she list, so they be our liegemen and good men, and that therefore we have given in charge and commandment at this time to make her full restitution of her dower above said. Furthermore, we will and charge you that her beds and all other things movable that we had of her ye deliver her again, and ordain her that she have of such cloth and of such colour as she will devise herself 5 or 6 gowns, such as she useth to wear. And because we suppose she will soon remove from the place where she is now, that ye ordain her horses for 11 chars, and let her remove them into whatsoever place within our realm that her list and when her list, etc. Written the 13th day of July, the year of our reign, 10th. In common justice, Henry ought to have made this amende perfect, by adding a declaration of his royal stepmother's innocence, from the foul charge which had been the ostensible pretext for the persecution to which she had been subjected. His letter contains in effect, however, if not the words, a complete exoneration of Queen Joanna, and it appears unaccountable that any apologist should be found to justify the conqueror of Agincourt for acts which were so sore a burden to his departing spirit, and which he himself confesses, in this memorable letter, that he had been advised no longer to bear on his conscience, lest he should rue it hereafter. The spoliation of the queen dowager had extended, we find, even to the sequestration of her beds and rich array. She had certainly been compelled to divest herself of her queenly attire, and to assume the coarse garb of penance. Whether the peace offering of 5 or 6 new gowns, with the royal permission for the injured lady to consult her own taste in the colour, material, and fashion of the same, was considered by Joanna as a sufficient compensation for the wrong and robbery and weary imprisonment she had undergone, is doubtful. But, be this as it might, and even if the gowns, which the warlike majesty of England so solemnly enjoins his chancellor and the other lords spiritual and temporal of his council to endow her with, were promptly rendered, it is certain she could not have enjoyed the satisfaction of appearing in them, courtly etiquette compelling her, within 7 weeks after the date of Henry's letter of restitution, to assume the mockery of mourning weeds for his decease. This event occurred August 31st, 1422, but it appears that some amelioration had previously taken place in regard to Joanna's captivity. For, by a contemporary document, it is evident that she had been removed to Leeds Castle the same summer, as the following entries appear in her household book, dated July 14, the first year of Henry VI. It is to be observed that first the Duke of Gloucester and then Cardinal Beaufort visited her, just before the formal official notice of Henry's penitence, and assuredly brought her private intelligence of the change in her favour. For, on June the 12th, is an item, that the duke dined with her at Leeds, and went away after dinner, expenses for the feast, £4 2s, and, on the 2nd of the next month, Cardinal Beaufort dined with her at a cost of £4 14s. 2d. Her oblations and alms at the cross of the chapel within Leeds Castle came to 6s. 8d., but she laid in a stock of Gascon, claret, Rochelle, and Rhenish wines at the cost of £56 0s. 4d. Her alms seemed influenced by her usual avarice, for if she could find money to buy so much wine, she might have commemorated her signal deliverance from captivity and obloquy by a larger outlay than a mark. All her recorded donations appeared despicably mean. Indeed, this precious historical document singularly confirms our estimate of her character. The grasping avarice was the chief source of her misfortunes. Her clerk, Thomas Lilbourne, proceeds to note the expenses of her mourning dress for the death of her persecutor, as well as for her own person as the maids of her chamber. There are some odd notices of the price of making court dresses, which may be amusing to the ladies of the present day. There are charges for 7 yards of black cloth, for a gown for the queen at the feast of Easter, at 7s. 8d. per yard, and for making a gown for her, 1s. 6d. For 1 cape of black, for black silk loops, and for 400 clasps, possibly hooks and eyes, for 7½ yards of black cloth, at 7s. per yard, for the queen's person, for making a cape for the queen, and for black satin, and for grey squirrel fur, 23s. 4d. For fur to make a collar and mantle for the queen, 20s. For 1 ounce of black thread, 1s. 6d. 3 dozen shoes, at 6d. per pair. Likewise to Agnes Stowe, of the family of Lady Margaret Trumpington, for her good services to the queen, as a gift, 6s. 8d. To 2 sergeants at law, to plead for the queen's gold, 6s. 8d. To Nicholas, minstrel, a gift of the queen, 6s. 8d. None of Joanna's gifts exceeded this sum, which is the amount of a mark. Some of the articles are curious, as 1 pot of green ginger, 9s. 6d. For rosewater, 7s. 6d. To Master Lawrence, for cinnamon, 7s. 10d. The queen gives 6d. per pair for her maid's shoes, and 7d. for those of her own wearing. Notwithstanding the earnest desire of Henry V. for the restoration of Joanna's dower, the matter was attended with great difficulty, on account of the manner in which he had disposed of this property. He had in fact sold, mortgaged, and granted it away to a variety of persons, besides endowing his own queen, now also a queen dowager, with the town and appurtenances of Hertford, and many other manors which had been settled on queen Joanna by his father, king Henry IV. The smoothing of such a ravelled skein caused much delay and trouble to all parties, and we find, in the second of Henry VI., that a petition was presented from the noble lady Joanna, queen of England, requiring all the grants made by the late king Henry V. to be quashed by parliament, that she might receive her revenues. The answer to the petition was, that the same should be granted in all points, provided that those persons who had laid out money upon the queen's lands should have the option of taking the same under her, at the same term, or rent, at which they then held them from the crown. Joanna of Navarre survived her restoration to liberty, wealth, and royal station many years, living, says Weaver, in all princely prosperity. Her grandson, Giles of Bretagne, was reared and educated with the youthful king Henry VI., and was much beloved by him, a circumstance which leads to the conclusion that queen Joanna was likewise in favour at the English court. Her favourite residence was the sylvan retreat of Havering Bower. She also kept her state sometimes at Langley, where her retirement was enlivened occasionally by shows, as the rude theatrical entertainments of the 15th century were designated. We learn, from a contemporary chronicle, that in the 9th year of Henry VI., a grievous and terrible fire took place at the manor of the lady queen Joanna at Langley, in which there was great destruction of the buildings, furniture, gold and silver plate, and household stuff. These disasters happen through the want of care and drowsiness of a player and the heedless keeping of a candle. This fire is the last event of any importance that befell the royal widow after her restoration to her rights. Joanna was treated with all proper consideration by the grandson of her deceased consort, the young king Henry VI. While residing at her palace of Langley, 1437, she was honoured with a New Year's gift from this amiable prince, as a token of his respect. This is a tablet of gold, garnished with 4 balanced rubies, 8 pearls, and in the midst a great sapphire. The tablet had been formerly presented to the young king by my lady Gloucester, whether by Jacqueline or Eleanora Cobham is left doubtful. In the July following, Joanna died at Havering Bower. This event is thus quaintly noted by the Chronicle of London, a contemporary record. This same year, 9th of July, died Queen Jane, King Henry IV.'s wife. Also the same year died all the lions in the Tower, the which was not seen in no man's time before out of mind. Joanna was certainly turned of 70 at the time of her death, which occurred in the 15th year of Henry VI., 1437. She survived her first husband, John, Duke of Bretagne, nearly 38 years, and her second, Henry IV. of England, 24. She had 9 children by the Duke of Bretagne: Joanna, who died in infancy; John, who succeeded his father and died in 1442; Marie, Duchess of Alençon, who died in 1446; Blanche, Countess of Armagnac, and Margaret, Viscountess Rohan, both of whom died in the flower of youth, supposed to have been poisoned; Arthur, Earl of Richmond, so long a captive in England, who afterwards became illustrious in French history as the valiant Count de Richemont; Jules, the 3rd son of Joanna, died in England 1412; Richard, Count d'Estampes, died the year after his mother. The queen had no children by Henry IV. The following summonses were issued by Henry VI. to the nobles, male and female, to do honour to the funeral of this queen. Trusty and well-beloved cousin, know as much as we, by the name of our leal uncle of Gloucester, and other of our council, have appointed the funerals of our grandmother Queen Joanna, whom God assoil, to be holden and solemnized at Canterbury, the 6th day of August next coming. Believe that we have appointed the said uncle, and other lords and ladies of our realm, and you cousin, blank for the name, to be ready, for the same day to the worship of God and our said grandmother. We desire, therefore, and pray you, putting off your pleasure and excusation ceasing, dispose you to be in person at the solemnity of the said funeral, according to our singular trust in ye. Given under our privy seal at Oxford, the 23rd day of July. Adding to this document is the following: to be at Canterbury at Queen Joanna's interment, my lord of Gloucester, my lady of Gloucester, the earl of Huntingdon, of Northumberland, of Oxford, Lord Poynings, the Duchess of Norfolk, the younger Countess of Huntingdon, of Northumberland, of Oxford, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Bishop of Norwich, the Bishop of Winchester, the Prior of Christ Church at Canterbury, the Abbot of St. Augustine's there, and the Abbot of Battle. The corpse of Queen Joanna rested at Bermondsey Abbey, on its way to Canterbury Cathedral, where she was interred in the same vault which her pious care had provided as the domus ultima of her royal consort Henry IV. The superb altar tomb had been prepared under her auspices for that monarch, and there their effigies reposed side by side in solemn state near the tomb of the Black Prince. Joanna's statue, like her portrait in the picture of her coronation, gives us the idea of a very lovely woman. Her throat long and delicate, slender but rounded arms, her bust beautiful. Her features are small and regular, with an expression of finesse, the eyes and eyebrows very long. Her head is singularly high, and at the same time very broad from the eyebrows upwards. The whole gives the idea of an exact portrait. The tomb is wrought in alabaster, enamelled with colours. The dress is elegant. Her beautiful arms are naked, being only shaded behind by the royal mantle, fastened to the back of her cote hardie by a jewelled band, which passes round the corsage, and rich brooches clasp the mantle on the shoulders. Her bosom and shoulders are much shown. Round her throat is a collar of SS, very elegant, and the oldest specimen extant of this ornament. Studs, set with jewels, are placed down the front of the cote hardie, which is a tight jacket trimmed with ermine, without sleeves. Round her hips is a band of jewels, as a belt, from which her gown falls in full folds over her feet. Joanna's device, in ermine collared and chained, is represented with her motto, Temperance, on the cornice and canopy of her tomb. Her arms may be seen by the curious in that valuable and beautiful publication, Regal Heraldry, by Mr. Willamette. They were formerly in the windows of Christ Church, near Newgate. The tomb of King Henry and Queen Joanna is near the site once occupied by the shrine of Thomas a Becket, Henry having expressed a superstitious wish that his mortal remains should repose under the especial protection of this far-famed saint. But yet, though all was carved so fair, and priest for Marmion breathed the prayer, the last Lord Marmion rests not here. May those say, with regard to the sepulchre of Henry IV., who are disposed to credit the statement of a contemporary, though certainly not unprejudiced chronicler, subjoined. The testimony of Clement Maidenstone, translated from a Latin manuscript in the library of Benet College, Cambridge, 1440. 30 days after the death of Henry IV, September 14, 1412, one of his domestics came to the house of the Holy Trinity at Hounslow, and dined there. And as the bystanders were talking at dinner time of the king's irreproachable morals, this man said to a certain esquire, named Thomas Maidenstone, then sitting at table, whether he was a good man or not, God knows, but this I am certain, that when his corpse was carried from Westminster towards Canterbury, by water, in a small vessel, in order to be buried there, I and two more threw his corpse into the sea between Birkenham and Gravesend. For, he added with an oath, we were overtaken by such a storm of winds and waves, that many of the nobility who followed us in 8 ships were dispersed, so as with much difficulty to escape being lost. But we, who were with the body, despairing of our lives, with one consent threw it into the sea, and a great calm ensued. The coffin in which it lay, covered with a cloth of gold, we carried, with great solemnity, to Canterbury, and buried it. The monks of Canterbury therefore say that the tomb, not the body of Henry IV., is with us. As Peter said of holy David, "As God Almighty is my witness and judge, I saw this man, and heard him speak to my father, T. Maidenstone, that all the above was true." Clement Maidenstone. This wild and wondrous tale, emanating as it does from a source so suspicious as Henry's sworn foes, the two Maidenstones, we are disposed to regard as non vera ma ben trovato, but it was calculated to make a powerful impression on the minds of the ignorant and superstitious, and it is probable that it was revived, to the great disadvantage of Henry's widowed queen, at the time when she was branded by her royal stepsons, Henry V. and Bedford, with the foul charge of witchcraft. The evil practices of Queen Joanna's deceased father, Charles le Mauvais, the royal sorcerer and poisoner of Navarre, doubtless operated also against her, at the period to which we allude, and notwithstanding the implied exculpation of her character in Henry V.'s deathbed letter of restitution, a degree of superstitious terror was long connected with her memory. End of section 6. Section 7 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 3, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Catherine of Valois, Chapter 1, Part 1. Catherine of Valois was a babe in the cradle when Henry V, as Prince of Wales, became an unsuccessful suitor for the hand of her eldest sister Isabella, the young widow of Richard II. Catherine was the youngest child of Charles VI, King of France, and his queen, Isabeau of Bavaria. She was born at a period when her father's health and her mother's reputation were both in evil plight. She first saw the light, October 27, 1401, at the Hôtel de St. Paul, in Paris, a palace which was used during the reign of Charles VI as a residence of retirement for the royal family, when health required them to lead a life of more domestic privacy than was possible at the king's royal court of the Louvre. The young princess was reared at the Hôtel de St. Paul, and there did her unfortunate sire, Charles VI, spend the long agonizing intervals of his aberrations from reason, during which the infancy of his little daughter was exposed to hardships, such as seldom fall to the lot of the poorest cottager. Queen Isabeau joined with the king's brother, the Duke of Orleans, in pilfering the revenues of the royal household, and to such a degree did this wicked woman carry her rapacity, as to leave her little children without the means of supporting life. These royal infants were shut up in the Hôtel de St. Paul, wholly neglected by their vile mother, the Princess Michelle being then only 5 years old, and the Princess Catherine little more than 3. The poor children, say their contemporary chroniclers, were in a piteous state, nearly starved, and loathsome with dirt, having no change of clothes, nor even of linen. The whole sustenance they had was from the charity of the inferior attendants who had not deserted the place, all the servants of the royal family being left by the profligate and reckless Isabeau without food or wages. The state of Catherine's hapless father, who occupied a part of the palace of St. Paul, was still more deplorable. But he was unconscious of his misery, till one day he suddenly regained his senses, and observed the disarray and neglect around him. The instant Charles VI recovered from his attack of delirium, he appears to have resumed his royal functions, without any intermediate time of convalescence. The consequence was, that directly the news was brought to the queen that her husband spoke and looked composedly, a sense of her guilt caused her to decamp with Louis of Orleans to Milan, having ordered Duke Louis of Bavaria, her brother, and the partisans of her iniquities to follow with the royal children. Louis not only obeyed this order and carried off the Dauphin Louis, his two younger brothers, and the princesses Michelle and Catherine, but with them the children of the Duke of Burgundy. The Burgundian forces having arrived at the Hôtel de St. Paul, and missing the princely children, the Duke of Burgundy sent a troop of his men-at-arms in pursuit of them, for the heir of Burgundy, who was even then betrothed to Catherine's sister Michelle, was abducted with his little spouse. The pursuers overtook the two princely families at Juvisy, and after possessing themselves of the children of Burgundy and the Princess Michelle, they respectfully asked the Dauphin Louis, then about 10 years old, whither he would please to go. The royal boy replied, "I will return to my father." He was joyfully obeyed and conducted back to Paris, with his sister Catherine and the rest of the royal children of France. After the Duke of Burgundy had caused the assassination of Orleans in the streets of Paris, the conduct of Queen Isabeau became so infamous that she was imprisoned at Tours, and her daughter Catherine, the only one of the princesses who was not betrothed or consecrated, was taken from her. There is reason to believe that Catherine was brought up in the convent of Poissy, where her sister Marie took the veil. Whilst the education of Catherine the Fair is proceeding, a few pages must be devoted to the personal history of that popular hero, her future husband. Henry V is supposed to have been born in 1387. Monmouth Castle, the place of his birth, belonged to his mother's inheritance. It is one of the most beautiful spots in our island. As Henry was a sickly child, he was, according to tradition, taken to Courtfield to be nursed, a village about 5 or 6 miles from Monmouth. His cradle is still preserved and is shown as a curiosity at Bristol. The name of his nurse was Joan Waring, on whom, after he came to the throne, he settled an annuity of £20 for her good services performed for him. He was given a learned education, the first foundation of which was, in all probability, laid by his mother, who was, as Froissart expressly declares, skilled in Latin and in cloister divinity. This princess died in the year 1394, in early life, leaving an infant family consisting of 4 sons and 2 daughters. The maternal grandmother of young Henry, the Countess of Hereford, bestowed some care on his education. This is proved by the fact that he left in his will to the Bishop of Durham a missal and a protophorium given to him by his dear grandmother. Henry was extremely fond of music, and this taste was cultivated at a very early age. In proof whereof, the household book of his grandsire, John of Gaunt, may be cited. New strings were purchased for the harp of the young hero before he was 10 years old. About the same time there is a charge for the scabbard of his little sword, and for an ounce of black silk to make his sword knot, and moreover 4 shillings were expended in 7 books of grammar for his use, bound up in 1 volume. There is likewise an item for payment of a courier to announce to Henry of Bolingbroke the alarming illness of the young Lord Henry, his son. Richard II, during the exile of Bolingbroke, took possession of his heir. The education of young Henry was finished in the palace of his royal kinsman, who made him his companion in his last expedition to Ireland. Here young Henry was made a knight banneret, by the sword of the king, after distinguishing himself in one of the dangerous but desultory combats with the insurgents. While Richard went to fulfil his ill fortune in England, he sent young Henry to the castle of Trim, in Ireland, with his cousin german, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, whose father he had lately murdered. Young Henry was brought home from Ireland, after his father had revolutionized England, in a ship fitted out for that purpose by Henry Dryhurst of Westchester. He met with his father at Chester, and in all probability accompanied him on his triumphant march to London. Creton affirms that Henry IV made his son Prince of Wales at his coronation, but I think, adds Richard's sorrowing servant, he must win it first, for the whole land of Wales is in a state of revolt, on account of the wrongs of their dear lord, King Richard. There is reason to suppose that, after his sire's coronation, Prince Henry completed his education at Oxford, for there is an antique chamber of Queen's College pointed out by successive generations as once having been inhabited by Henry. This is a room over the gateway, opposite to St. Edmund's Hall. A portrait of Henry was painted in the glass on the window, and under these verses in Latin: "To record the fact forever, the Emperor of Britain, the triumphant Lord of France, the conqueror of his enemies and himself, Henry V, of this little chamber once the great inhabitant." Fuller, who lived more than 100 years after Henry, points out the same college chamber as the abiding place of the prince. Henry was placed at Oxford under the tutorship of his half-uncle Henry Beaufort, a young, handsome, and turbulent ecclesiastic, whose imperious haughtiness did not arise from his ascetic rigidity of manners as a priest. Beaufort had accompanied his charge to Ireland and returned with him to England. The early appointment of the prince as lieutenant of Wales, March 7, 1403, limits the probable time of his sojourn at Oxford as a student to the period between the commencement of the year 1400 and 1402. The prince was but 16 when he fought courageously at that great conflict where his father's crown was contested. At the battle of Shrewsbury, when advancing too rashly on the enemy's forces, he received a wound with an arrow in the face, the scar of which might be seen all his life. Being advised to retire, that the steel might be drawn out, "To what place?" he said. "Who will remain fighting, if I, the prince, and a king's son, retire for fear at the first taste of steel? Let my fellow soldiers see that I bleed at the first onset. For deeds, not words, are the duties of princes, who should set the example of boldness." Until after 1407, the Prince of Wales was actively employed in the Welsh campaigns. Although Glendower was finally beaten back to his mountain fastnesses, yet the whole of the principality was, during the reign of Henry IV, but a nominal appendage to the English monarchy. Thus deprived of the revenues annexed to his title, the gallant Henry was subjected to the most grinding and bitter poverty. His wild dissipations seem to have commenced after his desultory campaigns in Wales concluded, when he returned to court with no little of the license of the partisan soldier. His extreme poverty, which was shared by his royal sire, made him reckless and desperate, and had the natural consequence of forcing him into company below his rank. Stowe, in his Annals, declares, "The prince used to disguise himself and lie in wait for the receivers of the rents of the crown lands, or of his father's patrimony, and in the disguise of a highwayman set upon them and robbed them. In such encounters he sometimes got soundly beaten, but he always rewarded such of his father's officers who made the stoutest resistance." But Henry's wildest pranks were performed at a manor of his, close to Coventry, called Chalesmore, a residence appertaining to his duchy of Cornwall. Here Prince Hal and some of his friends were taken into custody by John Hornsby, the mayor of Coventry, for raising a riot. Chalesmore was regarded by his careworn father with painful jealousy. "For thither," says Walsingham, "resorted all the nobility as to a king's court, while that of Henry IV was deserted." But Henry did not content himself with astonishing John Hornsby, the mayor of Coventry, and his sombre citizens, by a mad frolic now and then. He saw the inside of a London prison as well as the jail of Coventry. It does not appear that the prince was personally engaged in the uproars raised by his brothers, Prince John and Prince Thomas, at Eastcheap, which are noted in the London Chronicle. But in one of these frays the Lord Mayor captured a favourite servant belonging to the Prince of Wales, and carried him before Judge Gascoigne. Directly the Prince of Wales heard of the detention of his servant, he rushed to the court of justice, where his man stood arraigned at the bar. He endeavoured with his own hands to free him from his fetters, and, on the interference of the judge, bestowed on that functionary a box on the ears, for which outrage Gascoigne dauntlessly reproved the prince, and, at the end of a very suitable lecture, committed him to the prison of the King's Bench, to which Henry, who was struck with remorse at his own mad violation of the laws of his country, submitted with so good a grace that Henry IV. Made the well-known speech. He was proud of having a son who would thus submit himself to the laws, and that he had a judge who could so fearlessly enforce them. This exploit is supposed to have been the reason that Henry IV. Removed his son from his place at the Privy Council. The desperate state of the prince's finances, it is possible, might irritate him into these excesses, for all his English revenues were swallowed up in the prosecution of the war to reconquer Wales. Indeed, his chief income was derived from the great estates of his ward, the Earl of March. This young prince, who possessed a nearer claim to the throne of England than the line of Lancaster, had been kept a prisoner in Windsor Castle from his infancy. In 1402, Henry IV. Gave the person of the minor earl, with the wardship of his revenues, to his eldest son, thus putting no small temptation in the path of an ambitious young hero. But here the very best traits of Prince Henry's mixed character developed themselves. He formed the tenderest friendship for his helpless ward and rival. From time to time Henry IV. Made attempts to obtain a wife for his heir. In the preceding memoir it has been shown that he was, in childhood, contracted to the eldest daughter of Joanna, Duchess of Bretagne, afterwards his stepmother. The biography of Isabella of Valois has proved how long and assiduously Prince Henry wooed the young widow of the murdered Richard, until all hope ended in her marriage with Orleans. Marie, the second daughter of France, was the next object of his choice. But she, who had been devoted to the cloister even before her birth, on being consulted whether she would prefer an earthly spouse and accept the Prince of Wales, indignantly reproved her father's envoys for imagining so profane a thought. A daughter of the Duke of Burgundy was demanded for Prince Henry, but the negotiation was unsuccessful. At last both the prince and his father seem to have determined on obtaining the hand of the fair Catherine, the youngest of the princesses of France, and a private mission was confided to Edward, Duke of York, to demand her in marriage for the Prince of Wales. York was absent on this errand at the time of the death of Henry IV. Modern research has found reason for the supposition that Prince Henry was intriguing to depose his father just before his last fatal sickness. The angry assertions of Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, accuse Henry Beaufort, Bishop of Winchester, of the double treachery of instigating the Prince of Wales to seize his father's crown, and at the same time of plotting to assassinate the prince. These are Gloucester's words. My brother was, when Prince of Wales, in great danger once, when he slept in the Green Chamber at Westminster Palace. There was discovered, by the rouse of a little spaniel belonging to the prince, a man concealed behind the arras near the prince's bed. When he was hauled out by Henry's attendants, a dagger was found on the man's person, and he confessed he was hidden there to kill the prince in the night, instigated by Beaufort. But when the Earl of Arundel heard this, he had the assassin's head tied in a sack and flung into the Thames, to stifle his evidence. Although no chronology is expressly marked for these events, yet internal evidence refers them to the close of Henry IV's existence, just before the extreme indisposition of that monarch caused the prince to seek a reconciliation with his father. This he did in a manner usually considered very extraordinary. He came to court on a New Year's Day, dressed in a dark blue robe, worked with oilettes around the collar, to each of which hung a needle and thread, and this robe, it is asserted, was meant to indicate how much his vilifiers had slandered him to his royal sire. Why needles and threads should point out such an inference has been an enigma, but it is explained easily enough by the Memorialist of Oxford. There is a quaint old custom, founded by Robert de Eaglesfield, still in use in Oxford at Queen's College on New Year's Day, when the bursar presents to each of the members of the college a needle and thread, adding this exordium, "Take this and be thrifty." What the fellows of Queen's do now with these useful implements we know not. In the time of Prince Hal they certainly stuck them on their collars. The prince went to court wearing all the needles he had received from his bursar, it being the anniversary of their presentation on New Year's Day. He likewise wore the student's gown, which at the same time reminded his sire that he had not forgotten the lessons of thriftiness he had imbibed at Queen's College. Thus apparelled, he advanced into the hall of Westminster Palace, and leaving all his company, because the weather was cold, round about the coal fire, in the centre of the hall, he advanced singly to pay his duty to his father, who was with his attendants at the upper end. After due salutation, he implored a private audience of his sire. Henry IV. Made a sign to his attendants to carry him in his chair, for he could not walk, into his private chamber, when the Prince of Wales, falling on his knees, presented his dagger to his father, and requesting him to pierce him to the heart, if he deemed that it contained any feeling but duty and loyalty towards him. Henry IV. Melted into tears, and a thorough explanation and reconciliation took place between the father and the son. The last sad scene between Henry IV. And his heir, so beautifully dramatized by Shakespeare, is, as shown in the preceding memoir, a very faithful detail of incidents recorded by ancient chroniclers. After the death of his royal sire, Henry V. did not establish himself in the sovereignty without a short but fierce civil war, which partly assumed a religious character, and partly was founded on the report that King Richard II. Was alive and ready to claim his own. These reports were assuredly the secret motive of the exhumation of Richard's body, outwardly attributed to Henry V., to his respect for the memory of his kinsman, but in reality a deep-laid measure of state policy. This tragic scene was one of the peculiar features of that era, and the manner in which it was conducted finds no parallel, excepting in the appalling exhumation of Agnes de Castro. Richard's mouldering corpse was raised from its obscure resting place at Langley, and seated in a rich chair of state, adorned with regal ornaments. Henry V. walked next to his dead kinsman, and all his court followed, and thus royally escorted, the corpse of the hapless Richard was conveyed to Westminster Abbey, and laid, with solemn pomp, in the tomb he had prepared for himself, by the side of his beloved Anne of Bohemia. The very next day, says the London Chronicle, there was a grand cursing of Sir John Oldcastle at St. Paul's Cross, who had been accused of raising the reports that Richard was in existence. When these agitations had subsided, Henry V. renewed his application for the hand of the Princess Catherine. At the same time he demanded with her an enormous dowry. If the King of France had been disposed to give him his daughter, it was scarcely possible he could bestow with her 2 millions of crowns, the bridal portion demanded by Henry, together with the restoration of Normandy and all the southern provinces, once the inheritance of Eleanora of Aquitaine. There was a secret misgiving on the part of the French, lest the ambitious heir of Lancaster should make use of an alliance with one of their princesses, to strengthen the claim of the Plantagenets to the throne of France. Yet Charles VI. Would have given Catherine to Henry with a dowry of 450,000 crowns. This the English hero refused with disdain. Henry desired no better than a feasible excuse to invade France. He, therefore, resolved to win Catherine the Fair at the point of the sword, together with all the gold and provinces he demanded with her hand. Henry's first care was to sell or pawn all the valuables he possessed, in order to raise funds for the French expedition, on which he had set his ambitious mind. Extended empire, rich plunder, and the hand of the beautiful young Catherine of Valois were the attainments on which all the energies of his ardent character were centered. The annals of the ancient nobility or gentry of England can bear witness to the extraordinary methods the Plantagenet kings took to induce their feudal muster to tarry beyond the 40 days they were bound to appear in arms by their tenures. Among other possessions of the royal family, the magnificent crown belonging to Henry IV., called the Great Harry, was pawned, while cupboards and buffets at royal palaces were ransacked of their rich goblets and flagons, and distributed to the knights and leaders of that expedition as pledges and pawns, that their pay should be forthcoming when coin was more plentiful. Even that stout northern squire, to whose keeping was confided the banner of St. George by his warlike sovereign, did not undertake his chivalric commission without a pawn of broken silver flagons. It was necessary for Henry to make these personal sacrifices in order to pay his army, as the unsettled temper of the times forced him to be exceedingly moderate in his pecuniary applications to his parliament. France, he meant, should pay for all. From Southampton, Henry V sent Antelope, his pursuivant of arms, with a letter to Catherine's father, dated from that port, to show the reality of his intentions of invasion. He demanded the English provinces and the hand of Catherine, otherwise he would take them by force. The King of France replied, if that was his mind, he would do his best to receive him, but, as to the marriage, he thought it would be a strange way of wooing Catherine, covered with the blood of her countrymen. But the brother of the princess, the wild young Dauphin Louis, was imprudent enough to exasperate his dangerous adversary by sending him a cask of Paris tennis balls, telling him that they were fitter playing things for him, according to his former course of life, than the provinces he demanded. The English and their sovereign were deeply exasperated at this witticism. These balls, replied Henry, perpetrating an angry pun, shall be struck back with such a racket as shall force open Paris gates. But on the very eve of Henry's embarkation, to cross the sea with pride and pomp of chivalry, a plot for his destruction was discovered, founded on the claims of his friend, the Earl of March, to the crown of England. This plot was concocted by the Earl of Cambridge, the king's near relative, who had married Anne Mortimer, the sister of March. This lady had died, leaving one son, afterwards the famous Richard, Duke of York, who, as his uncle March was childless, was the representative of his claims. The rights of this boy were the secret motives of the Southampton conspiracy. The grand difficulty was to induce March to assert his hereditary title against his friend Henry V. The Earl of Cambridge intended, after the assassination of Henry, through the agency of the king's entrusted chancellor, to fly with March to the borders of Wales, where the earl was to declare his claims and be crowned with the royal crown of Spain, which was to pass with the common people for the crown of England, and to be carried in the van of the army on a cushion. This plot was spoiled by the romance of refusal of the earl to assert his rights or dispossess his friend and guardian. After Cambridge had opened his plan to the Earl of March, that prince, avowedly by the advice of his man Lacy, refused to swear to keep the secret, but requested an hour's space to consider the proposition, which time he used in seeking the king, and informing him of his danger, first requesting a pardon of Henry for listening sufficiently to his rebels and traitors to understand their schemes. Henry summoned a sort of court-martial, of which his brother Clarence was president, and made quick work in the execution of Cambridge, Scrope, and Sir Thomas Grey. They were led out at the north gate, and had their heads stricken off, just as Henry's fleet hoisted sail, and steered, with a favourable wind, out of the port of Southampton, August 7th, 1415. Henry landed at the mouth of the Seine, 3 miles from Harfleur, and, after tremendous slaughter on both sides, took that strong fort of the Seine by storm, in the beginning of October. Notwithstanding this success, disease and early winter brought Henry into a dangerous predicament, till the English lion turned at bay at Agincourt, and finished the brief and late campaign with one of those victories which shed an everlasting glory on the annals of England. So glared he when, at Agincourt, in wrath he turned at bay, and crushed and torn beneath his paws the princely hunters lay. Macaulay. The dreadful panic into which this victory threw France, and the numbers of her nobles and princes slain and taken prisoners, were the chief advantages Henry gained by it. He returned to England, November 27th, 1415, and deviating from his favourite motto, Une sans plus, For a time he gave up all thoughts of obtaining Catherine as a bride, and dispatched his favourite valet, Robert Waterton, to open a private negotiation for the hand of the Princess of Aragon, if the beauty of the lady was considered by that confidential servant as likely to suit his taste. Meantime, Catherine and her family were thrown into the utmost consternation by the victories of this lion-like wooer. The death of the eldest brother of Catherine, the Dauphin Louis, was said to have been accelerated by grief for the day of Agincourt, and his demise was followed with such celerity by the decease of her next brother, the Dauphin John, that all France took alarm. The loss of the princes was attributed to their unnatural mother, Isabeau of Bavaria, to whom the crime was imputed of poisoning them both. The unfortunate father of Catherine was in a state of delirium. The Duke of Burgundy and the Count of Armagnac were fiercely contesting for the government of France, while Paris was convulsed with the threefold plague of anarchy, pestilence, and famine. Queen Isabeau, taking advantage of all this confusion, escaped from her palace restraint at Tours, and joining with the Duke of Burgundy, not only gained great power as regent for her distracted consort, but obtained the control of her beautiful daughter. However the queen might have neglected Catherine when an infant, she was no sooner restored to her as a lovely young woman than she obtained the prodigious influence over her. The maternal feelings of Isabeau seemed centred on Catherine alone, to the unjust exclusion of her other children. Catherine had very early set her mind on being queen of England, and it will soon be shown how completely Isabeau entered into all her daughter's wishes. In order to fulfil this object, when it was found that Rouen could no longer sustain its long dolorous siege, Isabeau sent ambassadors with Catherine's picture to ask Henry whether so beautiful a princess required such a great dowry as he demanded with her. The ambassadors declared they found Henry at Rouen proud as a lion, that he gazed long and earnestly on the portrait of Catherine, acknowledged that it was surpassingly fair, but refused to abate a particle of his exorbitant demands. The close of the year 1418 saw the fall of the wretched city of Rouen, and increased the despair of Catherine's country and family. Queen Isabeau resolved that, as the picture of the princess had not succeeded in mollifying the proud heart of the conqueror, she would try what the personal charms of her Catherine could effect. A truce was obtained with Henry V, who had now pushed his conquests as far as Melun. The poor distracted king of France, with the queen Isabeau and her beautiful daughter Catherine, in a richly ornamented barge, came to Pontoise in hopes of effecting an amicable arrangement with the conqueror. At Pontoise a large enclosure was made with planks, within which the conferences were to be carried on. It was also surrounded by a deep ditch, having on one side the bank of the Seine. There were several entrances, well secured by 3 barriers, and tents and pavilions, made of blue and green velvet, worked with gold, were pitched for repose and refreshment. End of section 7. Section 8 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 3, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Catherine of Valois, Chapter 1, Part 2. Notwithstanding the King of France was very much indisposed, he and Queen Isabeau, the princess, the Duke of Burgundy, and his council, escorted by 1,000 combatants, went to the place of conference near Melun, and entered the tents without the enclosure. Then the King of England arrived, attended by his brothers, the Dukes of Clarence and Gloucester, and 1,000 men at arms. He entered the tent pitched for him, and when they were about to commence the conference, the queen on the right hand, followed by the lady Catherine, entered the enclosure. At the same time the King of England, with his brothers in council, arrived on this neutral ground by another barrier, and with a most respectful obeisance met and saluted Queen Isabeau, and then King Henry not only kissed her, but the lady Catherine. They entered the tent pitched for the conference, King Henry leading Queen Isabeau. Henry seated himself opposite to Catherine and gazed at her most intently, while the Earl of Warwick was making a long harangue in French, which he spoke very well. After they had remained some time in conference, they separated, taking the most respectful leave of each other. This barrier scene is evidently meant to be depicted by the celebrated ancient painting once in the possession of Horace Walpole. Henry VII had this picture painted for his chapel at Sheen, and, as the well-known likeness of Henry V is striking, there is reason to believe the same care was taken in portraying the features of Catherine of Valois. The oval shape of her face, her clear ivory complexion, and large dark eyes coincide with the descriptions of the old French chroniclers. Catherine's chin was too short, or the face would be perfect. The expression is inane and passionless. She wears an arched crown, and a species of veil, trimmed at each side with ermine, and reaching to the shoulders. Her mantle, of the regal form, is worn over a close gown, tight to the throat. A strap of ermine passes down the front, and is studded with jewels. 3 weeks afterwards all the royal personages, with the exception of the Lady Catherine, met for another conference at the barrier ground of Pontoise. As the view of Catherine's beauty had not induced Henry to lower his demands, Queen Isabeau resolved that the English conqueror should see her no more. Henry was exceedingly discontented at this arrangement. For, says Monstrelet, the princess was very handsome and had some engaging manners, and it was plainly to be seen that King Henry was desperately in love with her. Yet the second conference ended, without the least abatement in his exorbitant requisitions. After the English hero had waited unavailingly a few days, in hopes of being courted by the family of his beloved, he impatiently demanded a third interview, meaning to modify his demands. When lo, to his infinite displeasure, when he arrived at Pontoise, he found the tents struck, the barriers pulled down, and the pales that marked out the neutral ground taken away, everything showing that the marriage treaty was supposed to be ended. Henry V was infuriated at the sight, and in his transports betrayed how much he had become enamored of Catherine. He turned angrily to the Duke of Burgundy, who was the only person belonging to the royal family of France attending the conference, and said abruptly, "Fair cousin, we wish you to know that we will have the daughter of your king, or we will drive him and you out of his kingdom." The Duke replied, "Sire, you are pleased to say so, but before you have succeeded in driving my lord and me out of this kingdom, I make no doubt that you will be heartily tired." Many high words passed, too tedious to report, and, taking leave of each other, they separated, and each went his way. Before 2 years had elapsed, the family of Catherine were forced by dire distress to sue for the renewal of the marriage treaty. Henry's career of conquest proceeded with terrific rapidity. He made himself master of most of the towns between Normandy and the French capital, while his brother, the Duke of Clarence, and his friend, the Earl of March, had already thundered at the gates of Paris. Henry was requested to name his own terms of pacification. He haughtily replied, that he had been deceived and baffled so many times, that he would treat with no one but the Princess Catherine herself, whose innocency, he was sure, would not try to deceive him. Notice of this speech being immediately conveyed to Queen Isabeau, she made the Bishop of Arras return instantly to tell King Henry that if he could come to Troyes, Catherine would espouse him there, and that as her inheritance he should have the crown of France after the death of King Charles. And to gain the more credit, the Bishop of Arras secretly delivered to the king a love letter written by the fair hand of Catherine herself, so full of sweetness that Henry V considered his happiness as certain. The English monarch was now to receive, with the hand of Catherine, not only the provinces he had demanded, but the reversion of the whole sovereignty of France, with immediate possession, under the name of regent. By this treaty the elder sisters and the only brother of Catherine were to be disinherited. As soon as these terms were agreed upon, Henry, accompanied by his brothers Clarence and Gloucester, with 1,600 combatants, mostly archers, advanced to Troyes, where he arrived on the 20th of May, 1420. The new Duke of Burgundy, clothed in the deepest mourning for his murdered sire, met Henry at a little distance from Troyes, and conducted him in great pomp to the Hotel de Ville, where lodgings were prepared for him. When Henry was presented the next day to Catherine, who was with her mother, enthroned in the church of Notre Dame, he was attired in a magnificent suit of burnished armour, but, instead of a plume, he wore in his helmet a fox tail, ornamented with precious stones. It must be owned that the warrior king of England now and then indulged in a few whims regarding dress. Henry conducted the princess and her mother up to the high altar, and there the articles of peace were read. Queen Isabeau and Catherine apologized for the non-attendance of King Charles VI on account of his infirm health, saying that the king was ill disposed. The unfortunate father of Catherine could not go through the scene, which apparently annihilated the hopes of his young heir, but the Duke of Burgundy officiated as the deputy of his royal kinsman, and the important treaty was signed. The betrothment of Henry and Catherine instantly followed, and, when the English monarch received Catherine's promise, he placed on her finger a ring of inestimable value, supposed to be the same worn by our English queen consorts at their coronation. After the conclusion of the ceremony, Henry presented to his betrothed bride his favourite knight, Sir Louis de Robsart, to whom he committed the defence of her person, and the office of guarding her while in France. The real meaning of this ceremony was, that Henry V took the princess into his own custody after betrothment, and would retain her by force, if her family had changed their minds regarding his marriage. Catherine was now his property, and it was the duty of Sir Louis de Robsart to guard the safe keeping of that property. Henry himself announced the peace and betrothment in a letter addressed to his council of regency, the Duke of Gloucester being just appointed regent of England. Right trusty and beloved brother, right worshipful fathers in God, and trusty and well beloved, forasmuch that we wot well that your desires were to hear joyful tidings of our good speed, we signify to you, worship be our God, that of our labour hath sent us good conclusion. Upon Monday, the 20th day of this May, we arrived at this town of Troyes, and on the morrow hadden a convention betwixt our mother, the Queen of France, and our brother, the Duke of Bourgogne, as commissaires of the King of France, our father, for his parti, and us in our own person for our own parti side. And the accord of peace perpetual was there sworn by both the said commissioners in the name of our aforesaid father, and sembly by us in our own name, and the letters thereupon forthwith ensealed, under the great seal of our said father, to us word, and under ours to him word, the copy of which letter we send you enclosed in this. Also, at the said convention, was marriage betrothed betwixt us and our wife, daughter of our aforesaid father, the King of France. The treaty of peace, which the king declares is enclosed in his letter, is addressed to his viscounts of London. Some extracts are of a curious nature. It is, says Henry, accorded between our father of France and us, that forasmuch as by the bond of matrimony made for the good of peace between us and our dear and most beloved Catherine, the daughter of our said father and our most dear mother Isabel, his wife, the said Charles and Isabel, be made our father and mother. Therefore them, as our father and mother, we shall have and worship, as it fitteth such and so worthy of prince and princess to be worshipped, before all other temporal persons of this world. Also that the said Catherine shall take and have dower in our realm of England, as queens of England hitherward were wont to take and have. That is to say, to the sum of 40,000 scutes (crowns) by the year, of the which twain algates (always) shall be worth a noble English money. Also, if it happen that the said Catherine shall outlive us, she shall take in the realm of France, immediately from our death, 20,000 francs yearly. Also that after the death of our said father, and from thenceforward, the crown and realm of France, with all their rights and appurtenances, shall remain and abide and be of us and of our heirs for evermore." On Trinity Sunday, June 3rd, says Monstrelet, the King of England wedded the Lady Catherine at Troyes, in the parish church near which he lodged. Great pomp and magnificence were displayed by him and his princes, as if he had been king of the whole world. The Archbishop of Sens went in state to bless the bed of the queen, and during the night a grand procession came to the bedside of the royal pair, bringing them wine and soup, because Henry chose in all things to comply with the ancient customs of France, and it appears this strange ceremonial was one of the usages of the royal family. The next day, after a splendid feast, where the knights of the English court proposed a succession of tournaments, he let them know that playing at fighting was not to be the amusement of his wedding, but the actual siege of Sens, where they might tilt and tourney as much as they choose. The letters written on occasion of these nuptials by Henry and his courtiers are the earliest specimens extant of English prose. The following epistle by John Uford affords to the reader as brief and comprehensive a view of affairs at that period as can possibly be presented. "Worshipful Maester, I recommend me to you, and as touching tidings, the king our sovereign lord was wedded with great solemnity in the cathedral church of Troyes, about midday on Trinity Sunday. And on the Tuesday suing, following, he removed towards the town of Sens, 16 leagues thence, leading with him thither our queen and the French estate. And on the Wednesday next ensuing was siege laid to that town, a great town and a notable. It lieth toward Bourgogne ward, and is holden strong with great number of Armagnacs. The which town is worthily besieged. For there lie at that siege 2 kings, 2 queens, Isabeau, queen of France, and the newly married queen of England, 4 dukes, with my lord of Bedford, when he cometh hither. The which, the Duke of Bedford, on the 12th day of June, shall lodge beside Paris, hitherward coming. And at this siege also are lean many worthy ladies and gentlewomen, both French and English, of the which many of them began feats of arms long time agone, but of lying at sieges now they begin first. I pray that ye will recommend me to my worshipful lord the chancellor, and to my lord the treasurer. And furthermore, will ye wit know that Paris, with other, is sworn to obey the king our sovereign lord, as heritor and governor of France, and so they do. And on Whitsun Monday final peace was proclaimed in Paris, and on Tuesday was a solemn mass of Our Lady, and a solemn procession of all the great and worthy men of Paris, thanking God for this accord. And now Englishmen go into Paris oft as they will, without any safe conduct or any letting, giving leave. And Paris and all other towns, turn from the Armagnac party, make great joy and mirth every holiday, in dancing and caroling. I pray God send grace to both realms of much mirth and gladness, and give you in health much joy and prosperity long to endure. I pray that ye will vouchsafe to let this letter commend me to Abel Howitt and Bailey, and to Sir John Brockholes, whom the fair town of Vernon on Seine greeteth well also, and Will Albto and Lark and all the Menie, and King Barber and his wife. Written at the siege of Sens, the 6th day of June, in haste. Sens is further than Paris 34 leagues, and Troyes is further than Paris 36 leagues. Will ye say to my brother, Master Piers, that I send him a letter by the bringer hereof? Your own servant, Johann Ofort. Thus was the honeymoon of Catherine the Fair passed at sieges and leaguers. Her bridal music was the groans of France. Horror, unutterable horror, was the attendant on these nuptials, for the cruel massacre of Montereau took place within a fortnight of the queen's espousals. Yet Catherine was no unwilling bride, for, as her brother-in-law, Philip the Good of Burgundy, expressly declared, she had passionately longed to be espoused to King Henry, and, from the moment she saw him, had constantly solicited her mother, with whom she could do anything, till her marriage took place. Not a sign of objection to the cruelties and slaughter that followed her marriage is recorded, nor did the royal beauty ever intercede for her wretched country with her newly wedded lord. Sens received Henry and Catherine within its walls soon after the siege had commenced in form. The king and queen of England entered in great state, accompanied by the archbishop of Sens, who had a few days before joined their hands at Troyes. This prelate had been expelled from his diocese by the party of the Armagnacs, but he was reinstated by Henry V, who, turning to him with a smile as they entered the cathedral, said, "Now, Monsieur Archevêque, we are quits, for you gave me my wife the other day, and I restore yours to you this day." While the desperate siege of Montereau proceeded, the Queen of England and her father and mother, with their courts and households, resided at Bray-sur-Seine. Here Henry paid frequent visits to his bride. After the tragedy of Montereau, the united courts removed to Corbeil, where Queen Catherine was joined by her sister-in-law, Margaret, Duchess of Clarence, and by many noble ladies, who had come from England to pay their duty to the bride of King Henry. She was with her mother and King Charles at the camp before Melun. But indeed, says Monstrelet, it was a sorry sight to see the King of France bereft of all his usual state and pomp. They resided, with many ladies and damsels, about a month, in a house King Henry had built for them near his tents, and at a distance from the town, that the roar of the cannon might not startle King Charles. Every day at sunrise, continues the Burgundian, and at nightfall, 10 clarions, and divers other instruments, were ordered by King Henry to play for an hour, most melodiously, before the door of the King of France. The malady of the unhappy father of Catherine was soothed by music. This was evidently the military band of Henry V, the first which is distinctly mentioned in chronicles. Henry was himself a performer on the harp from an early age. He likewise was a composer, delighting in church harmony, which he used to practise on the organ. That he found similar tastes in his royal bride is evident from an item in the issue rolls, whereby it appears he sent to England to obtain new harps for Catherine and himself in the October succeeding his wedlock. By the hands of William Menston was paid £8 13 shillings 4d for 2 new harps purchased for King Henry and Queen Catherine. If the reader is anxious to know who was the best harp maker in London at this period, complete satisfaction can be given, for a previous document mentions another harp sent to Henry when in France, purchase of John Boar, harp maker, London, together with several dozen harp cords and a harp case. At the surrender of Melun, the vile mother of Queen Catherine was proclaimed regent of France through the influence of her son-in-law, who considered Queen Isabeau entirely devoted to her daughter's interest. This was a preparatory step to a visit which Henry intended to make to his own country, for the purpose of showing the English his beautiful bride, and performing the ceremonial of her coronation. The royal personages of France and England now approached Paris, in order that the King and Queen of England might make their triumphal entry into that city. But Henry, not knowing how the Parisians might receive them, chose to precede his wife and take possession of the city before he ventured to trust her within its walls. Queen Catherine and her mother made their grand entry into Paris next day. Great magnificence was displayed at the arrival of the Queen of England, but it would take up too much time to relate all the rich presents that were offered to her by the citizens of Paris. The streets and houses were hung with tapestry the whole of that day, and wine was constantly running from brass cocks and in conduits through the squares, so that all persons might have it in abundance. And more rejoicings than tongue can tell were made in Paris for the peace and for the marriage of Catherine the Fair. The miserably exhausted state of France prevented Catherine from receiving any solid sum as her fortune, but she had an income of 40,000 francs, the usual revenue of the queens of France, settled on her at her marriage by her father, a few scanty instalments of which proved, in reality, the only property she ever derived from her own country. This circumstance gives an exemplification, by no means uncommon in life, of the manner in which exorbitancy in pecuniary demands often defeats its own ends. Had Henry V required a more reasonable dowry with his bride, Catherine might have been reckoned among the richest of our queens, instead of being, with her high-sounding expectations, in reality the poorest among them all. The royal pair spent their Christmas at Paris, but, at the end of the festival, Henry thought it best to pay some attention to the prayer of his faithful commons, who had lately begged that he, with his gracious queen, would please to return to England, to comfort, support, and refresh them by their presence. Accordingly, Henry set out with his queen on a winter journey through France, escorted by the Duke of Bedford, at the head of 6,000 men. Queen Catherine arrived at Amiens on St. Vincent's Day, and was lodged in the Hotel of Maitre. Robert Le Jeune, bailiff of Amiens, and many costly presents were made to her by that magistrate. The royal pair embarked at Calais, and landed at Dover, February 1st, where, observes Monstrelet, Catherine was received as if she had been an angel of God. The magnificent coronation of the queen took place as early after her landing as the 24th of February. She was led on foot from Westminster Palace to the Abbey between two bishops, and was crowned by the hands of Archbishop Chechely on the 24th of February, 1421. It is expressly mentioned that Catherine sat on the King's Bench at Westminster Hall, by Henry's side, at the coronation feast. It is worth the noting, says old Raphael Hollingshead, to take a view of all the goodly order and reverend dutifulness exhibited on all sides towards the new queen. After the coronation was ended, Queen Catherine was conveyed into the great hall of Westminster, and there sat at dinner. Upon her right hand sat, at the end of the table, the Archbishop of Canterbury and Cardinal Beaufort. Upon the left hand of the queen sat James I, King of Scotland, under his canopy, who was served with messes in covered silver dishes, but after the aforesaid bishops. By the King of Scots sat the Duchess of York and the Countess of Huntingdon. The Countess of Kent sat under the table, at the queen's feet, holding a napkin. The Earl of March, holding a sceptre in his hand, kneeled on the steps of the dais at the queen's right side. The Earl Marshal, holding her other sceptre, kneeled at her left. The Duke of Gloucester was that day overseer of the feast, and stood before Queen Catherine bareheaded. Sir Richard Neville was her cupbearer, Sir James Stuart sewer, the Lord Clifford pantler, in the Earl of Warwick's stead. The Lord Grey of Ruthin was her naperer, and the Lord Audley her almoner, instead of the Earl of Cambridge. And ye shall understand, says Alderman Fabian, that this feast was all of fish, for being February 24th, Lent was entered upon, and nothing of meat was there, saving brawn, served with mustard. Among the fish dishes of the first course, Fabian mentions especially dead eels stewed. The table ornaments, called subtleties, were contrived to express by their mottos a political meaning. In the first course was an image of St. Catherine, the queen's patron saint, disputing with the doctors, holding a label in her right hand, on which was written Madame la Reine, and a pelican held an answer in her bill to this effect: "In this sign the king great joy will bring, and all his people she Madame the queen will content." The second course of this fish banquet was jelly, colored with columbine flowers, white pottage or cream of almonds, bream of the sea, conger, soles, chevin or chub, barrel with roach, smelt fried, crayfish or lobster, lech, damasked with the king's motto or word flourished, un sans plus, lamprey, fresh baked, flambe, flourished with the scutcheon royal, and therein 3 crowns of gold plated with fleur-de-lis and flowers of chamomile, all wrought of confections, confectionery, and a subtlety named a panter, panther, with an image of St. Catherine having a wheel in her hand with this motto: "The queen, my daughter, in this island has with good reason renown." The third course was likewise of fish. A lach, called the white lach, flourished with hawthorn leaves and red haws. Dates in compost, mottled cream. Carp turbot tench. Perch with gudgeon. Fresh sturgeon with whilks. Porpoise roasted, which Fabian, because the dish was not barbarous enough in itself, calls porporus. Then there was crevice d'eau, crabfish, prawns, eels roasted with lamprey, and a marchpane, garnished with diverse figures of angels, among which was set an image of Saint Barnabas, holding this posy, giving hopes of peace, as well as that royal wedlock would be happy. It is written, it may be seen, and is, in marriage pure, no strifes endure. And lastly, there was a subtlety named a tigre, looking in a mirror, and a man on horseback clean armed, holding a tiger's whelp in his hands, with this motto, perforce sans raison, j'ai pris cette beast. By force of arms, and not by that of reason, I have captured this beast. The small tiger and the motto meant an uncivil allusion to Catherine's young brother, the Dauphin. The figure made show of throwing mirrors at the great tiger, which held in his paws this reason, label with motto. The sight of this mirror tames wild beasts of terror. The only instance of active benevolence ever recorded of Catherine the Fair took place at this coronation feast, when the queen publicly interceded with her monarch bridegroom for the liberation of his royal guest and prisoner, James I of Scotland, then at table. This suit seems to have been granted, on condition that James should bear arms under Henry V's banner, for the purpose of completing the subjugation of France. Catherine likewise took in hand the management of the love affairs of the accomplished King of Scotland, and through her agency, hopes were held out to the gallant James, that if he gave satisfaction to King Henry in the ensuing campaign, he need not despair of possessing the beautiful Joanna Beaufort, with whom he was so desperately enamoured. Stowe affirms that this lady was betrothed to King James before the festivals of Catherine's coronation ended. Catherine presented Sir James Stuart with the gilt cup with which he served her as sewer at the coronation. After the festivals had concluded, the queen was left by Henry in her palace of Westminster till Palm Sunday, when she removed to Windsor, expecting to meet the king, who had promised to pass Easter with her at the castle. Henry, however, found it impossible to return from the north, whither he had gone on progress. He therefore sent for the queen to Leicester, where they celebrated the spring festival. They then continued the progress together, visiting the shrines of all northern saints. Henry was so superfluous in his devotions, and so stern in suppressing all the satirical writings of the Lollards against the clergy, that the reformers gave him the sobriquet of the Prince of the Priests. The object of the king in this progress was to prepare his people for the extraordinary supplies he meant to request at the ensuing parliament. For this purpose he harangued the corporations of every town through which he passed, and showing them his fair queen as a proof of the progress he had made in the conquest of France, he explained to them, with great eloquence, what forces and funds it would take to complete it. Henry proceeded no further northward than the shrine of St. John of Beverley. While he was offering at that popular saint, he left his queen at the royal castle of Pontefract, that frightful fortress where her sister Isabella's first husband, Richard II, had met his mysterious death, and where that sister's second husband, and her own cousin german, the poet Duke of Orleans, was then enduring a strict captivity. It may be inferred that Queen Catherine was permitted to see this near relative, or Henry would scarcely have taken her to his place of abode. Catherine returned to Westminster in May 1421, when the king met his parliament. Soon after, the disastrous news arrived of the defeat and death at the fatal field of Baugi, of that stainless knight, the king's best beloved brother, Thomas, Duke of Clarence. Henry had not intended to leave England till after the birth of the heir, which the situation of his young queen led him to expect, but now, burning to avenge Clarence, he hurried to France, June 10th, leaving his Catherine in the care of the Duke of Bedford. He laid one especial command on his wife at his parting, which was, not to let his heir be born at Windsor. Our chroniclers lead us to suppose that the king himself had examined the aspects of the planets, according to the vain rules of art. For the expression always is, that he prophesied the calamities of Henry VI. Now, if it was a marvel that Saul was among the prophets, it would be one still greater to find our gallant Plantagenet king assuming the prophet's mantle; unless, indeed, during his education at Oxford, he had, among other trash then considered learning, acquired the art of casting horoscopes. Be this as it may, Henry, from some mysterious reason, deemed that destiny lowered darkly over the royal towers of Windsor, during the month when he expected Catherine to bring forth her firstborn. It is certain, however, that Catherine disobeyed her royal lord, either from want of belief in astrology, or because she chose that her child should first see the light in that stately fortress, where his great and fortunate ancestor, Edward III., was born. On the 6th of December, 1421, the son of Catherine came into the world, which assuredly proved most disastrous to him. When the news was brought to Henry V. that Catherine had brought him an heir, he was prosecuting the siege of Meaux. He eagerly inquired where the boy was born, and being answered, at Windsor, the king repeated with a sigh to his chamberlain, Lord Fitzhugh, the following oracular stave, which certainly does little honour to his talents as an impromptu versifier. I, Henry, born at Monmouth, shall small time reign and much get, but Henry of Windsor shall long reign and lose all, but as God will, so be it. No regular English dower was at this time settled on Catherine, but it is evident that the revenues of the unfortunate queen dowager were confiscated for her use, as her maids were paid from that source. Her damsels were Joanna Belknap, Joanna Troutbeck, and Joanna Kersey, besides Agnes, who has no surname. These ladies, says Henry, the demoiselles of our dear companion, are to receive 10 livres apiece out of the funds of Queen Joanne. Guillemote, damsel of the bedchamber to his said dear companion, is to receive 100 shillings from the moneys of Queen Joanna. Not very honest of the valiant Henry to pay his wife's servants from another person's money. These gifts are declared to be in consideration of the costages and expenses the beloved demoiselles are incurring by following the said dear queen and companion to meet me, King Henry, in France. Likewise an annuity of 20 livres per annum for that dear doctor of philosophy, Maester Johann Boyers, because of his office of confessor to Queen Catherine. The revenues of the unfortunate dowager was likewise taxed, for the maintenance of Catherine's guest, Jacqueline of Hainault, to the enormous amount of £100 per month. Henry directs the treasurer of his exchequer to pay to his dearly beloved cousin, Dame Jacques, Duchess of Holland, this sum from the profits of the dower of Joanna, late Queen of England. Before Catherine left England, her infant was baptized by the name of his father, the Duchess Jacqueline standing godmother. The Duke of Bedford and Cardinal Beaufort were the other sponsors. Early in the same spring, Catherine wrote her warlike lord a most loving letter, declaring that she earnestly longed to behold him once more. This epistle was answered by a permission to join him in France. End of section 8. Section 9 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 3, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Catherine of Valois, Chapter 2, Part 1. Queen Catherine crossed the sea and landed at Harfleur on the 21st of May, 1422, escorted by the Duke of Bedford and an army of 20,000 men, destined to complete the conquest of her unhappy country. At the head of this mighty reinforcement she traversed France, in royal state. Henry left Meaux, which he had just captured, as soon as he heard of the landing of his queen, and advanced with her father and mother to meet her. They met at the castle of Vincennes, where she was received by her husband and parents, as if she had been somewhat more than mortal. She had left her little infant in England, under the care of its uncle, the Duke of Gloucester. Great rejoicings were made at Paris for the arrival of the Queen of England and the birth of the heir of Henry. The royal party left Vincennes, and entered Paris in great magnificence, that day being Whitsun Eve, May 30th. Queen Catherine with her train were lodged at the Louvre, while her mother and King Charles took up their abode at the Hotel de St. Paul. And on Whitsunday Queen Catherine sat at table at the Louvre, gloriously apparelled, having her crown on her head. The English princes and nobles were partakers with the great lords of France at this feast, each seated according to his rank, while the tables were covered with the richest viands and wines. Queen Catherine next day held a great court, and all the Parisians went to see their princess, and her lords sitting enthroned, crowned with their most precious diadems. But, continues Monstrelet, as no meat or drink was offered to the populace, they went away much discontented. For when, of old, the kings of France kept open court, much good cheer was freely given to all comers. King Charles VI had once been as courteous and liberal as any of his predecessors, but now he was seated at a table with his queen, quite forsaken by his nobles, who all flocked to pay their court to his daughter and her husband, at which the common people grieved much. Catherine likewise gave great offence by having the ermines carried before her coach, as if she had been the sovereign of France. The last year's harassing warfare had greatly injured the constitution of Henry V. He was ill when his queen arrived, but he paid no regard to his failing health. He scarcely allowed himself a day's repose. But conquest, empire, and all worldly things were fast fleeting from the grasp of the warlike lord of Catherine the Fair. At Senlis he was seized with a mortal distemper. He struggled fiercely against its encroachments, for he daily expected to hear of a battle between his friend, the Duke of Burgundy, and the Dauphin, and hoped to assist his ally in person. He had even assumed his armor, and marched as far as Melun, but the strong hand of disease was too powerful even for the energies of his mighty mind. Sorely smitten with illness, he was obliged to give up his march, and, the malady increasing every minute, he was forced to be carried back to Senlis in a litter. He had left his queen at Senlis, but for greater security she had retired to her father's castle in the wood of Vincennes. Thither the mighty victor, mighty lord, was carried to her, helpless, on that litter which was almost a funeral couch for him. In the castle of Vincennes, near Paris, which has so often been the theatre of the destinies of France, Catherine and her mother attended the last hours of Henry V. He made a very penitential end, but was so little conscious of his blood guiltiness, that when his confessor was reading the 7 Psalms in the service for the dying, he stopped him when he came to the verse, "Build thou the walls of Jerusalem," with an earnest protestation, that when he had completed his conquests in Europe, he always intended to undertake a crusade. When he had arranged his affairs, he asked his physicians, how long had he to live? One of them replied, on his knees, that, without a miracle, he could not survive 2 hours at the most. "Comfort my dear wife," he said to the Duke of Bedford, the most afflicted creature living. In a will he made on his deathbed he leaves Catherine a gold scepter. He expired on the 31st of August, 1422. Henry was a learned prince, but he had the bad habit of borrowing books and never returning them. After his death a petition was sent to the regency by the Lady Westmoreland, his relative, praying that her Chronicles of Jerusalem and the Expedition of Godfrey of Boulogne, borrowed of her by the late king, might be returned. The prior of Christ Church, likewise, sent in a most pitiful complaint that he had lent the works of St. Gregory to his dear lord King Henry, who had never restored them to him, their rightful owner. In person Henry V was tall and agile, and so swift of foot that he could, with the aid of 2 of his lords, capture deer in the royal enclosures without the assistance of dogs. His portraits possess that distinctive character which proves personal resemblance. His features are regular, though very strongly marked. The perceptive brow denotes the great general. The eyes are majestic and overpowering, the nose well cut, but stern in the expression of the nostril, the mouth wide but closely pressed, and the haughty upper lip curls with no very benevolent expression. There is a great development of frontal brain in his portraits. They are all profiles, excepting that over the chantry at Westminster Abbey, which has a wen on the right side of the neck. At the time of Henry's death, his fair widow had not attained her 21st year. Her affection was, as the dying hero observed to his brother, most violent, but it certainly proved in the end rather evanescent. The funeral of Henry V was arranged and conducted by Queen Catherine with all the pomp of woe. His body was laid on a chariot drawn by 4 great horses. Just above the dead corpse they placed a figure made of boiled leather, presenting his person as nigh as might be devised, painted curiously to the semblance of a living creature, on whose head was put an imperial diadem of gold and precious stones, on its body a purple robe furred with ermine, in the right hand a sceptre royal, in the left an orb of gold with a cross fixed thereon. And thus adorned was this figure laid in a bed on the same chariot, with the visage uncovered towards the heavens, and the coverture of this bed was of red, beaten with gold, and besides, when the body should pass through any good town, a canopy of marvellous value was borne over it by men of great worship. In this manner he was accompanied by the King of Scots as chief mourner, and by all the princes, lords, and knights of his house, in vestures of deep mourning. At a distance from the corpse of about 2 English miles followed the widow, Queen Catherine, right honourably accompanied. The body rested at the church of St. Ophian in Abbeville, where masses were sung, by the queen's orders, for the repose of Henry's soul, from the dawn of morning till the close of night. The procession moved through Abbeville with increased pomp. The Duke of Exeter, the Earl of March, Sir Louis Robsart, the queen's knights, and many nobles, bore the banners of the saints. The hatchments were carried by 12 renowned captains, and around the bier car rode 400 men at arms in black armour, their horses barbed black, their lances held with the points downwards. A great company clothed in white, bearing wax torches lighted, encompassed the procession. The queen, with a mighty retinue, came after a mile's distance. Thus she passed, keeping her husband's corpse in view, through Hesdin, Montreuil, and Boulogne, till they came to Calais, where, on the 12th of October, the Privy Council had ordered vessels to meet the queen, with ladies to attend her. When the queen, after landing at Dover with the royal corpse, approached London, she was met by 15 bishops in their pontifical habits, and by many abbots in their mitres and vestments, with a vast crowd of priests and people. The priests chanted all the way from Blackheath, and through the streets of the city, hymns for their dead king. A general and picturesque illumination was effected by each householder standing at his door with a torch in his hand. The princes of the royal family rode in mournful postures next the funeral car. The grief of the young queen greatly edified the people, and they were still more impressed by the barbarian magnificence of the tomb she raised to the memory of their royal hero, on which a Latin inscription expressed that it was raised by his queen Catherine. The famous silver-plated statue, with the head of solid silver gilt, was placed on the tomb of Henry V at the expense of his widow. Directly after the obsequies of her husband, Catherine retired to Windsor Castle to embrace her babe, and pass the first weeks of her widowhood. Her little child was 8 months old on the day of his warlike father's death. When the Parliament met, she removed to London, and passed through the city, on a moving throne drawn by white horses, and surrounded by all the princes and nobles of England. The infant king was seated on her lap, and those pretty hands, says one of our quaint chroniclers, which could not yet feed himself, were made capable of wielding a sceptre. And he, who was beholden to nurses for milk, did distribute sustenance to the law and justice of his nation. The queen, with her infant on her knee, was enthroned among the lords, whom by the chancellor the little king saluted, and spoke to them at large his mind, by means of another's tongue. The king conducted himself with extraordinary quietness and gravity, considering he had not yet attained the age of 12 months. Henry did not always behave so orderly, as that curious annal, the London Chronicle, thus bears grave testimony. This year (1423), upon Saturday, the 13th of November, the king and his mother removed from Windsor to hold a parliament in London. At night the king and his mother, the queen, lodged at Staines, and upon the morrow, being Sunday, the king being borne towards his mother's car, he shrieked, he cried, he sprang, and would be carried no further. Wherefore they bore him again to the inn, and there he abode the Sunday all day. The chronicler certainly means to insinuate that all this violence was because the royal babe, by a holy instinct, would not break the Sabbath by travelling, and therefore made this notable resistance by shrieking and kicking when he was carried to his mother's car. In all probability he had been well amused at the inn at Staines and did not wish to leave it. On the Monday, continues the chronicler of London, he was borne to his mother's car or chair, he being then glad and merry of cheer, and so they came to Kingston and rested that night. On the Tuesday, Queen Catherine brought him to Kennington. On Wednesday he came to London, and with glad semblance and merry cheer on his mother's barm lap in the car, rode through London to Westminster, and on the morrow was so brought into Parliament. Catherine left Westminster with her infant and retired to Waltham Palace, November 26th, and from thence to Hertford, where she kept her Christmas with her friend James I. of Scotland, whom she had the pleasure of seeing united, at St. Mary's, Southwark, soon after, to the lady he passionately loved, and whose happiness she had kindly promoted. Catherine's dower was not settled by Act of Parliament until the second year of her infant's reign. She appears to have been put in possession of all the ancient dower palaces belonging to the queens of England, with the exception of Havering Bower and Langley, where resided the queen dowager, widow of Henry IV. In the third year of the reign of Henry VI, it was granted to his dearest mother, Catherine, all that inn or hospitium in the city of London, where his dear cousin, the Earl of March, lately deceased, used to reside, and that she may have possession of it during the minority of his dear cousin, Richard, Duke of York, on condition she keeps in good repair all the buildings and gardens, and is at all charges concerning them. There is reason to suppose that this was Baynard's Castle. This year, Catherine and her mother, Isabeau of Bavaria, were entreated on the part of England and France to act as mediatrices between Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and Philip, Duke of Burgundy, who had challenged each other to mortal combat. Duke Humphrey insisted on retaining as his wife Jacqueline, the heiress of Holland, who had formerly thrown herself on Catherine's protection. Catherine, being the intimate friend of all the parties, succeeded in preventing the duel. 2 days before the opening of Parliament in 1425, Catherine entered the city in a chair of state, with her child sitting on her knee. When they arrived at the west door of St. Paul's Cathedral, the Duke Protector lifted the infant king from his chair and set him on his feet, and then, with the Duke of Exeter, led him between them, up the stairs going into the choir, from whence the royal infant was carried to the high altar, where he kneeled for a time, a traverse having been prepared for him. It is expressly said that he looked gravely and sadly about him. And then he was borne into the churchyard, and there set upon a fair courser, to the infinite delight of the people, and so conveyed, through Cheapside to St. George's Bar, to his own manor of Kennington. At Kennington Palace, Catherine and her royal son reposed till the 30th of April, when they set out in a grand procession through the city to Westminster Palace. The little king was held on a great white horse, and the people flocked in multitudes to see him, declaring he had the features of his father, and loading him with blessings. Being come to the palace, Catherine seated herself on the throne in the White Hall, where the House of the Lords was held, with the infant sovereign on her lap. Our warlike barons were not a little embarrassed by the mutations of this world, which had snatched from them a leader of singular energies, both as monarch and warrior, and, placing a little babe at their head, made them directors of a nursery. The chivalric Earl of Warwick had the guardianship of the king's person at a very early age, a fact illustrated by a beautiful contemporary drawing in the pictorial history of the earl. He is represented holding the king, a most lovely infant of 14 months, in his arms, while he is showing him to the peers in parliament. One of the lords is presenting the infant monarch with the orb. The royal babe is curiously surveying it, and with an arch look, gently placing one dimpled hand upon the symbol of sovereignty, seems doubtful whether it is to be treated with reverence, or chucked, like a common ball, into the midst of the august assembly. Another representation of the Earl of Warwick gives us an idea of the costume of royal infants in the Middle Ages. For the limners of that age drew what they saw before them and invented nothing. Warwick is delineated in the ruse role, holding his royal charge on his arm. The babe is about 18 months old. He is attired in a little crimson velvet gown, and has on his head a velvet cap, turned up with a miniature crown. Moreover, he holds a toy scepter in his baby hand, which he looks much inclined to whisk about the head of the stout earl, who is so amiably performing the office of a nursery maid. It is to be presumed that the earl carried the little king on all state occasions, while his governess, Dame Alice Boteler, and his nurse, Joan Astley, had possession of him in his hours of retirement. In a very naively worded document, the Privy Council, writing as if the king were giving his directions to his governess himself, requests Dame Alice from time to time reasonably to chastise us, as the case may require, without being held accountable or molested for the same at any future time. The well-beloved Dame Alice, being a very wise and expert person, is to teach us courtesy and nurture good manners, and many things convenient to our royal person to learn. After these arrangements were effected, Catherine the Fair retires behind a cloud so mysterious that for 13 years of her life we have no public document which tells of her actions, and the biographer is forced to wander in search of particulars into the pleasant but uncertain regions of tradition and private anecdote. Deep obscurity hangs over the birth and origin of Catherine's second husband, Owen Tudor. Some historians declare that the father of Owen was a brewer at Beaumaris. Nevertheless, he drew his line from a prince of North Wales called Theodore, which, pronounced according to the Saxon tongue, was corrupted into Tudor, and even to the meaner sound of titter. There is an ancient house in the county of Anglesey, called Glengani, still pointed out as the residence of Owen Tudor, and the Welsh say that he possessed their property to the amount of £3,000 per annum. But this wealthy heritage is by no means consistent with the assertion of his accurate countryman, Pennant, who has proved that Meredith, the father of Owen, was the fourth son of a younger son of the line of Tudor, and that he filled no higher office than that of Scuddifer or shield bearer to a bishop of Bangor. When in this office, Meredith, either by design or accident, killed a man, and being outlawed, fled with his wife to the fastness of Snowdown, where Owen Glendower upheld the banner of defiance against the house of Lancaster. If young Owen were not born in this stronghold of freedom, he was probably baptized there, for a tradition declares that he was godson to the great chief Glendower. He was thus brought up from his cradle as a hardy predatory soldier. The next fact regarding Owen is that he certainly belonged to the brave Welsh band with whom Henry V most prudently entered into amicable terms on the death of the warlike Glendower. These hardy warriors, it is well known, under the command of Davy the One-Eyed, did good service at Agincourt. Tradition says that young Owen Tudor aided his countrymen in repelling the fiery charge of Alençon, and that Henry V made him, for his bravery, one of the squires of his body, hence his title of armiger. There is great reason to suppose that the brave and handsome Owen fought only as a common soldier in the Welsh band, but when once he had received the preferment of squire of the body to Henry V, he certainly continued the same office about the person of the infant king, and hence his acquaintance with the queen mother. In this station Owen Tudor is next found keeping guard on the infant king and his mother at Windsor Castle, and very soon after the death of Henry V, it appears the handsome Welsh soldier attracted the attention of the royal widow of England. Owen did not certainly possess £40 per annum at this time. If he had, he must have taken up his knighthood. While Owen was on guard at Windsor on some festival, he was required to dance before the queen, and, making too elaborate a pirouette, he was not able to recover his balance, but fell into the queen's lap, as she sat upon a low seat, with all her ladies about her. The queen's manner of excusing this awkwardness gave her ladies the first suspicion that she was not entirely insensible to the attractions of the brave Welshman. As her passion increased, and she indulged herself in greater intimacy with the object of it, those of her ladies who could take the liberty remonstrated with the queen, and represented how much she lowered herself by paying any attention to a person who, though possessing some personal accomplishments and advantages, had no princely nor even gentle alliances, but belonged to a barbarous clan of savages reckoned inferior to the lowest English yeomen. Upon which the queen declared that being a Frenchwoman she had not been aware that there was any difference of race in the British island. Afterwards, communicating these strictures to her lover, he held forth very eloquently concerning his high-born kin and princely descent, and the queen requested him to introduce some of his princely relatives at her court at Windsor Castle, whereupon, says Sir John Wynne, he brought into her presence John ap Meredith and Howell ap Llewellyn, his near cousins, men of the goodliest stature and personage, but wholly destitute of bringing up and nurture education. For when the queen had spoken to them in diverse languages, and they were not able to answer her, she said, they were the goodliest dumb creatures she ever saw, a proof that Catherine knew several languages, but had no skill in Welsh. End of section 9. Section 10 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 3, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Catherine of Valois, Chapter 2, Part 2. The precise time when Catherine's love led her to espouse the Welsh soldier it is impossible to ascertain. What priest married them, and in what holy place their hands were united, no document exists to prove, and it is strange that Henry VII, with all his elaborate boast of royal descent, should not have left some intimation of the time and place of the marriage of Catherine and Owen. All chroniclers of the Tudor era assert confidently that the marriage of the queen mother and Owen Tudor was at least tacitly acknowledged in the 6th year of her son's reign. Modern historians implicitly follow them, yet there was not a shadow of acknowledgment of the marriage. But in the 6th year of her son's reign some suspicions arose in the mind of the protector, Humphrey of Gloucester, that the queen meant to degrade herself by an unsuitable alliance, and a severe statute was enacted, threatening with the heaviest penalties any one who should dare to marry a queen dowager or any lady who held lands of the crown without the consent of the king and his council. It is usually affirmed that the regency had ascertained that the queen was married when this law was enacted. It is possible that such might be the case, but they had not assuredly discovered the object of her attachment. Otherwise would they have suffered Owen to abide as an inmate of Catherine's household till at least within the last 6 months of her life? A fact incontestably proved by the minutes of the Privy Council. He was clerk of her wardrobe, according to the assertion of a great historical antiquary. Soon after the prohibitory statute was passed, the queen brought an action against the Bishop of Carlisle for some encroachment on her dower lands. Her cause was carried on in her own name, without the slightest allusion to any second husband. An office like that borne by Owen Tudor was peculiarly liable to promote personal acquaintance between the queen and him. As clerk of the wardrobe, it was Owen's office not only to guard the queen's jewels from robbery, but to pay for, if not purchase, all materials for her dress. Many serious consultations might have taken place on occasion of every new purchase or payment as to the colours and style most becoming to the royal beauty, and compliments might be implied which the lowly lover could have no other opportunity of expressing. The only notice that occurs of Catherine from the 3rd year of her infant's reign till 1436 is that her son, then in his 7th year, by the advice of his governess, Alice Boteler, presented his mother, for a New Year's gift, with a ruby ring given him by his uncle, the Duke of Bedford. Catherine's life of retirement enabled her to conceal her marriage for many years, and to give birth, without any very notorious scandal, to 3 sons successively. The eldest was born at the royal manor house of Haddam. From the place of his birth he is called Edmund of Haddam. The second is Jasper of Hatfield, from another of the royal residences. The third, Owen, first saw the light at some inconvenient season, when Catherine was forced to appear at the royal palace of Westminster. The babe was carried at once into the monastery, where he was reared, and afterwards professed a monk. While Catherine was devoting herself to conjugal affection and maternal duties, performed by stealth, her royal son was crowned, in his 8th year, King of England, at Westminster, with great pomp, in which his mother took no share. The next year he crossed the sea in order to be crowned at Paris. It is natural to suppose that Queen Catherine accompanied her son, and supported his claims on her native crown by her personal influence, but no traces are to be found of her presence. Her mother was alive in Paris, full of years, and, it must be added, of dishonours. The English princes and lords did not condescend to introduce their little king to the degraded woman, and the maternal grandmother of Henry VI became first known to the son of her daughter by kissing her hand and making a reverential curtsy to him at a croisée window of the Hôtel de St. Paul, after which it was not considered decent to forbid the young king's request to visit her, and an interview took place between Queen Isabeau and her grandson. Time wore on, and one disaster to the English in France followed another. They evacuated Paris just 3 days before the wicked Queen Isabeau died. There was scarcely a person found to bury this once powerful princess. Catherine, though in the prime of life, being but 35, survived her wretched mother only 1 year. A strong suspicion of the queen's connection with Tudor seems to have been first excited in the minds of Henry V's guardians, towards the end of the summer of 1436, at which time Catherine either took refuge in the Abbey of Bermondsey, or was sent there under some restraint. This event is supposed to have occurred just after the birth of her little daughter Margaret, who lived but a few days. Anxiety of mind threw the queen into declining health, and she remained very ill at Bermondsey during the autumn. The high spirit of the Duke of Gloucester, says one of our historians, could not brook her marriage. Neither the beauty of Tudor's person, nor his genealogy deduced from Cadwallader kings, could shield him or the queen from a sharp persecution as soon as the match was discovered. The children, to whom Queen Catherine had previously given birth in secret, were torn from her by the orders of the council, and consigned to the keeping of a sister of the Earl of Suffolk. The cruelty perhaps hastened the death of the unfortunate queen. The pitying nuns who attended her declared she was a sincere penitent, and among all other small sins she expressed the deepest contrition for having disobeyed her royal husband Henry V, and perversely chosen the forbidden castle of Windsor as the birthplace of the heir of England. In her youth, Catherine had evidently scorned the astrological oracle, that Henry of Windsor shall lose all that Henry of Monmouth had gained. But now, although the late disasters in France, and the lowering prospects in England, were plainly the natural consequences of a 30 years' war, superstition seized on the mind that had formerly rejected it, and Catherine, weakened by sorrow and suffering, devoutly believed that her forbidden accouchement at Windsor Castle was the reason of the ill fortune of her son, Henry VI., and duly repented of her supposed crime on her deathbed. While languishing between life and death, Catherine made her will, in terms which fully denote the deep depression of her spirits. The last will of Queen Catherine made unto our sovereign Lord, her Son, upon her departing out of this world. Right high and mighty Prince, and my full redoubted Lord, and full entirely beloved Son, in due humble wise, with full hearty natural blessing, I commend me to your highness. To the which please to be certified, that before the silent and fearful conclusion of this long grievous malady, in which I have been long and yet am troubled and vexed by the visitation of God, to whom be thanking and laud in all his gifts, I purpose, by the grace of God, and under your succor, protection, and comfort, in whom only, among all other earthly, stands all my trust, to ordain and dispose of my testament, both for my soul and my body. And I trust fully, and am right sure, that among all creatures earthly, ye best may and will best tender and favor my will, in ordaining for my soul and body, in seeing that my debts be paid and my servants guerdoned, and in tender and favorable fulfilling of mine intent. Wherefore, tenderly I beseech you, at the reverence of God, and upon my full hearty blessing, that to my perpetual comfort and health of soul and body, of your abundant and special grace, in full remedy of all means that in any wise may amnestize or deface the effect of my last purpose and intent, grant at my humble prayer and request to be my executor, and to depute and assign such persons to be under you of your servants, or of mine, or of both, as it shall like you to choose them, which I remit fully to your disposition and election. Beseeching you also, at the reverence of our Lord God, and the full entire blessing of me your mother, that, this done, ye tenderly and benignly grant my supplication and request, contained particularly in the articles ensuing. And if tender audience and favorable assent shall be given by so benign and merciful a Lord and Son to such a mother, being in at so piteous point of so grievous a malady, I remit to your full, high, wise, and noble discretion, and to the conscience of every creature that knoweth the laws of God and of nature, that if the mother should have more favor than a strange person, I remit, refer, or appeal to the same. From the perusal of this solemn exhortation, a conclusion would naturally be drawn, that it was the preface to the earnest request of Catherine for mercy to her husband and nurture for her motherless infants. Yet the articles or items which follow contain not the slightest allusion to them. All her anxiety seems to be centered, firstly, in the payment of her creditors, without which she seems convinced that her soul will never get free. Secondly, in obtaining many prayers and masses for her soul. And thirdly, in payments being made and rewards given to her servants. If Catherine, by this mysterious document, really made any provision for her helpless family, it is all comprised in the dark hints to her son of acting according to his noble discretion and her intents, which intention, perhaps, had been confided to the young king in some interview previously to her imprisonment. There is no enumeration of property in the items that follow, excepting the portion of income due at the day of her departing. She declares that her soul shall pass as naked, as desolate, and as willing to be scourged as the poorest soul God ever formed. This piteous exhortation to her son was written or dictated a few hours before her death. Yet even at her last gasp she evidently dared not break regal etiquette so far as to name to her son her plebeian lord or her young children. Whilst this pathetic document was in course of preparation, the dying queen received a token of remembrance from her son, King Henry, on New Year's Day, consisting of a tablet of gold, weighing 13 ounces, on which was a crucifix set with pearls and sapphires. It was bought of John Patisby, goldsmith, and was sent to Catherine at Bermondsey. To use the poor queen's own pathetic words, the silent and fearful conclusion of her long grievous malady took place on the 3rd of January, 1437. When the news was brought to the young sovereign of his mother's death, he was on his throne, presiding at Parliament. Power was given to the poor queen's two persecutors, the Cardinal of Winchester and Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, to perform the office of executors. Catherine was buried with all the pomp usual to her high station. Her body was removed to the church of her patroness, St. Catherine, by the Tower, where it laid in state, February 18, 1437. It then rested at St. Paul's, and was finally honourably buried in Our Lady's Chapel at Westminster Abbey. Henry VI piously erected an altar tomb to her memory, on which was engraved a Latin epitaph, in all probability the same preserved in the pages of William Worcester, of which the following is a translation. Death, daring spoiler of the world, has laid within this tomb the noble clay that shrined Queen Catherine's soul, from the French king derived, of our 5th Henry wife, of the 6th Henry mother. As maid and widow both, a perfect flower of modesty esteemed. Here, happy England, brought she forth that king, on whose auspicious life thy weal depends, and, reft of whom, thy bliss would soon decay. Joy of this land, and brightness of her own, glory of mothers, to her people dear, a follower sincere of the true faith. Heaven and our earth combine alike to praise this woman who adorns them both enow, earth by her offspring, by her virtues heaven. In the 1437th year, 1st month's 3rd day, her life drew to its close, and this queen's soul, beyond the starry sphere in heaven, received for aye reigns blissfully. This original epitaph has hitherto escaped all modern historians, but it is very probable that as it implied the fact that Catherine died a widow and not a wife, it occasioned the demolition of the tomb under the reign of her grandson. Owen Tudor had been put in Newgate when Catherine was sent to Bermondsey. From thence he had escaped, and was at large at Daventry in the July following her death, when the king summoned him before his council, saying, that he willed that Owen Tudor, that which dwelled with his mother Queen Catherine, should come into his presence. Owen refused to come, unless he had a safe conduct, free to come and free to go. The council gave the king's verbal promise that he should depart unharmed. Owen vowed he would not venture himself within their reach without a written promise. This was granted, when he hastened to London, and threw himself into the sanctuary at Westminster, where he remained many days, eschewing, as a document of the Privy Council says, to leave it, although many persons, out of friendship and fellowship, stirred him to come out thereof and disport himself in the tavern at Westminster Gate. Here, when on duty at Westminster Palace, Owen had evidently been accustomed to resort, and, as a retired soldier, tell over, with boon companions, all his tales of Agincourt. He was right to resist the temptation of disporting himself, for the council certainly meant to entrap him there. At last he heard that the young king was heavily informed of him, or was listening to serious charges against him. Upon which Owen suddenly appeared before the Privy Council, then sitting in the chapel chamber at Kennington Palace, and defended himself with such manliness and spirit that the king set him at liberty. Owen immediately retired into Wales, but the Duke of Gloucester, with a base prevarication perfectly inconsistent with the high character bestowed on him in history, sent after him, and, in despite of the double safe conduct, he had him consigned to the tender mercies of the Earl of Suffolk, in the dungeons of the royal castle of Wallingford, under the pretence of having broken prison. The Lord Constable of England, Beaumont, was paid 20 marks for the expenses he had incurred in catching and keeping Owen, his priest and servant. The place where the Privy Council met to arrange this business is rather remarkable. It was transacted in the secret chamber belonging to the Cardinal Beaufort as Bishop of Winchester, in the Priory of St. Mary's Overy. There were present in this secret conclave the Lord Cardinal, the Lord Chancellor, the Earl of Suffolk, the Treasurer Lord Hungerford, and John Stourton, Knight. It was found convenient to remand Owen back from Wallingford Castle to Newgate, where, it may be remembered, his priest and servant were committed. No sooner were these three persons in Newgate once more than its walls were found inefficient to detain them. They all made a second escape, after wounding foully their gaoler, as an old manuscript in the Harleian collection declares. Owen laid his plans so successfully, this second time of breaking out of Newgate, that he was not retaken, but fled with his faithful adherents to the fastnesses of North Wales, where he waited for better times. It is, perhaps, not too much to infer that the priest thus connected with Owen was the person who secretly performed the marriage ceremony between him and Catherine, and that the servant was witness to the wedlock. The London Chronicle vindicates the honour of the queen in words not very complimentary to her spouse. This year, one Owen, a man nee of birth, nee of livelihood, brake out of Newgate at searching time, the which Owen had privily wedded Queen Catherine, and had 3 or 4 children by her, unknown to the common people till she was dead and buried. Catherine's eldest boys must have been very young at the time of her death, since they remained inmates of a nunnery under the care of the abbess of Barking till the year 1440. They were wholly neglected by the court, for, till the abbess supplicated most urgently, no money had been paid for the sustenance of these neglected little ones, after the death of the mother. Soon after the abbess had drawn the attention of Henry VI to the existence of the children of his unfortunate mother, he placed them under the care of discreet priests, to be brought up chastely and virtuously. The tutelage of the king himself had, at this time, ceased by the laws of England. If Catherine had survived till this period, she would have been differently treated, for more than one old historian asserts that Henry VI never forgave his uncle Gloucester the harsh usage his mother had experienced. As soon as the young king attained his majority, he allowed Owen Tudor an annuity of £40 per annum, which for certain causes, him moving, he gave him out of his privy purse by a special grace. The eldest son of Catherine and Owen was married, by the influence of Henry VI, to Margaret Beaufort, the heiress of the house of Somerset. At the Palace of Reading, his royal half-brother bestowed on him the title of Richmond. This was done amidst the rejoicings for the birth of Edward, Prince of Wales, and the festivities in celebration of the king's restoration to health and reason. Edmund took precedence of all other English peers. He died in his 20th year, leaving an infant son, afterwards Henry VII. The next brother, Jasper Tudor, was created Earl of Pembroke, the same day that his brother received the title of Richmond. The third son lived and died a monk at Westminster. Owen Tudor himself was taken into some sort of favour, but never graced with any title, or owned by Henry VI as his father-in-law, as may be plainly seen by a deed dated so late as 1460, just before the battle of Northampton, where the king declares that out of consideration of the good services of that beloved squire, our Owenes Tudor, we for the future take him into our special grace, and make him park keeper of our parks in Denbigh, Wales. This was granted when the king was in a distressed state, and the old warrior, his father-in-law, had drawn his Agincourt sword in his cause. After the defeat and death of Richard, Duke of York, at Wakefield, a Lancastrian army, commanded by Jasper, Earl of Pembroke, and his father, Owen Tudor, pursued the Earl of March, who, turning fiercely at bay, defeated them at Mortimer's Cross. Jasper made a successful retreat, but his father, with true Welsh obstinacy, positively refused to quit the lost field. He was taken prisoner, and as he was the first victim on whom Edward had the opportunity of wreaking his vengeance for the death of York and Rutland, he ordered Owen Tudor's head to be smitten off in Hereford market-place, with 2 or 3 Lloyds and Howells, his kinsmen and comrades. Such was the end of the second husband of Queen Catherine, who lost his life stoutly battling for the cause of Lancaster. When Henry VII ascended the throne of England, he caused the Lady Chapel at Westminster Abbey, with the tomb of Queen Catherine, to be demolished for the purpose of building a new and stately chapel, in the place of the epitaph destroyed. which must, in its assertion that Queen Catherine died widow to Henry V, have proved very embarrassing to the Tudors. The following lines were hung up, which were evidently written after Henry VII's accession. Here lies Queen Catherine closed in grave, the French king's daughter fair, and of thy kingdom Charles VI, the true undoubted heir. Twice joyful wife in marriage, matched to Henry V by name, because through her he nobled was, and shined in doubled fame. The King of England by descent, and by Catherine's right, the realm of France he did enjoy, triumphant king of might. A happy queen to Englishmen she came right grateful here, and 4 days' space they honoured God, with lips in reverent fear. Henry VI this queen brought forth, with painful labour plight, in whose empire France was then, and he an English wight. Under no lucky planet born unto himself or throne, but equal with his parents both in pure religion. Of Owen Tudor, after this, thy next son Edmund was, O Catherine, a renowned prince, that in glory pass. Henry VII, a Briton pearl, a gem of England's joy, a peerless prince was Edmund's son, a good and gracious Roy. Therefore a happy wife this was, a happy mother pure, thrice happy child, with grandame she more than thrice happy, sure. Although Henry VII had demolished the tomb of his grandmother, it is certain that he had not caused her remains to be exhumed, since he mentions her in his will as still interred in the chapel, and it is evident that he intended to restore her monument. Specially as the body of our grand dame of right noble memory, Queen Catherine, daughter of the King of France, is interred within our monastery of Westminster, and we propose shortly to translate thither the relics of our uncle of blessed memory, Henry VI, and whether we die within the realm or not, our body is to be buried in the said monastery, that is to say, in the chapel where our said grand dame lies buried. When Henry VII was interred, the corpse of Catherine was exhumed, and as her ungracious descendant, Henry VIII, did not fulfil his father's intention of restoring her tomb, the bones of the unfortunate queen never found a final resting place till the commencement of the present century. When exhumed, the queen's corpse was found to be in extraordinary preservation. It was, therefore, shown as a curiosity to persons visiting Westminster Abbey for at least 3 centuries. Weaver, in his funeral monuments, thus mentions its state in the time of Charles I. Here lieth Catherine, Queen of England, wife to Henry V, in a chest or coffin, with a loose cover, to be seen and handled of any who much desire it, and who, by her own appointment, inflicted this penance on herself, in regard to her disobedience to her husband, for being delivered of her son Henry VI at Windsor, which place he forbade. In the reign of Charles II, the poor queen was made a common spectacle. For that quaint compound of absurdities, Pepys journalizes, with infinite satisfaction, that he had this day kissed a queen, and that he might make this boast, he had kissed the mummy of Catherine the Fair, shown for the extra charge of 2d. to the curious in such horrors. Late in the reign of George III, the same disgusting traffic was carried on, for Hutton reprobates it in his tour through the sights of London. This exordium probably drew the attention of the then Dean of Westminster, for the wretched remains of Catherine the Fair have reposed since then, sheltered from public view, in some nook of the vaults in Westminster Abbey. End of Section 10. Section 11 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 3, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Margaret of Anjou, Chapter 1, Part 1. The history of Margaret of Anjou, from the cradle to the grave, is a tissue of the most striking vicissitudes, and replete with events of more powerful interest than are to be found in the imaginary career of any heroine of romance. For the creations of fiction, however forcibly they may appeal to our imaginations, fade into insignificance before the simple majesty of truth. When we consider the stormy grandeur of character of this last and most luckless of our Provençal queens, her beauty, her learning, her energetic talents, and the important position she occupied for more than a quarter of a century in the annals of this country, first as the unconstitutional, but certainly supreme, director of the power of the crown, and lastly as the leader and rallying point of the friends of Lancaster, it is remarkable that no complete and authentic memoir of this princess has ever been given to the world. René of Anjou, the father of Margaret, was the second son of Louis II, King of Sicily and Jerusalem, Duke of Calabria and Anjou, and Count of Provence, by Yolante of Aragon. In 1420, René was, in his 13th year, espoused to Isabella, the heiress of Lorraine, who was only 10 years old at the period of her nuptials. This lady, who was the direct descendant of Charlemagne, in addition to her princely patrimony, brought the beauty, the high spirit, and the imperial blood of that illustrious line into the family of Anjou. Her youngest daughter, Margaret, was in all respects a genuine scion of the Carlovingian race. She also inherited her father's love of learning and his taste for poetry and the arts. Some of the English historians, including Monstrelet, place the date of Margaret's birth in 1425, but this is a palpable error, for her mother, who was scarcely 15 at that time, did not give birth to her eldest child, John of Calabria, till the following year. Then came Prince Louis, followed by Nicholas and Yolante, twin children, who were born October 2nd, 1428. After the decease of René and his sons, Yolante took the title of Queen of Sicily as the next heir, and this circumstance, together with her marriage settlements, sufficiently attests the fact that she was the elder sister of our Margaret, since the dates of the birth of children having claims to a disputed succession are generally strictly authenticated by the records of their own country. Thus we see that Margaret of Anjou was 4 years younger than has been generally supposed. According to the best authorities, Margaret was born March 23, 1429, at Pont-à-Mousson, her mother's dower palace, one of the grandest castles in Lorraine. She was baptized under the great crucifix in the Cathedral of Toul by the bishop of that diocese. Her sponsors were her uncle, Louis III, King of Naples, and Marguerite, Duchess of Lorraine, her maternal grandmother. Margaret was yet in the arms of her father's faithful nurse, Theophany, by whom she was reared, when the fierce contest for the succession of Lorraine commenced between her father and her mother's uncle, Anthony of Vaudemonte, on the death of her grandfather Charles, Duke of Lorraine. She had scarcely completed her second year when her royal sire was defeated and made prisoner by his adversary at the battle of Bonneville. We learn from the chronicles of Lorraine that the infant princess Margaret was her mother's companion during the agonizing hours of suspense in which she remained at Nancy, awaiting tidings of the issue of that disastrous fight. The event was soon announced by the arrival of the fugitives from the lost battle. "Alas!" cried the Duchess, clasping her little Margaret to her bosom, "where is René, my lord? He is taken, he is slain!" "Madam," they said, "be not thus abandoned to grief. The Duke is in good health, though disabled, and prisoner to the Burgundians." But the Duchess was inconsolable. The Council of Lorraine regarded her with the deepest sympathy, for she was left with 4 helpless children, 2 boys and 2 girls, the most beautiful ever seen. While the Duchess Marguerite, her mother, rallied the dispirited friends of René for the defense of Nancy, Isabel, the tenderest and most courageous of conjugal heroines, sought an interview with her hostile kinsman, in the hope of obtaining the release of her captive lord and a cessation from the horrors of civil strife. Moved by her pathetic eloquence, Antoine granted a truce of 6 months, dated August 1st, 1431. Her supplications in behalf of René were fruitless, for he had been already given up to the Duke of Burgundy, by whom he was consigned to a long imprisonment at Dijon, at the top of a high tower, still in existence. The only condition on which the sire of Margaret could obtain even a temporary release from his thraldom was at the price of bestowing his eldest daughter, Yolante, then in her 9th year, on the heir of his rival, the young Fairy or Frederick of Vaudemont, with part of the disputed lands of Lorraine for her portion. The little Margaret was at the same time betrothed to Pierre of Luxembourg, Count of St. Paul, whose squire had cut down René at the battle of Bonneville. René, being pledged to pay a heavy sum of money to the Duke of Burgundy for his ransom, was obliged to give his 2 boys as his hostages, and to resign Yolante to her new mother-in-law, so that of their 4 beautiful children the infant Margaret was the only one who returned to Nancy with her parents. Such a meeting and such a parting as that of René with his family was never before witnessed, and the petite créature, Margaret, as she is called by the chroniclers of Lorraine, is said to have testified the utmost sensibility on this occasion. The death of the virtuous Margaret of Bavaria, the grandmother of this princess, at the close of the year 1434, increased the affliction of her family. But a heavier trial awaited Margaret and her parents. King René, being unable to fulfill the conditions of his release, was compelled to deliver himself up to his captors. His imprisonment was shared by his eldest son, Jean of Calabria, but Louis was restored to the arms of his sorrowing mother and sister. In 1436, on the death of René's eldest brother, Louis, King of Naples, the succession of his realms devolved on the royal captive, and his faithful consort Isabel prepared to assert his rights. Among the illustrious females of the 15th century, the mother of Margaret of Anjou holds a distinguished place, alike for her commanding talents, her great personal endowments, her courage, and conjugal tenderness. It was from this illustrious parent that Margaret inherited those energies which the sternest shocks of adversity were unable to subdue. With such a mother as Isabella of Lorraine, who was the patroness of Agnes Sorel, and the contemporary of Joan of Arc, born and nurtured amidst scenes of civil warfare and domestic calamity, it is scarcely wonderful if the characteristics of Anjou's heroine partook of the temper of the times in which she was unhappily thrown. While arranging her measures for asserting by force of arms the claims of her captive lord to the disputed succession of Naples, the mother of Margaret, who had now assumed the title of Queen of the Two Sicilies, took up her abode with Margaret and Louis at the chateau of Tarascon, on the banks of the Rhone. The singular beauty and graces of these illustrious children, says the chronicler of Provence, caused them to be regarded almost in the light of angel visitants. The Provençals, whose poetic feelings were passionately excited by the advent of the consort and lovely children of their captive prince, followed them in crowds wherever they appeared, singing songs in their praise, strewing flowers at their feet, presenting them with votive wreaths, and nightly kindling bonfires before the palace to preserve them from infection. Nostradamus adds a very marvellous story of a number of witches and evil fairies, who intruded themselves among the loyal throngs who came to gaze on those very beautiful and excellent creatures, the Infanta Marguerite and her brother. The fearful visitation of the plague compelled the Queen of the Sicilies to hurry her precious little ones from Tarascon. They embarked with her at Marseilles for Naples, where, however, the pestilence, from which they had fled at Provence, was raging. The royal strangers took up their abode at Capua, the ancient palace of the family of Anjou, in Naples. Queen Isabel caused her captive husband to be proclaimed as King of the Two Sicilies, at which ceremony the young Margaret and her brother were seated by their royal mother in the triumphal seat of state, covered with velvet and embroidered with gold, in which this conjugal heroine was borne through the streets of Naples. René was chiefly indebted for his deliverance from bondage to the exertions of his faithful consort. In the treaty for his liberation, the following remarkable article was proposed by the Duke of Burgundy, which affords an indication that the English alliance was contemplated as early as 1435 to 1436. And to cement the peace between the two powers, Margaret of Anjou, second daughter to the King René, shall espouse the young King of England. This was 9 years before the marriage took place. the bride being but 6 years old. It appears a mere suggestion on the side of Burgundy, without any sanction of the English, and was opposed by Charles VII. Margaret of Anjou remained at the Capua Palace with her heroic mother till the year 1438, when René, having obtained his freedom, made his entry into Naples with a Provençal army, mounted on a stately white charger. After tenderly embracing Margaret and her mother, he transferred their abode to the elegant palace, finished with the utmost profusion of luxury by his voluptuous predecessor, Joanna II. Here, in the soft air of Italy, our young Margaret of Anjou proceeded in her education under the care of her mother, and her brother's learned tutor, Antoine de Salle, author of some of the earliest romances of French literature, which, it is said, he wrote for the amusement of Margaret's brother, because, says Antoine in his dedication, you were always very fond, my prince, of hearing me tell you little tales. This literary education, in the sweet and voluptuous clime of Naples, was by no means a suitable preparation for Margaret's English destination, for there could be few ideas in common between her and a rude people who had retrograded from the civilization they had attained under the Provençal alliances of England. In the year 1443, Margaret returned to Lorraine with her royal mother, having first experienced the grief of losing her brother, Prince Louis, with whom she had been educated. Previous to that event, the contract of marriage with the Count de St. Pol having been broken off, her hand was sought by the Count de Nevers, nephew to the Duke of Burgundy, and matters were so far advanced that a day was appointed for the articles to be signed, but when it was discovered that a clause had been inserted disinheriting the children that might be born of her elder sister Yolante and Fairy of Vaudemonte, Charles VII, whose consort, Mary of Anjou, was aunt to both princesses, would not permit the alliance to take place on such conditions. The proposals of the Count St. Pol were renewed after the death of Prince Louis, but Nostradamus thinks the idea of the more splendid alliance with the King of England prevented them from being accepted. Meantime, the territories of Anjou and Maine, King René's patrimony, inherited as the appanage of his ancestor Charles of Anjou, younger brother of St. Louis, were occupied by the troops of England, so that he could scarcely be said to possess a single undisputed town or castle, and his family and himself were reduced to a state of penury, which their illustrious descent and lofty titles only rendered the more conspicuous. But however painfully these adversities might be felt by his consort and children, René regarded the frowns of fortune with philosophical indifference, and retiring into Provence, occupied himself with writing verses and composing music, for which he possessed no ordinary talents. Scarcely had Margaret of Anjou entered her teens, when her precocious charms and talents created the most lively sensations at the court of her aunt, the Queen of France. There was no princess in Christendom, says Barante, more accomplished than my lady Marguerite of Anjou. She was already renowned in France for her beauty and wit, and all the misfortunes of her father had only given her an opportunity of displaying her lofty spirit and courage. The report of these charms, according to another learned but somewhat imaginative French author, first reached Henry VI, the young bachelor king of England, through the medium of a gentleman of Anjou named Champchevrier, a prisoner at large belonging to Sir John Falstaff, with whom King Henry was accustomed to converse occasionally, and he gave so eloquent a description of the rare endowments which nature had bestowed on the portionless daughter of the impoverished king of the Two Sicilies, that Henry dispatched him to the court of Lorraine to procure a portrait of the young princess. This statement is quite consistent with Henry's proceedings in regard to the preliminaries for his alliance with a daughter of the Count of Armagnac, for we find, by the curious correspondence between the two courts, that a painter named Hans was employed by the youthful monarch to paint the portraits of the three daughters of that prince for his satisfaction. Henry was very explicit in his directions that the likenesses should be perfect, requiring that the young ladies should be painted in their kirtles simple, and their visages like as ye see, and their stature and their beauty the colour of their skin, and their countenances. The commissioners were to urge the artist to use great expedition and to send the picture or image over to the king as quickly as possible, that he might make his choice between the three. Champchevrier, more successful in his mission than the reverend plenipotentiaries who had endeavoured to negotiate the matrimonial treaty with the court of Armagnac, obtained a portrait of Margaret, painted by one of the first artists in France, who was employed, our author adds, by the Earl of Suffolk. This is not unlikely, for Suffolk was the ostensible instrument in this marriage. But the real person with whom the project for a union between Henry VI. And Margaret of Anjou originated appears to have been no other than Cardinal Beaufort, the great uncle of the king. The education of Henry VI. Having been superintended by the cardinal, he was fully aware of the want of energy and decision in his character, which rendered it desirable to provide him with a consort whose intellectual powers would be likely to supply his constitutional defects, and whose acquirements might render her a suitable companion for so learned and refined a prince. In Margaret of Anjou all these requisites were united with beauty, eloquence, and every feminine charm calculated to win unbounded influence over the plastic mind of the youthful sovereign. She was, moreover, at that tender and unreflective age at which she might be rendered a powerful auxiliary in the cardinal's political views. Under these circumstances, there can be little doubt that Champchevrier had received his cue from the cardinal when he described to Henry, in such glowing colours, the charms and mental graces of the very princess to whom he had determined to unite him, both for the reasons we have before stated and as a means of concluding a peace with France. In the meantime, Sir John Falstaff, who was not in the secret, being greatly enraged at the departure of his prisoner without having made any agreement for the payment of his ransom, employed the Duke of Gloucester, with whom he enjoyed some credit, to write a letter to the King of France, explaining the circumstance, and entreating that he might be restored to him. According to the laws of chivalry, no prince was justified in extending his protection to a captive who had forfeited his parole of honour. Therefore King Charles issued orders for the arrest of Champchevrier, who was taken on his way from the court of Lorraine towards England. He was brought before the King of France at Vincennes, and fully cleared himself from all imputations on his honour by producing a safe conduct to Lorraine, signed by King Henry, and explaining the nature of the mission on which he had been employed by his captor sovereign. Charles VII. Was highly amused at the information thus obtained from his nephew's love affairs, and being struck with the great advantages that might result to himself and his harassed kingdom, if an alliance were actually to be formed between Henry and his fair kinswoman, he released Champchevrier, and enjoined him to return to the court of England without delay, and make use of every representation in his power to incline King Henry to choose the Lady Margaret for his queen. The reappearance of Champchevrier at Windsor and his frequent conferences with the king caused, it is added, suspicions to the nature of the business on which he had been employed in the mind of the Duke of Gloucester, who kept up a jealous espionage on the actions of his royal nephew. These suspicions were confirmed when King Henry undertook himself to satisfy Sir John Falstaff for the ransom of his prisoner, and dispatched him a second time on a secret mission to the court of Lorraine. Henry VI. Was then in his 24th year, beautiful in person, of a highly cultivated and refined mind, holy and pure in thought and deed, resisting with virtuous indignation every attempt that had been made by the unprincipled females of his court to entangle him in the snares of illicit passion, yet pining for the sweet ties of conjugal love and sympathy. The loneliness of his condition, and his earnest desire to live under the holy sacrament of marriage, are pathetically set forth by the bachelor monarch in his curious instructions to the commissioners empowered by him 2 years before to conduct the negotiations between him and the court of Armagnac. The choice of a consort for the young king was the deciding contest for political mastery between those fierce rival kinsmen, the Duke of Gloucester and Cardinal Beaufort. Gloucester's favourite project of uniting his royal nephew with a princess of the house of Armagnac was rendered abortive by Henry's determination not to commit himself in any way till he had seen the portraits of the ladies, and while the Count of Armagnac, who was playing a double game with the court of France, delayed the artist's progress, for diplomatic reasons, the lively transcript of the charms of his lovely kinswoman, Margaret of Anjou, made an indelible impression on the heart of the youthful monarch, and he resolved to obtain her hand at any sacrifice. The sacrifice was, after all, much less than has been represented, and Henry VI., in his ardent desire to give peace to his exhausted realm, proved himself a more enlightened ruler than his renowned sire, who had deluged the continent with blood, and rendered the crown bankrupt, in the vain attempt to unite England and France. The national pride of the English prompted them to desire a continuance of the contest, but it was a contest no less ruinous now to England than to France, and Cardinal Beaufort, with the other members of Henry's cabinet, being destitute of the means of maintaining the war, were only too happy to enter into amicable negotiations with France, on the grounds of a matrimonial alliance between King Henry and Margaret of Anjou, who, through her grandmother, Margaret of Bavaria, was nearly related both to Charles VII. And to Henry. In January 1444, the commissioners of England, France, and Burgundy were appointed to meet at Tours, to negotiate a truce with France, preparatory to a peace, the basis and cement of which were to be the marriage of the young King of England with the beautiful niece of the Queen of France. Many historians are of opinion that the matrimonial treaty, with all its startling articles, had been privately settled between the courts of England, France, and Lorraine, before the publication of the commission for negotiating the truce. Suffolk, who was appointed the ambassador extraordinary on this occasion, was so much alarmed at the responsibility he was likely to incur, that he actually presented a petition to the king, praying to be excused from the office that had been put upon him, nor could he be prevailed upon to undertake it, till he was secured from personal peril, by an order from the king under the great seal, enjoining him to undertake, without fear or scruple, the commission which had been given him. Thus assured, Suffolk was, in an evil hour for himself and all parties concerned, persuaded to stand in the gap, by becoming the procurator of the most unpopular peace and fatal marriage that were ever negotiated by a prime minister of England. As a preliminary, a truce for 2 years was signed, May 28, 1444. Neither money nor lands were demanded for the dowry of the bride, whose charms and high endowments were allowed by the gallant ambassadors of England to outweigh all the riches in the world. When the proposal was made in form to the father of the young Margaret, he replied, in the spirit of a knight errant, that it would be inconsistent with his honour to bestow his daughter in marriage on the usurper of his hereditary dominions, Anjou and Maine, and he demanded the restoration of these provinces as an indispensable condition in the marriage articles. This demand was backed by the King of France, and after a little hesitation, ceded by King Henry and his council. The handsome and accomplished Count de Nevers, who was a prince of the house of Burgundy, a soldier and a poet, was at the same time a candidate for the hand of the royal Provençal beauty, to whom he was passionately attached. And it is probable that the idea of this formidable rival, who was on the spot withal, to push his suit in person, might have had some effect in influencing King Henry to a decision more lover-like than politic. As soon as the conditions of the marriage were settled, Suffolk returned to bring the subject before Parliament, where he had to encounter a stormy opposition from the Duke of Gloucester and his party, who were equally hostile to a peace with France and a marriage with the daughter of the house of Anjou. Suffolk, however, only acted as the agent of Cardinal Beaufort, who possessed an ascendancy, not only in the council but with the Parliament, and above all, the inclinations of the royal bachelor being entirely on his side, his triumph over Gloucester was complete. Suffolk was dignified with the title of Marquess, and invested with full powers to espouse the Lady Margaret of Anjou as the proxy of his sovereign. There is, in Rymer's Foedera, a letter from the king, addressed to Suffolk, as the grand seneschal of his household, dated October 28, 1444, in which he says, As you have lately, by the divine favor and grace, in our name and for us, engaged verbally the excellent, magnificent, and very bright Margaretta, the serene daughter of the king of Sicily, and sworn that we shall contract matrimony with her, we consent, and will that she be conducted to us overseas, from her country and friends, at our expense." Suffolk, accompanied by his lady and a splendid train of the nobility, had sailed from England on this fatal mission some time before, and proceeded to Nancy. The king, queen, and the dauphiness of France, the dukes of Bretagne and Alençon, and, in short, all the most distinguished personages of the courts of France and Lorraine, were there assembled, to do honour to the espousals of the youthful Margaret. Historians vary as to the time and place of this ceremonial, but according to the best authorities, it was solemnized in November 1444 by Louis de Harncourt, Bishop of Toul, at Nancy, in St. Martin's Church, where, in the presence of her illustrious parents, the royal family of France, and a concourse of nobles and ladies, the Marquess of Suffolk espoused the Lady Margaret, in the name and as the proxy of his sovereign, Henry VI. Of England. Drayton, in his poetical chronicle, after quaintly enumerating the rank and number of the distinguished guests at Queen Margaret's espousals, thus eloquently alludes to the charms of the royal bride: "Whilst that only she, like to the rosy morning towards its rise, cheers all the church as it doth cheer the skies." King René indulged his passion for pageantry and courtly games at these nuptials, to his heart's content. A tournament was proclaimed in the honour of the young queen of England, at which throngs of princely knights and gallant warriors wore garlands of daisies in the lists, out of compliment to the royal bride of 15, who had chosen this flower for her emblem. Among those who particularly distinguished themselves on this occasion were Charles of Anjou, the gallant uncle of the bride, and Pierre de Brezé, lord of Varennes and seneschal of Normandy, one of the commissioners who negotiated the marriage treaty of the beautiful Margaret, in whose service, during the melancholy period of the Wars of the Roses, he afterwards performed such romantic exploits. Charles VII. Appeared in the lists more than once in honour of his fair kinswoman. He bore on his shield the serpent of the fairy Melsulina. He tilted with the father of the royal bride, by whom, however, he was vanquished. The most distinguished renown was won by Margaret's forsaken spouse, the Count St. Paul, who received the prize from the hands of her aunt, the Queen of France, and her mother, the Queen of Sicily. It is to be observed that Suffolk took no part in the jousts or games. Such exercises were, in fact, little suited to his grave years, which greatly outnumbered those of the father of the youthful bride, notwithstanding all that poets and romancing historians have feigned on the subject of the imaginary passion of Margaret for the hoary proxy of her lord. The bridal festivities lasted 8 days, and the spot where the tournament was held is still called, in the memory of that circumstance, the Place de Carré. All the noble ladies in Lorraine came from their Gothic castles to be present at these fetes, where all the beauty and chivalry of France and England and Burgundy were assembled. The long-delayed marriage of Margaret's elder sister with her cousin, Fairy of Vaudmonte, was completed at the same time under the following romantic circumstances. Fairy, who was passionately enamoured of his beautiful fiancée, Yolante, to whom he had been betrothed upwards of 9 years, rendered desperate by the delays of her father, who never intended to allow her to fulfil her forced engagement with the son of his adversary, formed and executed a plan with a band of adventurous young chevaliers for carrying her off at the nuptial tournament of her younger sister Margaret. King René was very angry at first, but was induced, by the mediation of the king and queen of France and the rest of the royal company, to forgive the gallant trespass of the long defrauded bridegroom, and a general reconciliation took place, in which all past rancours were forgotten, and the pageants and games were renewed with fresh spirit. At the conclusion of the 8 days' fete, Margaret was solemnly delivered to the Marquess and Marchioness of Suffolk, and took a mournful farewell of her weeping kindred and friends. Never, says the chroniclers of her land, a young princess more deeply loved in the bosom of her own family. Charles VII. Of France, who was tenderly attached to the accomplished niece of his queen, accompanied her 2 leagues from Nancy, clasped her at parting many times in his arms, and said, with his eyes full of tears, "I seem to have done nothing for you, my niece, in placing you on one of the greatest thrones in Europe, for it is scarcely worthy of possessing you." Sobs stifled his voice. The young queen could only reply with a torrent of tears. They parted, and saw each other no more. Charles returned to Nancy with his eyes swollen with weeping. A harder parting took place with her father, who went with her as far as Bar. There he commended her to God, but neither the father nor the daughter could speak to each other, but turned away with full hearts, without uttering a single word. These regrets, in which persons who were, by the etiquettes and restraints of royalty, taught to conceal every emotion of the heart, so passionately indulged on this occasion, are sufficient evidence of the amiable and endearing qualities of the youthful Margaret, or her loss would not have been so deeply lamented, when she was departing from a precarious and care-clouded house, to fulfil a destiny whose perspective was, at that time, brilliant. Margaret's eldest brother, John, Duke of Calabria, and the Duke of Alençon attended her on her route, but she travelled with her own train, as Queen of England, under the protection of the Marquess of Suffolk and his wife. This lady, who was the granddaughter and heiress of Geoffrey Chaucer, the father of English poetry, was also first cousin to Cardinal Beaufort, and was, doubtless, on that account, selected by him as the chaperone, or state governess, of the virgin bride of Henry VI. It was probably through the influence of the Marchioness of Suffolk that the young queen formed that inviolable bond of friendship with all the princes of the house of Beaufort, which afterwards involved her in such great unpopularity. The Countess of Shrewsbury and the Lady Emma de Scales were also in the personal retinue of the young queen. There were, besides, 5 barons and baronesses in attendance on her, who were paid for their services 4s. 6d. per day. 17 knights, including her 2 carvers, at 2s. 6d. per day. Brecknoke, the clerk of her comptroller's wages, and those of his coadjunctor, John Everden, were equal to those of the knights. 65 squires received each 1s. 6d. per day, 174 valets at 6d. per day, 19 palfreymen and sumptermen 4d. per day, and in addition to those who received wages, many persons were attached to the suite who served gratuitously. In anticipation of Margaret's arrival, King Henry wrote a quaint and earnest letter to the Goldsmiths' Company, entreating them to do their devoir at the coming of his entirely well-beloved wife, the queen, whom he expected, through God's grace, to have with him in right brief time. This letter is dated November 30th, 1444, but the advent of the royal bride was delayed nearly 4 months. We are indebted to the Brecknoke Computus for the following diary of the last 3 weeks of Margaret's journey to England. Pontoise, March 18th. This day the Lady Margaret, the Queen, came with her family to supper at the expense of our Lord the King, cost £12, 11s. 1d. Friday, 19th. The Queen went to sup with the Duke of York at Mons, cost £5, 5s. 1d. Saturday, 20th. To dine with the Duke of York at the same place, cost £4, 7s. 5½d. End of section 11. Section 12 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 3, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Margaret of Anjou, Chapter 1, Part 2. These were important days in the journal, not only of the bridal progress, but in the life of Margaret of Anjou, for it was her first introduction to the prince, whose rival claims to her husband's throne engendered those deadly animosities, which proved in the end fatal to them both. The entertainment received by the royal bride must have been agreeable to her as she repeated her visit. We gather from this entry that Margaret's acquaintance with the Duke of York preceded her introduction to the king her husband. On the 20th she proceeded from Mons to Vernon, where she slept. On the 23rd she arrived at Rouen. There is an item of 4s. 9d. for 14 pairs of shoes, bestowed by Margaret on various poor women on her journey from Mons. At Rouen she remained a week, and there two curious entries occur. The first certifies the fact that the young queen made purchase of some articles of second-hand plate of a goldsmith of that town; the second, that her want of money was so pressing that she was compelled to pawn divers vessels of mock silver to the Duchess of Somerset, to raise funds for some of the expenses of her journey. Margaret left Rouen and slept at Beauchamp Monastery, March 31st. The next day she proceeded to Pontarlier. She reached Hautefleet, April 3rd. There she remained several days. April 8th a small English vessel, called the Trinity of Colchester, transported her and her suite to the port of Kitticoz, where the Coke John, or Charberg, the ship appointed for her voyage, had been long waiting her arrival. The Brecknote Computus proves a payment of £5 4s. 10d. to the pilot attending in the Coke John, also to the purser of the same £13 6s. 8d., price of a large cable bought by him for the security of the said ship whilst riding at anchor near Kitticoz, and of £9 7s. for making conveniences in the vessel, namely, divers chambers and cabins, and a bridge for the ingress and egress of the lady queen. These ships had been in commission ever since the 5th of September, 1444. Margaret's long sojourn on the continent was caused by the necessity of the king summoning a new parliament for the purpose of obtaining the needful supplies for his marriage. It met at Westminster, February 25th, 1445. The king remained seated in his chair of state, while his chancellor Stafford, Archbishop of Canterbury, explained the cause for which parliament was summoned, in a species of political sermon, commencing with this text: "Justice and peace have kissed each other." He then proceeded to notify the suspension of hostilities in France, and the marriage between the king and Margaret, daughter of the king of Sicily; by which two happy events he nothing doubted but, through God's grace, justice and peace should be firmly established throughout the realm. The parliament granted a half-15th of all movable goods to the king, to defray the expenses of the late commission for the truce with France and his marriage, and was then prorogued till the 29th of April, to allow the necessary interval for the arrival of the new queen and the solemnization of the royal nuptials. There is a curious document in the Foedera, in which the needy sovereign makes an assignment of part of his half-15th, granted, but not yet raised, to a certain knight, for the purchase of his jewel of St. George, and also as security for the sum of 2000 marks, which, says Henry, our beloved knight has now lent us in pressed, ready money, at the contemplation of the coming of our most best beloved wife, the queen, now into our presence. The records of the Foedera, from the Pell Roll 23rd of Henry VI., bear melancholy testimony to the utter destitution of the royal privy purse at this period, and the pitiable expedients to which the unfortunate sovereign was reduced, in order to meet his bridal expenses. Among other things, there is an order directing that the remaining third part of one of the crown jewels, called the rich collar, which had already been broken and pledged, in two separate pieces, to his uncle Cardinal Beaufort, for 2000 marks, in the time, as Henry pathetically observes, of our great necessity, should be delivered to the said most worshipful Father in God, and a patent made out securing to him the first two parts, and the delivery of the third. This jewel was never redeemed by the impoverished king, who was, in fact, compelled to pawn all his private jewels and household plate, to provide the equipages and other indispensable articles required for his marriage and the coronation of the young queen. The wars so ruthlessly carried on with France for the third of a century had made the English crown nearly bankrupt. Henry could with difficulty keep his royal state, though he was anxious that a great display should be made to welcome his bride. Poverty was the plague which pursued Margaret all her life at her father's court, and was ready to receive her in Henry's palace. The funds necessary for her reception having been at length obtained, the royal bride embarked with her train, as previously mentioned, April 8th, and on the following day landed at Portchester. She was so much indisposed with the voyage that Suffolk carried her from the boat to the shore in his arms. A terrible storm greeted Margaret of Anjou almost as soon as she set foot on shore, but the people, notwithstanding the thunder and lightning, ran in crowds to look at her, and the men of Portchester courteously strewed their streets with rushes for her to pass over. She was conducted to a convent at Portsmouth, called God's House, where, having reposed a little, she entered the church, and there made her oblation of 6s. 8d. The following day, Saturday the 10th, she was conveyed by water to Southampton with great state. The sum of £1 3s. 4d. was paid to 7 foreign trumpeters, for playing on the decks of 2 Genoese galleys, as they passed our lady queen between Portsmouth and Southampton. Margaret was conveyed by rowing. At Southampton, as well as at Portsmouth, the young queen lodged at a religious hospital called God's House. Here she was seized with a dangerous cutaneous malady, from which King Henry's quaint and homely description of its symptoms, in his letter to his chancellor, appears to have been no other than the smallpox. This sickness of his most dear and best beloved wife the queen is stated by Henry to be the cause why he could not keep the feast of St. George at Windsor Castle. He had been waiting some days at Southwick to welcome his long-expected bride, and remained there in anxious suspense during the period of her alarming illness till she was sufficiently recovered to join him there. In the Brecknote Computus we have the following entry of money paid to Master Francis, the physician, who had attended the queen on her journey and voyage to England, for divers spices, confections, and powders, bought and provided by him for making medicines for the safekeeping of the person of the said lady the queen, as well by land as by sea, by precept of the Marquess of Suffolk, at Southampton, on the 10th day of April, in the 23rd year of the reign of the king. £3 9s. 2d. A very reasonable doctor's bill, our readers will allow, considering the importance of the patient. Our records bear witness of the fact that Margaret's bridal wardrobe was so scantily furnished that King Henry was under the necessity of supplying her with array suitable to a queen of England before she could appear publicly in that character. As soon as she arrived at Southampton, indeed, an express was forwarded to London for an English dressmaker to wait on her, as we find from the following payment. To John Pole, valet, sent from Southampton to London, by command of the Marquess of Suffolk, with 3 horses, for Margaret Chamberlain, tire maker, to bring her to the presence of the lady queen, for divers affairs touching the said lady queen. For the expenses coming and going, by gift of the queen, £1. The nuptials of Margaret of Anjou and Henry VI. Were solemnized on the 22nd of April, 1445, in Titchfield Abbey. The bridal ring had been made in the preceding January, from a ring of gold, garnished with a fair ruby, which had formerly been presented to the king by his uncle, Cardinal Beaufort, with the which, he says, we were sacred on the day of our coronation at Paris, a jewel of inauspicious omen. The beautiful young queen received from one of her new subjects, on the occasion of her bridal, a present, not of a lap-dog, but the more characteristic offering of a lion, and the following entry by Brecknote specifies the costs incurred by the addition of this royal pet to the charges of the household. To John Folk and Perrin Galliman, for the food and keeping of a lion, presented to the lady the queen, at Titchfield, together with the carriage of the same lion from thence to the Tower of London, for the expenses thereof, and of the said lion, £2 5s. 3d. Margaret had completed her 15th year exactly 1 month before her marriage with King Henry, and, notwithstanding the dissatisfaction of the nation at her want of dower, their contempt for the indigence of her father, and the prejudice created by her close connection with the royal family of France, her youth, her beauty, and noble presence, procured her an enthusiastic welcome wherever she appeared. The people pressed in crowds to gaze upon her, and all the nobility and chivalry of England wore her emblem flower, the daisy, in their caps and bonnets of state, when they came with their retainers and servants, clad in sumptuous liveries, in all the pomp and pride of feudality, to meet and welcome the royal bride on her Londonward progress. Drayton alludes to this picturesque compliment in the following couplet: Of either sex who doth not now delight To wear the daisy for Queen Marguerite? King Henry, in compliment to his lovely and beloved consort, caused her emblem flower to be enamelled and engraved on his plate. By no one was Margaret treated with more peculiar marks of respect on her bridal progress than by the Duke of Gloucester, who, as if to atone for his opposition to her marriage with his royal nephew, came to meet her at Blackheath, with 500 men wearing his livery and badge, to do her honour, and so conducted her to his palace at Greenwich, where she was refreshed. Great preparations had been made in London and its vicinity for the reception of the young queen. Triumphal arches were erected across the road through which she was to pass, and many costly pageants were made ready, says Fabian, of divers old histories, to her great comfort, and that of such as came with her. On the 28th of May, Queen Margaret was met at Blackheath by an equestrian procession, consisting of the mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs of the city of London, in scarlet and the crafts of the same, all riding on horseback, in blue gowns, with embroidered sleeves, and red hoods, who conveyed her with her train through Southwark, and so on to the city of London, which was then beautified with pageants of divers histories and other shows of welcome, marvellously costly and sumptuous, of which I can name only a few. At the bridge foot towards Southwark was a pageant of peace and plenty, and at every street corner, in allusion to the text of the parliamentary sermon, 2 puppets, in a moving pageant, called Justice and Peace, were made to kiss each other. Noah's ship, the ark, upon the bridge, with verses in English. At Leadenhall, Madame Grace, the Chancellor of God. At the inn at Cornhill, St. Margaret. At the great conduit in Cheapside, the 5 wise and 5 foolish virgins. At the cross in the Cheap, the heavenly Jerusalem, with verses. At Paul's Gate, the general resurrection and judgment with verses accordingly, all made by John Lydgate. Margaret was crowned at Westminster May 30th, with a degree of royal splendour little suited to the exhausted treasury of her enamoured consort, but doubtless to the no small satisfaction of the faithful steward, squire, and minstrels of her father, who came to witness the coronation of their princess, and report the same in their own land. A few notices of grants bestowed on those hungry Angevins and Italians are to be found in the issue rolls. In addition to all the splendid pageantry in honour of Margaret's bridal and coronation, a tournament was held in Westminster, which lasted 3 days, and was brilliantly attended. The lists occupied the whole space from Palace Yard to the sanctuary. A few weeks after the coronation of Margaret of Anjou, an embassy of congratulation arrived from her uncle, the King of France, and another from her father to Henry VI. July 16th, the king gave them audience at Westminster Palace, seated in a very high chair of state, called the salette, covered with tapestry of blue diaper, the livery of Henry V. He was dressed in a long robe of vermilion cloth of gold, which swept the ground, and was attended by his uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, Suffolk, and other peers. When the ambassadors delivered their credentials, the king raised his hat a little from his head, and when they had addressed their speech to him, on the blessings of peace and the love and goodwill borne him by his uncle of France, he again raised his hat from his head and said several times, "St. John, thanks, great thanks to St. John." He then told them by the Marquess of Suffolk that he did not hold them as strangers, as they belonged to the household of his uncle of France, whom, of all persons in the world, after the queen his wife, he loved the best. The following day, after the arrival of Monsieur de Pressini, he gave them an audience in his privy chamber. The king was then dressed in a long robe of black velvet. The real object of this embassy was to extend the 2 years' truce into a permanent peace. They introduced the subject by great profusions of love and amity of the King of France to his nephew, and apologies for the long delay of the queen's arrival. They added, that they now came to inquire after her health, and to wish them both much joy and long continued posterity, and that perpetual amity might be established between the kindred royalty of France and England. Henry repeated, probably translated, what was said to his nobles, with a countenance full of satisfaction, and bade Suffolk tell the ambassadors, that he had great joy in hearing news of the high and mighty king his uncle, whom he loved better than any person in the world, excepting the queen his wife, and that he desired the continuance of peace beyond anything on earth, to which all present responded, Amen. Henry then called the ambassadors close to him, and conversed with them familiarly. Suffolk repeated that the king loved his uncle of France, the second best in the world, on which Henry exclaimed in English, St. John, yes! Extensive repairs and improvements had been made in all the royal palaces previously to Margaret's arrival. This was very necessary, for so many years had lapsed since a queen consort had held her state in England, that those portions of the abodes of royalty known by the name of the queen's lodgings were absolutely desolated and unfit for her reception, till a considerable outlay had been expended upon them. The royal residences at the Tower, Westminster, Eltham, and Sheen, in particular, were restored to their pristine splendour in honour of the new queen. For the first 2 years of Margaret of Anjou's union with Henry VI, Cardinal Beaufort was the supreme director of the power of the crown. King Henry, new to the delights of female society, was intoxicated with the charms, the wit, and graceful manners of his youthful bride, of whom an elegant French historian thus speaks: England had never seen a queen more worthy of a throne than Margaret of Anjou. No woman surpassed her in beauty, and few men equalled her in courage. It seemed as if she had been formed by heaven to supply to her royal husband the qualities which he required in order to become a great king. Another chronicler, quoted by Stowe, says, This woman excelled all others, as well in beauty and favour as in art and policy, and was in courage inferior to none. These brilliant characteristics were yet in the germ when Margaret of Anjou was unfortunately called to share the throne of England at a period of life when her judgment was immature, and the perilous endowments of wit, genius, and lively perceptiveness were more likely to create enemies than to secure friends. She had been deeply piqued and offended at the opposition the Duke of Gloucester had made to her marriage, and, with the petulance of a spoiled child, she took every occasion of mortifying him, by a foolish display of her unbounded influence over the king, and her regard for Cardinal Beaufort and the Duke of Suffolk, his sworn foes. To Cardinal Beaufort, indeed, she was indebted for her elevation to the pride and power of royalty, and, with all the devotion of a young heart, she resigned herself wholly to his direction. Independently of political considerations, Cardinal Beaufort was exceedingly fond of Margaret, who was a frequent visitor at his house in Waltham Forest, where there was a state chamber, magnificently fitted up for her sole use, called the Queen's Chamber, with hangings of cloth of gold of Damascus. These the cardinal afterwards bequeathed to Queen Margaret. The great riches of this ambitious prelate enabled him to administer from time to time in a very acceptable manner to the necessities of the royal pair, and the flattering attention with which he treated the young queen so completely won her confidence, that under his direction the talents and fascinations of this accomplished girl became the powerful spells through which he obtained unbounded ascendancy over the councils of his royal nephew. It was in the second year of Margaret's marriage that the memorable Parliament of February 1447 was summoned to meet at Bury, the ministers of King Henry having business to accomplish which they dare not venture in the vicinity of the metropolis. This was the destruction of the Duke of Gloucester, the darling of the people, and the heir presumptive to the throne. Gloucester, probably with a view to counteract the queenly influence, showed an alarming inclination to make common cause with the Duke of York. This prince had been lately superseded in his office of regent of France, and supplanted by his enemy the Duke of Somerset, Cardinal Beaufort's nephew. By some historians it has been supposed that it was to avert a coalition so perilous to the government of King Henry that the crooked politicians of whom his cabinet was composed devised their plans for ridding themselves of their formidable opponent. The king and queen proceeded to Bury with their court, and all the commonalty of Suffolk were summoned to attend the king there, in their most defensible array, a proof that some danger to the royal person was apprehended. The parliament met February 10th in the refectory of St. Edmund's Abbey. The session was opened, not by the king, but by his chancellor Stafford, Archbishop of Canterbury. On the first day business proceeded smoothly. A speaker was chosen, and an exchange of Queen Margaret's revenues of £4,666 13s out of the customs, for certain lands and hereditaments settled on her for life, was confirmed. But on the second day of the session all England was astonished by the arrest of the Duke of Gloucester on a charge of high treason. He was committed to close custody under a strong guard. What evidence the king had of his uncle's guilt, says Wethamstede, we know not, but nothing could persuade him of his innocence. 17 days after his arrest, the Duke of Gloucester was found dead in his bed, but without any marks of violence on his person. His body was produced in both houses of Parliament and exposed to public view for several days, but these measures failed to remove the suspicions which so sudden a death, under such circumstances, naturally excited throughout England. No actual proof, however, exists that he was murdered, and Wethamstede, a contemporary and warm partisan of Gloucester, states that he died of an illness that seized him on his arrest. So does William of Worcester, and no writer of that period attempts to implicate the queen, as a party concerned in that transaction. Rapin, indeed, suffers his prejudices against Margaret to betray him into the following unauthenticated assertions as to her share in the supposed murder. After stating that Henry's ministers had resolved to compass the destruction of the Duke of Gloucester, he says, "The queen, who was of a bold and enterprising genius, was the person who first encouraged this resolution. At least, the historians insinuate as much, if they have not said it." Who these historians are, Rapin has not thought proper to inform his readers, but, in the same conclusive strain of reasoning, he proceeds to say, "And, indeed, the ministry would never have ventured upon such an action without having her at their head." A responsible leader, in sooth, would a girl of Queen Margaret's age have made in a business of that kind. If, indeed, Cardinal Beaufort, who had treasured up the accumulated rancours of 26 years of unquenchable hatred against Gloucester, and before she was born, had threatened to decide their deadly quarrel by setting England on a field, would have asked her sanction for wreaking his long-cherished vengeance on his adversary. Did Rapin remember that these ministers, of whom Cardinal Beaufort was the master spirit, were the same people who, 3 years before Margaret of Anjou set her foot in England, had devised and successfully carried into effect the subtlest plot that was ever imagined against the Duchess of Gloucester? And could they have required the prompting and advice of a girl of 17 to work out their scheme of vengeance on the Duke, of which that blow was the sure prelude? There can be little doubt that the destruction of the Duke of Gloucester would have been accomplished if Margaret of Anjou had never entered this country, and it is scarcely probable that she was even entrusted with so important a secret, since her greatest misfortunes were caused by unguarded manifestations of her prejudices and partialities, for which she is greatly condemned by Philip de Comines, her contemporary. Within 8 weeks after the death of Gloucester, Cardinal Beaufort was summoned to his great account, leaving the court to struggle with the storm he had conjured up, bereft of the support of his talents, his experience, and his all-powerful wealth. King Henry, absorbed in his studies and heavenward contemplations, shrank from the toils and cares of empire, and certainly evinced more interest in the prosperity and regulations of his newly founded college at Eton than in the government of his kingdom, and Margaret, then only just entering her 18th year, found the executive power of the crown of England left to her sole direction. Alas! for any female on whom so fearful a responsibility devolves, at such a tender and unreflective age, ere the difficult lessons of self-government have been learned, or the warm confiding impulses of the youthful heart have been taught the necessity of restraint and concealment? Margaret of Anjou had, doubtless, acted with the best intentions, when, on her first arrival in England, instead of allying herself with foreign advisers or female favourites, she resigned herself to the guidance of her royal husband's favourite uncle and counsellor, a man of Cardinal Beaufort's venerable years and reputation for wisdom. At his death, she naturally, unacquainted as she was with the manners, custom, and prejudices of her consort's subjects, continued her confidence in the cabinet he had formed, at the head of which was her first English friend and acquaintance, the Duke of Suffolk. Shakespeare has greatly misled his readers in regard to the liaison between this unpopular minister and Margaret of Anjou, by representing her first as his prisoner, and, after her marriage with the king, as his paramour. The one she certainly never was, and the great disparity in their ages renders the other very unlikely. Suffolk, at the period when his acquaintance with the royal beauty, then just 14, commenced at her father's court, far from being the gallant gay Lothario that poetry and romance has portrayed, was a grey-haired soldier-statesman who had served 34 years in the French campaigns before he became a member of Henry VI's cabinet. He must, therefore, have been on the shady side of 50 when he acted as his sovereign's proxy at the nuptials of Margaret of Anjou. Suffolk, be it remembered too, was a married man, devotedly attached to his wife, who held the principal place of honour about the person of the queen, and, even after his death, his duchess continued to retain her post and influence in the court of Margaret, where she appears to have been almost as unpopular as her unfortunate lord, for her name stands the second in the list of those whom the Parliament, in 1451, petitioned the king to banish from his household and realm, a request that was not complied with by the sovereign, as the queen would not consent to be deprived of the company and services of her first English friend. Suffolk was, after all, most probably indebted to his duchess for the credit he enjoyed with their royal mistress. It was no enviable season for Queen Margaret and the unpopular minister by whom her marriage had been negotiated, when the expiration of the truce with France left the government of her royal husband the alternative of fulfilling the conditions of the treaty on which it was based, or renewing the war without the means of supporting the honour of England. Not even that consummate politician, Cardinal Beaufort, had ventured to declare to the Parliament the secret article by which Maine, the key of Normandy, was to be restored to the house of Anjou, and now the responsibility of that article fell on Suffolk and the queen. Most unfortunate it was for Margaret that her own family were the parties who received the benefits of these sacrifices, for which her misjudging interference in the government at this crisis rendered her accountable, though they had been solemnly guaranteed by King Henry and his council at the Treaty of Tours, before she was even affianced to him. Bellicose as the character of Margaret of Anjou became in after years, when the stormy temper of the times and the nature of the circumstances with which she had to contend kindled all the energies of her spirit into Amazonian fierceness, not even her meek and saintly consort laboured more earnestly at this period than herself to preserve that peace of which her own strong sense taught her England was in such need. During their brief interval that preceded the ruinous war into which the government of England was soon after forced, Margaret commenced the foundation of Queen's College, Cambridge. This college was dedicated to the honour of Almighty God by the royal foundress, and devoted by her to the increase of learning and virtue, under the tutelary auspices of St. Margaret, her patroness, and St. Bernard. The first stone was laid by Sir John, afterwards Lord, Wenlock, in behalf of, and as deputy for, Queen Margaret, with this inscription in Latin: "The Lord shall be a refuge to our sovereign lady, Queen Margaret, and this stone shall be for a token of the same." Margaret also sought to turn the attention of the people to manufactories in woolen and silk, but the temper of the time suited not the calm tenor of peaceful employments. A spirit of adventurous enterprise had been nourished during the French wars, and, from the princes of the blood royal to the peasantry, there was a thirsting for fighting fields, and a covetous desire of appropriating the spoils of plundered towns and castles pervading all classes. The very misery of the people of England rendered them combative, and eager to exchange the monotony of reluctant and ill-paid labour for the excitement of war. It was no easy matter to convert the men who had fought at Agincourt, or their sons, into tillers of the soil or weavers of woolen cloths. As for the silk manufacturers, they were chiefly carried on by a company of females, who went by the name of the silk women, and were regarded with jealous displeasure by the London mercers, who petitioned the king against the establishment of this industrious sisterhood as an infringement on their manly rights and privileges. In the commencement of the year 1449, Charles VII renewed hostilities with England, and in the course of 2 years reconquered most of the towns in Normandy. The details of the losses and disasters of the English forces, under the command of the Duke of Somerset, belong rather to the general history than to the memoirs of Queen Margaret, although they had a fatal influence on her fortunes, by rendering her an object of suspicion and ill will to the nation, causing the name of Frenchwoman to be applied to her as a term of reproach, by those who well knew the art of applying to the prejudices and exciting the passions of the vulgar against her. The partisans of the Duke of York failed not to attribute all the losses in France and Normandy to the misgovernment of the queen, insinuating that the king was fitter for a cloister than a throne, and had, in a manner, deposed himself, by leaving the affairs of his kingdom in the hands of a woman, who merely used his name to conceal her usurpation, since, according to the laws of England, a queen consort hath no power, but title only. Queen Margaret, willing to procure the absence of the Duke of York at any price, blindly increased his political power by investing him with the government of Ireland. York had left a strong party in England, at the head of which were those powerful nobles, Richard Neville, Earl of Salisbury, and his son, the Earl of Warwick, the brother and nephew of his Duchess. These were the great political opponents of the Queen, whom they ventured not politically to attack, otherwise than by directing the voice of the people against the measures of the court, and attributing the disastrous state of the country to the treasonable practices of her favourite minister. Suffolk boldly stood up in the House of Lords, and complained that he had been traduced by public report, and demanded of his enemies, if they had aught to lay to his charge, that they should specify his crimes. He adverted to the services his family and himself had performed for their country, and stated that his father and 3 of his brethren had been slain in France, that he had himself served in the wars 34 years, and, being but a knight when he was taken prisoner, had paid 20,000 crowns for his ransom, that he had been of the Order of the Garter 30 years, and a counsellor of the king 15 years, and had been 17 years in the wars without return home, and asking God's mercy, as he had been true to the king and realm, he required his purgation. End of section 12.